Welcome, my history dreamers, to England, somewhere in the long and coal-dusted middle of the 19th century. The gas lamps are being fitted to the better streets, and the postal service arrives twice a day with letters sealed in wax. Railways are threading themselves through farmland that has never felt iron before, and in the drawing rooms of 100,000 respectable houses, women are sitting with their needlework and their conduct books and their quietly managed lives. Tonight you're going to spend a quiet hour learning how an entire civilization decided what a woman was permitted to be, and how some of those women, gently at first and then with rather more force than anyone expected, chose to disagree. So be sure to leave a 5-star review if this helps you fall asleep, or interests you during the day, and be sure to let us know how your day or evening went down below in the comments. We are starting with the angel in the house. And for the people who do not know it. The title came from a poem. A man named Coventry Patmore published it in 1854, and the Victorians received it with the particular warmth you feel when someone finally says aloud a thing you have always privately believed. The poem described a wife. She was gentle and selfless and unhurried. She moved through her home as a kind of moral presence, improving the atmosphere simply by being in it. She did not carry ambitions that pointed outward. What she carried was devotion, and she offered it without condition to her husband, her children, and above all to God. The poem was called The Angel in the House, and it gave a precise name to an ideal that was already quietly governing the lives of millions of women across Britain. Picture the drawing room where this angel was expected to dwell. The curtains are heavy and the colour of old amber. A fire crackles in the grate because in Victorian domestic life there is nearly always a fire, and its warmth has settled long ago into the fabric of the furniture and the pile of the carpet. The room smells of beeswax polish and dried roses and something faintly papery from the shelves. The furniture is dark and self-important, every surface occupied by a small vase or a framed watercolour or a china figurine with an expression of mild and permanent disapproval. The woman of the house sits near the window, where the afternoon light falls cleanest, working steadily at her embroidery, or writing a careful note to a neighbour, or reading something suitably improving. Her spine is straight without apparent effort. Her expression is composed. She appears from any angle in the room entirely at peace with the particular dimensions of her world. This image was not simply what Victorians observed, it was what they required, and they required it with a consistency that left very little room for variation. The requirement had a formal name beyond the poem itself. It was called the doctrine of separate spheres, and it divided the world cleanly into 2 halves. The public sphere belonged to men. It contained commerce, law, parliament, the professions, and every form of paid employment that carried social weight. It was competitive and frequently uncomfortable, and men were understood to be equipped for exactly that kind of difficulty. The private sphere belonged to women. It contained the home, the nursery, the parlour, the kitchen garden, and the management of all emotional life within the front door. It was supposed to be a refuge from the roughness of the public world, and women were understood to be its natural and indispensable custodians. This arrangement was presented without much apparent embarrassment as the natural order of things. It was backed by religion, by what the era understood as science, by a vast body of literature, and by the full weight of English law. If it occurred to anyone that the arrangement also placed men in control of everything outside the house, that observation generally did not surface in polite company. Conduct books arrived throughout the Victorian period in impressive quantities to reinforce the design with considerable enthusiasm. These were guides to proper womanly behaviour, and their authors did not consider any aspect of the subject too small for attention. They covered how to address servants without appearing to either coddle or oppress them. They covered how to receive visitors in the correct order of social precedence. They covered how to manage a household budget without giving any impression of having managed anything at all. The ideal woman, according to these books, was pious, pure, domestic, and appropriately submissive. She expressed disagreement, when she expressed it at all, through the gentlest possible suggestion, delivered with a smile and a moment of the husband's evident good humour. One popular guide, written by a clergyman who felt evidently confident about the subject, advised women to understand marriage as their complete vocation, as fully sufficient as any career a man might pursue. A woman who sought fulfillment outside the home, the book explained with great gentleness, was simply looking in the wrong direction. Religion was threaded through all of it in ways that were difficult to separate from everything else. The Church of England, the nonconformist chapels, and the Catholic parishes broadly agreed that a woman's proper place was one of service and submission. Sermons reached for St. Paul with notable frequency. The dutiful wife was a figure of scripture and a figure of social expectation at once, and the two reinforced each other so thoroughly that it became genuinely difficult to say where theology ended and social preference began. The woman who resisted her domestic role was not merely socially inconvenient. She was, in this framing, spiritually suspect. It is also worth noting that the sheer quantity of conduct books published throughout the period suggests a degree of anxiety about whether women were actually complying with the ideal they described. An ideal that was genuinely universal and naturally accepted does not typically require 12 new books, each decade explaining why it is correct. The conduct book industry thrived precisely because The Angel in the House was as much a project as a description, and the project required continuous maintenance. The specificity of the conduct books is worth dwelling on for a moment, because specificity is where ideology becomes daily life. One widely read guide recommended that a wife should never contradict her husband in company, even if she knew him to be mistaken, because the domestic sphere derived its peace from the wife's visible submission. Another advised women that any intellectual ambition they felt should be redirected toward the improvement of their husbands' minds, since a wife's proper influence was educational rather than independent. A woman who published her own thoughts was, in the view of one particularly confident author, stepping outside the sphere where her influence could be trusted to remain benign. Women's diaries from the period offer a more complicated picture than the conduct books suggest. Some women wrote about their domestic roles with real warmth and genuine pride. A woman in Leeds recorded her daily household management with the same careful attention a careful administrator might give to a complex institution, tracking the quality of preserves, the progress of her daughter's French, and the maintenance of social relationships across a wide network of neighbours and relatives across several decades. Other diaries are harder to read. A clergyman's daughter in the 1860s wrote, in small, careful handwriting, that she felt her mind had been given her as a gift she was not permitted to use. She was 22 years old, and that sentence sits on the page without further explanation. The ideal was a thoroughly class-specific invention. The Angel in the House required a house spacious enough to be angelic in, and she required servants to handle the actual labour of cooking and scrubbing and hauling coal so that she could perform the gentler domestic arts the conduct books prescribed. The vast numbers of women who worked in factories, fields, and other people's kitchens were not angels in anyone's cultural accounting. They were workers. They were watched and regulated and largely absent from the comfortable image the era painted of itself, but the ideal shaped their lives anyway from a distance. Respectability, defined in thoroughly domestic and middle-class terms, was held up as something to aspire toward. Working women who appeared insufficiently modest, or insufficiently submissive, or insufficiently focused on homemaking were measured against a standard they could not possibly meet, while doing the labour that kept them housed and fed. The standard existed not to help them but to judge them, and the judgment was rarely favourable. For some women, the angel was genuinely beloved, and this is worth saying plainly. Many Victorian women found real satisfaction in domestic life, in the management of a complex household, in the raising of children, in the maintenance of relationships that held communities together. The running of a large household was genuine intellectual work. It required knowledge of food preservation, household medicine, servant management, budgeting, social protocol, and the kind of forward planning that kept a family functioning across seasons and emergencies. The problem was never that those things lacked value. They had considerable value. The problem was that they were the only things permitted, and the permission was not offered freely. It was imposed, and the imposition was backed by religion, law, medicine, and the social machinery of an entire civilization. There was also the matter of what happened to the angel when she was no longer useful in that role. A woman widowed young with small children, a woman whose husband lost his money, a woman who outlived her children and found the domestic sphere suddenly empty, discovered that the world had been organized on the assumption that the angel would always have her house. When the house was gone, the world offered her very few ready-made places to stand. The drawing room fire crackles warmly, the amber curtains hold out the evening fog, the china dog on the mantelpiece regards the far wall with permanent suspicion, as if it has been doing so long enough to have grown tired of the view. The door at the drawing room's edge is closed. From this angle, the handle is difficult to reach. Before you can understand what Victorian women were forbidden to do, you need to understand what the law had decided they fundamentally were. Under English common law, a married woman was not a separate legal person. She was a legal extension of her husband, absorbed into his identity at the moment of marriage, and this absorption had a name. The doctrine was called coverture, from an old French word meaning covered. A woman's legal identity was covered by her husband's the moment she exchanged her vows. She could not own property in her own name. She could not sign a contract. She could not bring a lawsuit or be sued independently. Any wages she earned belonged automatically to her husband. Any property she had brought into the marriage was now his to manage as he judged correct. Any inheritance she received during the marriage was his as well. She did not need to consent to this arrangement. The law had already consented on her behalf. Conduct books and clergy made this sound like protection, and in some cases they genuinely believed it. A husband, the argument ran, understood business better than his wife could. He was equipped for contracts and property disputes and commercial negotiation. She was protected from the exhausting roughness of the public world, and she ought to be grateful for the arrangement. The law, it was said, was designed to ensure that a married woman would always have a capable guardian managing her affairs. The flaw in this reasoning was one that the law was reluctant to examine. Some husbands were not good men, some were violent, some spent their wives' inherited property on their own debts, some drank, some disappeared entirely. And when a woman whose husband was any of these things turned to the law for help, the law typically explained to her that her husband was her legal representative and that she ought to address her concerns through him. You can perhaps imagine the practical value of that advice. Consider what happened to Caroline Norton. She was born in 1808, the granddaughter of the playwright Richard Brinsley Sheridan, and she inherited his talent for language along with the family tendency toward financial precarity. She married a barrister named George Norton when she was 19. The marriage was not a peaceful one. George Norton was violent toward her. He intercepted her correspondence. He took the earnings she made through her writing and spent them on his own purposes. He removed their 3 sons from her care. Under the law of the time, children belonged to the father. This was not a vague custom, but a legal principle, clearly established and consistently applied. When a marriage broke down, the mother had no legal claim on her own children regardless of her conduct, her love for them, or the particular circumstances that had ended the marriage. Caroline Norton was permitted to see her boys only when George Norton chose to allow it. She was a gifted writer, and she wrote about her situation at length and with great precision. She addressed Parliament through pamphlets. She wrote to the Lord Chancellor. She produced a document called The Natural Claim of a Mother to the Custody of Her Children, which was not a memoir in any conventional sense, but a sustained legal and moral argument. She was writing from within the system's worst possibilities, and she wrote her way toward changing it. Her efforts contributed directly to the Infant Custody Act of 1839, which gave mothers of established good character the right to petition for custody of children under 7 years of age. It was not a generous provision. It was a petition, not a guarantee. A mother still needed to demonstrate good character to the court's satisfaction, which introduced its own set of complications given that the definition of good character was controlled by the same social and legal systems that had produced the problem. But it was the first time English law had formally acknowledged that a mother's relationship with her children carried any legal weight at all, and Caroline Norton had forced that acknowledgement through suffering and sustained argument. She did not stop there. She continued writing about women's legal position for the next several decades, tracking the slow accumulation of reforms and noting where the law still fell short, with the persistence of someone who had very specific and personal reasons to keep paying attention. The Matrimonial Causes Act of 1857 created a civil divorce court and removed the requirement for a private Act of Parliament. Before 1857, a divorce required its own specific parliamentary legislation, which cost so much and demanded so much social capital that only the very wealthy could consider it. The 1857 Act made civil divorce theoretically available to people who were not members of the aristocracy, and this was a genuine change. The grounds for divorce, however, were not equal. A husband could dissolve his marriage on the grounds of his wife's adultery alone. A wife wishing to divorce her husband needed to prove adultery, along with at least one additional factor. Cruelty would do it. So would desertion, bigamy, incest, or rape. The law said with considerable clarity that a wife's sexual faithfulness mattered more than a husband's. Her body was, in the legal understanding, something adjacent to property, and property required a clean chain of ownership. The public debate around the divorce law was also conducted largely by men, in a legislature that contained no women, about a matter that affected women as directly as it affected men, and rather more catastrophically when it went wrong. Women's petitions on divorce law reform were submitted to Parliament throughout the middle decades of the century. They were received, read, recorded, and largely set aside until enough sympathetic men in Parliament felt sufficiently moved to act on them. The process had a kind of determined patience to it that would characterise the entire project of Victorian women's reform. The financial aftermath of a separation or divorce was frequently very difficult for women. A woman who left a marriage, whether through divorce or simply through abandonment, found herself in a legal structure that had not designed itself around her capacity to function independently. She might receive a maintenance order. Collecting it, if her husband chose not to pay, required further legal proceedings that cost money she likely did not have. Women who had spent their marriages managing households, supervising servants, educating children, maintaining social networks, and supporting the domestic machinery that allowed their husbands to function in the public world, found themselves, at the end of those marriages, with no legal ownership of anything those years had produced. The Married Women's Property Act of 1870 made the first legislative crack in coverture's wall. It gave married women the right to keep their own wages and to inherit limited sums of money independently of their husbands. It was a beginning, imperfect and partial, but a beginning. The Married Women's Property Act of 1882 went considerably further, finally granting married women the right to own, buy and sell property as independent legal persons, in the same way that unmarried women and men had always been able to do. These were real victories. They were also the result of decades of careful, methodical, largely unglamorous effort by women and sympathetic men who submitted petitions, lobbied in corridors, wrote articles, attended committee meetings, and refused to accept that the matter was settled, because it was inconvenient to those who would have to settle it. The Married Women's Property Committee, formed in the 1850s by a group of women and reform-minded men in Manchester and London, spent years gathering evidence of the specific harms that coverture caused ordinary women, presenting that evidence to Parliament in the form of case studies and petitions, and returning when Parliament was not ready to act. The cases they gathered were not dramatic in the way that courtroom battles are dramatic. They were the quiet disasters of ordinary lives. A woman who had run a small business before her marriage and found it legally transferred to a husband who then ran it into the ground. A woman who had inherited a small amount of money from a relative and discovered it had been spent on her husband's debts before she had a chance to touch it. A widow who had supported her family through her own earnings and discovered those earnings had never in a legal sense been hers. The committee took these stories to Parliament. Parliament eventually listened. The drawing room fires burned a little lower. Outside, the fog has thickened over the gas lamp on the street corner. The writing desk in the corner of the room has a small brass lock. The key hangs from a ring that is not yours to touch. Long before a woman encountered a lawyer, her body had already been declared a medical problem requiring professional supervision. Victorian medicine had a great deal to say about women, and most of it pointed in the same direction. Women were constitutionally delicate. They were understood to be governed by their reproductive systems in ways that made sustained intellectual effort not merely impractical, but physiologically dangerous. The dominant medical theory held, with great confidence and very limited supporting evidence, that the female body operated on a fixed and finite reserve of vital energy. If a woman directed too much of that energy towards studying, working strenuously, or thinking about difficult subjects, she would deplete the reserves necessary for the proper functioning of her reproductive organs. This was not presented as speculation. It was presented as established medical fact, discussed in academic journals, cited by educators, and delivered to patients by physicians with the full authority of their professional standing. Medical texts of the period described the female body in language that made it sound perpetually on the edge of a condition requiring management. One influential Victorian medical guide described the woman's nervous system as inherently more excitable than the man's, meaning it was more easily overstimulated and more prone to collapse under sustained effort. Another described the years of a girl's education as the period of greatest physiological risk, during which academic study competed directly with the developing reproductive system for the body's limited resources. These texts were not marginal curiosities. They were assigned reading in medical schools and cited in parliamentary debates about women's education. The theory also, incidentally, justified precisely the exclusions that benefited the medical establishment professionally, which is a coincidence that historians have found worth noting. Hysteria was the era's most famous and most flexible diagnosis for women who did not conform to expectations. The word came from the Greek for uterus, and the Victorians applied it to an extraordinary range of symptoms. The diagnosis covered anxiety, depression, irritability, excessive fatigue, fainting, weeping without apparent cause, excessive cheerfulness, excessive sadness, refusal to eat, difficulty stopping eating, and what several medical texts described simply as a general tendency towards self-will or emotional excess. Nearly any emotional state that a physician found inconvenient could be, and often was, filed under this single heading. The treatments were varied and occasionally creative. Some physicians prescribed rest, which at minimum required nothing actively painful. Others prescribed marriage, on the theory that settled domestic contentment would regulate an overactive nervous system. Some prescribed vigorous outdoor exercise and cold water bathing. Some prescribed the application of mild electric current to various parts of the body using equipment that was presented to the patient as modern, scientific, and effective. The patients were generally not in a position to argue. The rest cure, developed by the American physician Silas Weir Mitchell in the 1870s, was adopted in Britain with considerable enthusiasm by physicians who found it systematic and comprehensive. Mitchell designed it for what he called neurasthenia, a condition of nervous exhaustion he believed afflicted those who had pushed their minds beyond sustainable limits. In practice, the rest cure was prescribed to women far more frequently than to men, and its structure was total. The patient was confined to her bed for a period of weeks or months. She was forbidden to read. She was forbidden to write, to sew, to sketch, or to engage in any activity that might constitute mental effort of any kind. She was fed a rich and fattening diet because weight gain was understood to signal returning health. She could not receive visitors without the physician's explicit approval. She could not write or receive letters without the same approval. Her room became the complete boundary of her existence, and she was required to lie within it and recover. The writer, Charlotte Perkins Gilman, underwent the rescue in 1887 after a period of depression on the recommendation of a physician who advised her, when the course of treatment concluded, to limit her intellectual activity permanently. She was told to have no more than 2 hours of mental work each day, to avoid writing, and to devote herself to domestic life. She came very close to losing her mind entirely in the process of following this advice. She later described what had happened to her in a story about a woman confined to a room with patterned yellow wallpaper who begins to see a figure moving behind the pattern and gradually dismantles herself in pursuit of it. The story was deeply uncomfortable to read. That was the intention. Asylum confinement was the more extreme outcome for women whose behaviour could not be managed at home through rest, marriage, or medical electricity. The Victorian asylum system expanded enormously throughout the period, and women made up a substantial proportion of its population. The commitment process required a physician's certificate and the agreement of a family member, who was in most cases a husband. A woman did not need to present any acute danger to herself or others. She needed only to be judged unmanageable in domestic terms, too emotional, too argumentative, too independent, or too persistent in refusing the role assigned to her. The admission records from Victorian asylums, when examined today, can be startling in their plainness. Words like refractory, self-willed, and insubordinate appear as clinical descriptions with a regularity that makes the underlying purpose legible. A woman who argued persistently with her husband. A woman who refused to perform domestic duties. A woman who expressed opinions on subjects outside the permitted range. These behaviours were being treated, and the treatment was confinement, sometimes for months, sometimes for years, and sometimes for the remainder of the patient's life. Once inside, a woman's ability to challenge her confinement was very limited. She had no independent legal standing to bring a case herself. A sympathetic relative might pursue one on her behalf, but sympathetic relatives were not always available, and were sometimes the people who had signed the original commitment papers. Some women who entered asylums in a manageable state became genuinely unwell under the conditions of their confinement, which was then used to justify continuing the arrangement. A small number of physicians recognised this effect and documented it with discomfort. They were not, for most of the period, numerous enough to significantly change the practice. And then there was fashion, which operated as its own category of physical management. The Victorian corset has become culturally famous in ways that sometimes allow it to be treated as a joke. The reality was not minor. A tightly laced corset applied sustained pressure to the lower ribs, displacing the floating ribs inward and restricting the movement of the diaphragm. It reduced the effective breathing capacity of the lungs, sometimes significantly. Women who wore very tight corsets throughout their teenage years and into adulthood sometimes experienced lasting changes to their rib structure and internal arrangement. The medical profession that was quite happy to warn women against intellectual exertion on the grounds that it damaged delicate physiology was simultaneously fitting them with garments that restricted their breathing, and the contradiction was not, as a rule, raised in medical literature. The crinoline of the 1850s and 1860s produced the wide bell-shaped silhouette that defines the era's most recognisable visual. The structure beneath was a cage of steel hoops, and it was genuinely enormous in circumference. It caught fire near open hearths with considerable ease, and the deaths and serious injuries that resulted were documented in newspapers of the period with a frequency that indicates the hazard was well understood, and that this understanding did not much influence the fashion. The crinoline also made it physically impossible to sit in many standard chairs, to pass through narrow doorways without careful lateral calculation, or to move at any speed beyond a deliberate glide. The hobble skirt, which appeared in the century's last decades and into the next, restricted the walking stride to a few inches per step, which is precisely what the name suggests. The body that was considered too delicate to study was required to wear garments that made it difficult to breathe. The body that was thought too fragile for the public world was encased in structures that impeded its movement. The argument that women required physical protection ran alongside the practice of building the thing that required protecting directly into their clothing. This was presented at all times as elegance, and sometimes even as a form of freedom. The amber curtain drawing room was real. It existed. Hundreds of thousands of households maintained it, in various forms and varying degrees of success. But it was maintained by people who were not sitting in it. Not every Victorian woman was the angel in the house. Most of them were the people who kept the house running, and their labour is one of the quieter stories of the period, in part because it was unglamorous, and in part because the people doing it had very little time to write things down, and very few people interested in preserving what they did write. Domestic service was the single largest employer of women throughout the Victorian era. At the height of the period, roughly 1 in 3 women in paid employment was working as a servant in someone else's home. They were cooks, housemaids, ladies' maids, laundresses, parlour maids, scullery maids, and nursemaids. A large aristocratic household might employ 30 or 40 indoor servants, organised in a hierarchy of considerable precision, with the housekeeper and butler at its peak and the scullery maid at its base. A modest middle-class house might employ 1 or 2 women who between them performed every function the household required. The scullery maid at the bottom of this structure woke before the family she served and went to sleep after all of them. She blacked the grates before dawn, lit the kitchen fire, hauled water from the pump, scrubbed the pots from the previous evening's dinner, polished the boots, carried coal up several flights of stairs, and began the next task before the first one had finished drying. She was frequently in her early teens, sometimes younger. She slept in a small cold room somewhere in the attic or the basement, furnished with a narrow bed, a washstand, and very little else. She received a half-day off each week if her employer was considered generous. She ate in the kitchen. She used the back stairs. She was largely invisible to the household she kept running, and in many establishments this invisibility was understood to be part of the job. Above her in the domestic hierarchy, each grade of servant had its own carefully maintained dignity and its own carefully maintained grievances against the grades above it. The lady's maid, who dressed the mistress's hair and maintained her wardrobe and sometimes accompanied the family on holiday, occupied a position of considerable relative privilege and knew it. The cook, who managed the kitchen and the kitchen staff and produced 3 or more daily meals from a range determined by the family's income and the season's available ingredients, was a person of real technical skill and expected to be treated as such. The housekeeper, who managed the indoor female servants and kept the household accounts, operated with an authority that other staff navigated carefully and that the family recognised as indispensable. These were people doing genuine, complex work, and the domestic service hierarchy was a world with its own culture, its own politics, and its own considerable tedium. What united all of them was that the work was poorly paid, the hours were long, the privacy was limited, and the legal protections were negligible. The parliamentary factory reports of the 1840s and 1850s documented the conditions of industrial labour in the methodical way the Victorians had of examining things they were not yet prepared to fix. The reports described the working hours, the temperatures, the dust levels, the accident rates, and the wages in textile mills, potteries, and manufacturing works across the country. Women and girls worked in these environments for long shifts in poor light, breathing air that was not good for the lungs, for wages that were reliably lower than those of male workers performing equivalent tasks. The match factories were among the most documented cases of industrial hazard in the period. Women who worked with white phosphorus in the production of friction matches, cutting and boxing and handling them across long shifts in poorly ventilated rooms, were exposed to phosphorus fumes that caused a condition known as phossy jaw. It began with toothache. It progressed to the slow destruction of the jawbone, accompanied by severe pain and a ghastly luminescence in the dark that observers noted with the detached curiosity the Victorians brought to most things they found unusual. It was disfiguring and eventually fatal. The condition was understood. Safer alternatives to white phosphorus existed and were already in use in some countries. The alternative was more expensive. Factory owners who were asked about the risk explained with some regularity that their workers had made an informed choice to accept employment, which was the kind of argument that carries considerably less weight when you factor in that the alternative to employment was generally hunger. The governess occupied a social position that had no comfortable place to stand. She was educated, sometimes quite considerably, in the languages, music, drawing, history and literature that the middle and upper classes wanted their daughters to acquire. She was employed for that education, but employment of any kind placed her in the working category, regardless of her birth, her refinement, or the quality of her spoken French, and this created a social location that was genuinely awkward for everyone involved. Governesses generally ate separately from the family they worked for. They sat with the children rather than the adults. They were considered too genteel for the servants' hall and too employed for the drawing room, which left them in a gap that was socially uncomfortable in both directions. They supervised children whose mothers had more social freedom, more security, and more legal standing than the governess could reasonably expect to acquire, and they were expected to perform this work with composure and without visible resentment. The governess's benevolent institution was founded in 1841 to provide financial support and temporary housing for governesses in distress. The institution existed because governesses fell into distress with considerable regularity. A father's death, a family bankruptcy, or the sudden collapse of a family's financial position could require a woman who'd been raised as a lady to support herself by teaching other people's daughters their scales and their irregular French verbs. The transition from being the daughter of a house to being the employee of another family's house was swift, and the employment itself offered very little in the way of security or continuity. Queen's College in London, founded in 1848, was created partly as a response to the problem. If governesses were going to serve as the primary educators of the middle class's children, the argument went they ought to be properly and rigorously educated themselves. The college provided formal academic instruction to women who needed to teach professionally. It was not a university, and it did not claim to be, but it was the beginning of the recognition that women who needed to work deserved a genuine education in order to work well. The parliamentary reports on factory labour are worth pausing on, because their detail is unexpectedly specific and humanising. Commissioners hired to document conditions in the textile districts, interviewed women and girls who described their working days with a matter-of-fact precision that makes them vivid even now. A woman in a Lancashire cotton mill described waking at 5 in the morning to be at the machines by 6 and remaining there until 7 in the evening, with a short break at midday, 6 days a week, winter and summer. She described the noise in the mill as something that had to be adapted to rather than adjusted for. She described the dust that settled on everything and was breathed through everything. She described the fines levied for lateness or careless work. The commissioners wrote it all down carefully. Parliament debated the reports and passed reformed factory acts that improved some things. The women who had spoken to the commissioners went back to the mills. At the further edges of economic vulnerability was prostitution, which the Victorians discussed at considerable length, while simultaneously declaring it unsuitable for polite conversation, which is a combination of positions that requires some skill to maintain. Women entered sex work through multiple routes, and most of those routes led back to money. The wage gap between men and women in every available occupation was substantial. Domestic service paid very little. Factory work paid women less than men for equivalent labour. A woman with no family support, no husband, no inheritance, and no access to the better paid professions had a limited number of choices, and sometimes she made the one that was available rather than the one she would have preferred. The Victorians called prostitution the great social evil, and produced investigations, missionary organisations, rescue societies, parliamentary debates, and earnest pamphlets in enormous quantity. They engaged with the subject's causes with genuine seriousness. What they discussed rather less systematically was the economic structure that produced those causes, and what that structure had to do with everything else this history contains. If a man in Victorian England spent a Thursday evening in a brothel and a Friday morning in a courtroom, the Thursday evening was unlikely to follow him into the proceeding in any formal or lasting sense. If a woman in Victorian England was publicly accused of sexual impropriety, that accusation followed her with the persistence of a creditor who also had very good memory. The sexual double standard was not a secret. Conduct books acknowledged it, sometimes with mild discomfort and sometimes with the breezy acceptance of something so obviously true it required no defence. Men were understood to have appetites that were difficult to govern. These appetites were noted, occasionally deplored, and ultimately treated as a fixed condition of male nature that society should accommodate rather than eliminate. Women were understood to exist in one of two categories: pure or fallen. Between those categories there was very little middle ground and essentially no path back once the line was crossed. A man's public reputation was built on his professional conduct, his financial dealings, and his performance in the world of commerce and public affairs. A woman's reputation rested almost entirely on her sexual behaviour, real or perceived, and the perception often carried more force than the reality. A woman who had been seen in the wrong company, or received an unmarried visitor at an unusual hour, or been mentioned in connection with any kind of scandal, could find herself quietly uninvited to everything that mattered in her social world. No formal charge, no formal verdict, simply the gradual disappearance of invitations. The mechanics of this reputation system in daily life were worth understanding, because they were remarkably efficient for something that had no formal institution behind it. A woman's reputation was maintained or destroyed through visiting patterns, through who called on whom, and who returned the call and who let the call lapse without returning it. It was maintained through the guest lists of dinner parties, through who was included in a neighbourhood social circle and who was quietly excluded from it. A woman who had been seen in the wrong company might find that her Tuesday afternoon calls were no longer answered. A woman linked by rumour to any kind of impropriety might discover that the dinner invitations simply stopped. There was no appeal process because there was no formal court. The judgment was simply enacted through the accumulated small decisions of a community, and it was highly effective. This asymmetry ran through the divorce law, where a wife's adultery dissolved the marriage automatically, while a husband's required additional evidence of harm before a wife could seek relief. It ran through child custody decisions, where a mother found guilty of adultery lost her children regardless of her character in every other respect, regardless of her love for them, and regardless of what had driven her marriage to collapse. It ran through employment, where a woman dismissed under any suggestion of moral impropriety had very limited options for rebuilding, because the references that employment required came from the same social world that had just closed its doors. And in the 1860s, this asymmetry was written into statute law in a form that would provoke one of the Victorian era's most sustained and significant campaigns of organised resistance. The Contagious Diseases Acts were passed in 1864 and extended in 1866 and 1869. The government explained that they were designed to address the spread of venereal disease in towns, where large concentrations of soldiers and naval personnel were stationed. Venereal disease, particularly syphilis, was a serious medical problem in garrison and port towns, and reducing its prevalence would improve military readiness and general public health. The mechanism chosen was the following. In specified areas, a police officer who had grounds to suspect that a woman was practicing prostitution could have her brought before a magistrate. If the magistrate agreed, she could be required to register with the authorities and to submit to periodic medical examination by a physician. If she refused the examination, she could be imprisoned for up to 3 months. The Acts contained no equivalent provisions for men. A man who had contracted or transmitted venereal disease was not required to register. He was not required to submit to any examination. He was not required to do anything at all. The law targeted the bodies of women exclusively and left the behaviour of men untouched. It also provided no reliable mechanism by which a woman who had not engaged in prostitution could establish that fact to the satisfaction of the authorities. A woman who walked alone at night, who lived in a neighbourhood associated with prostitution, who knew the wrong people, or who simply struck a constable as morally suspect could be subjected to the process without any formal accusation beyond the officer's suspicion. The medical examinations were conducted by male physicians. Women who objected were overruled. Women who were found not to be engaged in prostitution were released. They were not otherwise compensated. Much of respectable public opinion initially either supported the Acts on public health grounds, or simply did not think about them with any urgency. The women most directly affected were poor, politically voiceless, and not the kind of constituency that moved Parliament to immediate action. A few reformers objected in print and in private correspondence. Josephine Butler was not a person who confined herself to private objection. She was 40 years old in 1869, and she was, by any visible measure, a thoroughly respectable woman. Her husband was a Church of England clergyman and educator. She was a mother. She was deeply and sincerely religious in a way that shaped everything she did. She was also a person of clear-eyed practical intelligence, who had looked at the Contagious Diseases Acts and arrived at a conclusion she could not dismiss. The Acts were not about public health in any symmetrical sense. They were about controlling the bodies of poor women while protecting the freedom of the men who paid for access to those women. The public health framing was being applied selectively and in a direction that the legislature found convenient. Butler helped found the Ladies' National Association in 1869 and became its most public and most tireless voice. The association's founding document argued that the Contagious Diseases Acts were fundamentally unjust, that they treated women as instruments to be regulated rather than as persons to be protected, and that the sexual double standard they encoded in law was a moral failure as well as a legal one. The campaign was considered deeply improper by observers on several grounds, and the impropriety was not simply a matter of disrupting an inconvenient piece of legislation. The objection was that a respectable woman was speaking in public about venereal disease, about police examination of women's bodies, and about the commercial exchange of sex, which were subjects a respectable woman was supposed to have no knowledge of whatsoever. That Josephine Butler knew these things, had researched them with care, and was prepared to discuss them at public meetings before audiences of mixed company was the first scandal. That she was evidently right about most of it was another. She travelled to speak at meetings where the audience was sometimes hostile and expressed hostility with thrown objects. She continued. She lobbied members of Parliament individually, persistently, and with enough detailed knowledge of the Acts to be difficult to dismiss. She wrote pamphlets and essays and letters to newspapers. She corresponded with reformers across Europe, helping build an international campaign against state regulation of prostitution that extended well beyond Britain's garrison towns. Throughout all of this, she insisted on something that was not universally shared even among reformers. She insisted that the women subject to the Acts were not problems to be managed, or souls to be rescued, but persons possessing the same legal rights and the same human dignity as anyone else. This was a more radical position than it might initially sound. Even many people who opposed the Acts on libertarian grounds talked about the women involved in ways that treated them as passive objects of a bad policy, rather than as subjects with their own perspectives, their own rationality, and their own capacity to articulate what had been done to them. Butler spoke with the women affected. She listened to what they told her. She brought their testimony into her campaign, and she attributed it to them rather than absorbing it into her own narrative. and this made the campaign both more accurate and more difficult to dismiss. The acts were suspended in 1883 and formally repealed in 1886. 17 years after the Ladies' National Association was founded, the law was gone. The repeal did not end poverty, and it did not end the economic conditions that made sex work a rational response to desperation for some women. What it ended was a specific law that had written injustice into statute, and it demonstrated something that would matter greatly in the decades that followed. Women, organised and persistent and unwilling to accept the argument that their subject was too indelicate for public discussion, could change a law that Parliament had been confident would stand. If you had been a bright girl in England in the 1850s, and if you had understood at an early age that your mind worked well and preferred to be used, the shape of your future would have been decided for you before you had much say in the matter. You would receive some education, certainly. Reading and writing were understood to be necessary even for women. If your family was comfortably placed, you would add French, and possibly Italian, piano, watercolour painting, and enough plain needlework to demonstrate that your hands had not been idle. These accomplishments served a specific purpose, which was to make you a more attractive candidate for marriage. They were understood to ornament you rather than to equip you, and that distinction mattered enormously in practice. An ornament does not need to function. It needs to be pleasing. The universities were not available to you. Oxford and Cambridge had been producing clergymen, lawyers, physicians and politicians for several centuries without the complication of female students, and the arrangement suited the existing students and faculty well enough that there was limited enthusiasm for changing it. Women could not sit university examinations. They could not receive degrees. They could not access the libraries, the scientific equipment, or the lecture series that would have given them the foundations for professional careers. University officials who were asked about this generally explained that the institutions simply were not equipped to accommodate women, which was true in the sense that they had arranged themselves not to be. When Emily Davies founded Girton College in 1869 near Cambridge, she was building what the university refused to provide. Girton was not designed to offer a lighter or more decorative version of Cambridge's curriculum. Davies was explicit about this. The women who came to Girton would sit the same examinations as the male students, study the same subjects under the same conditions, and be measured by the same standards. This was a deliberate and somewhat confrontational choice. Some reformers believed women should have their own distinct educational style. Davies believed women should be given access to the existing one, and allowed to prove what they could do with it. The women who studied at Girton and at Newnham, which Anne Jemima Clough established in 1871, worked with a discipline that their circumstances made both necessary and habitual. They attended lectures where they were permitted to attend, which was not always the same lectures the male students attended. Some university professors welcomed them, others were less enthusiastic and made that lack of enthusiasm known through their lecture scheduling and their examination feedback. The women arranged access to additional instruction through professors who were willing to supervise them privately when formal access was denied. They sat examinations. They performed, with striking regularity, extremely well, and some of their results would have placed them at the very top of the official rankings if the official rankings had included them. Cambridge did not award them degrees. Their results were noted in a separate document, recognised informally and significant practically, but carrying none of the formal weight of the credential that the same performance produced for male students. The women who achieved these results went on to teach in schools, to establish educational institutions of their own, to pursue other avenues through which they could use the knowledge they had acquired. They could not, for the time being, attach Cambridge's name to it in any formal sense. Cambridge would continue this policy until 1948, by which point women had been practicing the professions the university had educated men for across several generations of accumulated accomplishment. The medical profession defended its territory with particular thoroughness. Elizabeth Garrett Anderson was 27 years old when she decided to become a physician. The year was 1860, and the decision required her to spend most of the following decade finding routes around obstacles that were being constructed or reinforced specifically as she approached them. She attended lectures at the Middlesex Hospital until the male students formally petitioned to have her excluded, arguing that her presence was disruptive to the educational environment. She studied privately with physicians who were willing to teach her when institutions were not. She discovered that the Society of Apothecaries had not specifically excluded women from its licensing examination, sat the examination in 1865 and passed it, obtaining the legal qualification to practice medicine in Britain. The Society of Apothecaries moved quickly to close the opening she had used, amending its regulations to prevent women from attempting the same route again. Dr. Garrett Anderson studied in Paris, where the medical faculty admitted women, and obtained her medical degree from the University of Paris in 1870. She founded the New Hospital for Women in London in 1872, staffed entirely by women physicians and serving women, patients who preferred to be treated by women physicians, which turned out to be a considerable number. She was eventually awarded her British Doctor of Medicine qualification and became the first woman to appear on the British Medical Register. For some years, she was the only one. Sophia Jex Blake arrived at the problem through a different route and encountered obstruction of a different character. She led a group of women in applying to study medicine at the University of Edinburgh in 1869. The university admitted them, then reversed that decision under pressure from male students and members of faculty who objected to women entering a professional space they considered their own. The women who had already enrolled continued to attend lectures they were permitted to enter, and encountered organised resistance that ranged from hostile crowd behaviour outside lecture halls to a specific incident in which a sheep was introduced ahead of them into a lecture room by protesters who appeared to believe this constituted a pointed satirical comment. The sheep's own views on the matter were not recorded. Jex Blake took the university to court over its reversal and lost. She went back to campaigning, and the sustained effort she and others maintained contributed to the Medical Act of 1876, which required all British medical licensing bodies to accept qualified female applicants. It has taken approximately 7 years of patient-grinding, legally precise effort, much of it conducted in the face of institutional resistance that would have been considered extraordinary if applied to any other group. Political exclusion from parliamentary suffrage ran through all of this as a kind of foundational condition. Women could not vote in parliamentary elections. They could not stand for election to Parliament. They could not serve on juries. In the formal machinery of national government, they were simply not counted among the citizenry, whose interests and views the system was designed to represent. Various justifications were offered for this. Women's proper influence was domestic and indirect. Women's moral elevation placed them above the rough partisanship of politics. Most women did not wish to vote, which became a progressively less sustainable argument as more women signed petitions specifically requesting the opportunity to do exactly that. The most revealing feature of political exclusion was what it permitted. Laws governing women's property, their marriages, their access to education, their working conditions, and the physical examination of their bodies were being made by a legislature that contained no women and that was accountable to no female electorate. Those laws could be, and often were, made against women's clearly expressed preferences without any formal mechanism by which women could remove the legislators responsible. Empire wove another thread through all of this. Britain's colonial project carried its own ideologies about race, civilization and gender, and they met the domestic ideology of respectable femininity in ways that were sometimes explicit and sometimes simply assumed. The properly domestic English woman was simultaneously a symbol of the civilization that Empire claimed to be spreading, and a figure whose own freedoms were rather more constrained than Empire's civilizing rhetoric usually acknowledged. Missionaries who travelled to India and Africa to promote Christian domestic values among colonized peoples were sometimes women themselves, operating in precisely the kind of independent public and professional capacity that the domestic ideology at home said women were constitutionally unsuited for. The contradiction was not invisible to the women involved, and some of them eventually used it as an argument in the broader campaign for women's rights. If respectable English women could organise missions, manage schools, and navigate complex administrative environments in the colonies. The case that they were by nature unsuited to doing equivalent things at home was going to need considerably more evidence than it had so far produced. Class also shaped the educational exclusion in ways the middle-class reformers sometimes underestimated. The women who campaigned for university access were largely from educated families who could already imagine a university education as something to want. Working-class women's access to any formal education remained limited throughout the period, and the expansion of elementary schooling under the Education Act of 1870 was as much about producing a workforce as it was about developing minds. But working-class women educated themselves wherever they could find the material, through mechanics institutes, lending libraries, evening classes, and the same relentless determination that seems to have characterised the era's reforming women across every social position they occupied. The drawing room curtains are still amber, but from where you're sitting now, the room looks considerably smaller than it did when we began. You have spent this hour watching doors close. The fire has burned lower now, comfortable embers rather than a full blaze, and this is the right moment to watch some of those doors begin to open. The women who pushed back against the Victorian system of control were not a single movement with a single perspective. They came from different classes, different religious traditions and different starting points. They disagreed with one another, sometimes publicly and with considerable heat, about strategy, priorities, and what counted as genuine progress. Some believed the parliamentary vote was the master priority, without which nothing else was achievable. Some were focused entirely on property law reform. Some wanted the professions opened. Some were committed above all to the repeal of the Contagious Diseases Acts. A significant number wanted all of these things at once, and they pursued them simultaneously, with the organisational efficiency of people who had spent years managing complicated domestic systems without formal recognition or institutional support. Harriet Taylor Mill had been thinking and writing about women's rights since the 1840s. She was a philosopher of genuine originality and considerable analytical force. A great deal of her work appeared in print under circumstances that required her to share or cede public authorship, because she was operating within a literary and intellectual culture that did not easily publish serious philosophical argument under women's names, and because her long and complex collaboration with John Stuart Mill made the authorship of specific ideas genuinely difficult to disentangle. Her essay, The Enfranchisement of Women, was published in 1851 in the Westminster Review, and it argued with systematic clarity that women's exclusion from public and professional life was not a natural state of affairs. It was an artifact of power, maintained by those who benefited from it, and justified by arguments that depended on the continued exclusion to sustain themselves. Women were said to be unsuited to public life because they had not been permitted to develop the capacities that public life required. The reasoning was circular, the essay pointed out, and the circularity was not accidental. When John Stuart Mill published The Subjection of Women in 1869, he acknowledged Taylor Mill's profound influence on its central arguments. The book was controversial in predictable directions and influential in broader ones. It introduced a coherent, philosophically rigorous case for women's equality into the mainstream of Victorian intellectual debate, written by a man whose other intellectual credentials made him difficult to dismiss as a crank or an eccentric. Philosophical argument can be ignored indefinitely. Philosophical argument made by one of the country's most respected thinkers in a published and widely reviewed book requires rather more effort to set aside. Caroline Norton, whose campaigns you have followed through the property and custody laws of earlier decades, never used the word feminist to describe herself. The term was not in circulation in its modern form during her most productive years, and she tended to frame her work in practical rather than ideological terms. She was a woman who had been badly treated by a law that was incorrectly constructed, and she had set about correcting it through every means available to her. Her campaigns produced legal precedents. They built lines of argument that later reformers used directly, and built upon further. She regarded herself as a practical reformer, and the record of what she changed confirms that she was an effective one. Millicent Garrett Fawcett was Josephine Butler's contemporary and, in the longer accounting, one of the most consequential figures of the entire suffrage campaign. Where Butler had been passionate and confrontational about the Contagious Diseases Acts, Fawcett was steady and methodical about the franchise. Where others were inclined toward the dramatic gesture, she was inclined toward the committee meeting, the precisely drafted petition, and the careful cultivation of parliamentary allies. She led the National Union of Women's Suffrage Societies from 1897 and held it firmly to constitutional methods throughout the heated decades that followed. Petition, public argument, lobbying, sustained institutional pressure applied with the patience of someone who believed entirely that the goal was worth the wait. She was the younger sister of Elizabeth Garrett Anderson, which means that the Anderson family had, between two daughters, produced the first woman on the British Medical Register and the leader of the constitutional suffrage movement, and was quite clearly operating at a productive level that most families can only admire from a distance. Fawcett understood the vote as an instrument. If women could vote, they could elect representatives who would change the property laws, the divorce laws, the medical laws, and the educational laws. The parliamentary franchise was not the entirety of what women needed, but the mechanism that could reach everything else. She spent decades explaining this to people who found it inconvenient, and she explained it with the consistent patience of someone who knew that consistency was the thing. The first petition to Parliament formally requesting women's right to vote in parliamentary elections was presented in 1866. It was signed by nearly 1,500 women and was presented to the House of Commons by John Stuart Mill. The debate that followed was inconclusive, as debates on this subject would continue to be for the next half-century. But the petition was submitted. The argument was formally entered into the parliamentary record. The process was underway, and it would not be entirely stopped. In the years between that first petition and the eventual franchise, women found other routes. The higher education institutions multiplied. Bedford College and Queen's College in London had been offering women serious academic instruction since the late 1840s. Girton and Newnham had established the principle that women could produce rigorous academic work under examination conditions. More women entered teaching, journalism, nursing, and social reform work as the decades progressed. The women's press expanded. Writers and journalists, including Frances Power Cobb and Eliza Lynn Linton, who disagreed vigorously with each other on nearly every question related to women's position, both contributed to a public culture in which women's lives, women's rights, and women's capacities were subjects of sustained and serious discussion. Working-class women organised in ways that middle-class reformers did not always anticipate. The Match Girls' strike of 1888, in which the women workers at a match factory in East London walked out over working conditions, and the phosphorus hazard that was destroying their colleagues' health, was organised almost entirely by the women themselves, with some assistance from the social reformer and journalist Annie Besant, who had written about their conditions in a radical newspaper. The strike lasted 2 weeks. The workers won significant concessions from the factory owners, including improved wages, better working conditions, and the abolition of a punitive fine system that had been docking workers' pay in ways they found impossible to challenge. It also helped spark the new unionism movement that organised unskilled workers across multiple industries throughout the following years. The Women's Cooperative Guild, founded in 1883, provided working-class women with a formal organisational structure for addressing issues of health, housing, maternity welfare, divorce law reform, and eventually parliamentary suffrage. The Guild's members were not the educated middle-class women of the suffrage societies. They were women who had worked in shops and factories and laundries. They brought to their organising a detailed and unsentimental understanding of economic vulnerability that came from living inside it rather than studying it, and that understanding shaped their campaigns with considerable effect. By the time the Victorian era formally concluded in 1901, the legal landscape for women in England had shifted considerably from what it had been in 1837 when Victoria came to the throne. The Married Women's Property Acts had dismantled coverture's most restrictive provisions. Custody law had been reformed through Caroline Norton's campaigns and the legislation that followed. The Contagious Diseases Acts had been repealed through Josephine Butler's sustained and unglamorous effort. Women could vote in local government elections and serve on school boards. The medical profession had been formally opened through Elizabeth Garrett Anderson's persistence and Sophia Jex Blake's equally resolute campaigning. The higher education institutions were producing women who had sat rigorous examinations and demonstrated exactly the intellectual capacity that the era's medical theory had claimed they lacked. The parliamentary vote was still withheld. That would not come until 1918, when women over 30 who met a property qualification were given the franchise under the Representation of the People Act. Equal terms with men followed in 1928 under the Equal Franchise Act. The full story extended well past the Victorian drawing room, and it included chapters considerably louder and more turbulent than anything in this quiet hour. But the roots of that story go deep into Victorian soil, into the conduct books and the coverture laws and the medical journals and the factory reports, and into the long patient work of the women who read all of it and decided to write different conclusions. This is a good place to let the fire die all the way down. The amber curtains are still there, if you want to hold that image as you drift. The embers in the grate have settled to something warm and undemanding, giving off more glow than heat. The fog outside has softened the gas lamp on the street corner into something almost gentle. The small china dog on the mantelpiece has finally, after 150 years of vigilant suspicion, relaxed its expression. Somewhere behind the door that was locked from the outside, women were writing letters by candlelight, signing their names to petitions, walking into lecture halls where no woman had walked before, arguing with physicians who told them their ambitions were dangerous to their health, and organising in church halls and cooperative rooms and the backs of quiet bookshops. They were doing it with patience that was not the same thing as resignation. They were doing it with the knowledge that the work would outlast their own particular lifetimes, and they did it anyway with considerable steadiness and the occasional very dry remark, "Sleep well, history dreamers. If this story has given you something to carry gently into tomorrow, carry it. The door is open now, and the people who opened it deserve to be remembered. Good night." Picture a winter evening in Scotland in the year 1879, when iron bridges were still a new kind of miracle and a genuine test of human nerve. Tonight you will cross the cold waters of the Firth of Tay and walk through the rise and the fall of a bridge once celebrated as the longest in the world. Let the slow roll of the tide and the steady rhythm of the rails carry you gently towards sleep. Settle in, my tired potatoes and tired friends. Let your shoulders drop a little further into the mattress. Tonight we are going to Scotland. Not the Scotland of bagpipes on postcards or shortbread tins. This is a working Scotland, smoking and clattering and ambitious, the Scotland of the 1870s. We are going to the city of Dundee, perched on the northern bank of a wide silver river called the Tay, where the air smelled of jute and salt water, and the chimneys never seemed to stop breathing smoke into the sky. You can let that image settle for a moment. Dundee at this time was a city built almost entirely around one strange and humble plant. Jute, a coarse fibre shipped in from Bengal, was spun and woven here into sacking and carpet backing and rope, and the city had grown fat and fast on it. Mills lined the streets with names like Camperdown and Bell Mill, their windows glowing gold in the early dark of a Scottish winter afternoon. Thousands of workers, many of them women and young girls, walked those streets each morning before the sun had properly climbed over the hills, their shawls pulled tight against a wind that came straight off the North Sea with nothing to slow it down. If you had stood on the waterfront in those years, you would have heard the docks before you saw them. The clank of chains, the low groan of timber ships easing against stone quays, gulls arguing over fish scraps, and underneath it all, a hum that never quite stopped, the hum of a city that had decided somewhere in its bones that it was going to matter. Locals of the period had a small saying about their city. repeated often enough to become something close to civic identity. Dundee, people like to say, was built on three things: jute, jam, and journalism. The jute you already know about, filling the mills and the harbour with both fortune and fibre dust. The journalism referred to the city's busy newspaper trade, printing presses clattering away with much the same restless energy as the looms a few streets over. And the jam, somewhat unexpectedly, referred to marmalade, a thick orange preserve that a local grocer's family was said to have first bottled commercially generations earlier, after a shipment of bitter Seville oranges arrived at the docks with nowhere better to go. By the 1870s, tins of Dundee marmalade were being shipped out across the British Empire, a small sweet export riding alongside the much larger and far less sweet business of woven sacking. You might find it amusing, lying here in the dark, to imagine a city that managed to become internationally known for rope and breakfast preserves in more or less equal measure. It is the kind of detail that does not fit neatly into the grander, more serious chapters of engineering history that this story is mostly concerned with, and yet it tells you something true and warm about the place itself. Dundee was practical. Dundee was resourceful. Dundee took whatever raw material happened to wash up on its shore, whether fibre or fruit, and found a way to turn it into something the rest of the world wanted to buy. But for all its cleverness with looms and oranges, Dundee had a problem, and the problem was the river itself. The Firth of Tay is not a small river. It widens out from the town of Perth until it becomes something closer to a sea loch, a great open mouth of water nearly 2 miles across at its broadest point near Dundee, stretching out toward the German Ocean, which you would know today as the North Sea. For centuries this width had been a blessing for shipping and a curse for travel. To reach Edinburgh, the great commercial heart to the south, a traveller from Dundee had two choices, both of them slow. You could take a ferry across the Firth itself, weather permitting, which in a Scottish winter was a fairly large permission to ask for. Or you could go the long way round by land, adding hours to a journey that a bird could finish in minutes. Merchants hated it, mill owners hated it. Anyone trying to move goods or people between Dundee and the south found themselves at the mercy of tides, fog, and the patience of ferrymen who were not always in a hurry. By the middle of the 1800s, railways were spreading across Britain like ivy across an old wall, and Dundee wanted in on the network properly. Not a railway that stopped at the water's edge and made you climb onto a boat. A railway that simply kept going, straight across the river, straight into the heart of the city, without pause and without permission from the tide. It's worth resting here for a moment, in the warmth of your blankets, and thinking about how strange that idea would have sounded only a generation earlier. A bridge across the Tay at Dundee would need to be enormous. 2 miles of open water is not a gap you simply hop over with a few stone arches, the way the Romans might have managed on a tidy little river in Italy. This was tidal water, deep in places, shallow and shifting in others, prone to sudden squalls that could turn a calm afternoon into something far less friendly within the space of an hour. And yet the idea would not go away. Engineers of the Victorian age had a particular fondness for problems that sounded slightly impossible. Iron was getting cheaper. Steam power was getting stronger. The railway companies had money and pride and a genuine hunger to be first. Somewhere in the planning rooms of the North British Railway, men with ink-stained fingers began sketching lines across maps of the Tay, trying to imagine where solid ground might be found beneath all that moving water. You might enjoy knowing that surveys of a riverbed are not glamorous work. Picture small boats bobbing on choppy water, men leaning over the side with weighted lines, lowering them down again and again to feel for rock, for sand, for the soft, treacherous silt that the Tay was famous for hiding beneath its surface. It was slow, cold, unglamorous labour, the kind that rarely gets remembered, though without it nothing that came later would have been possible at all. I want you to imagine, just for a moment, standing on the Dundee shore on a quiet evening before any of this had begun. The tide is out, leaving wide flats of wet sand catching the last orange light. Fishing boats rest at odd angles, waiting for the water to lift them again. Across the firth, the hills of Fife sit low and blue in the distance, close enough to see clearly, far enough to feel like another country entirely. It is the kind of view that makes a gap feel both small and impossibly large at the same time, depending on whether you're looking at it with your eyes or trying to measure it with a tape and a notebook. That gap, small to the eye and enormous to the engineer, is where our story lives. In the next part of our journey together, we will meet the man who decided he could close that gap with iron and ambition. His name was Thomas Bouch, a railway engineer whose name would one day be spoken with admiration, and then, not long after, with something far more complicated. For now, though, let yourself simply sit with Dundee as it was. A city of smoke and looms and tired, capable hands. A city facing a river it could not yet cross without asking the tide for permission. Feel your own breathing slow to match the rhythm of that distant water. Long, unhurried, patient. The story is in no rush tonight, and neither are you. There is a particular kind of person who looks at a wide stretch of difficult water and feels not dread but a sort of pleasant itch. Thomas Bouch was that kind of person. By the 1860s, Bouch had already built something of a reputation as a railway engineer who specialised in doing more with less. He was not from a wealthy family, and he had not trained at the most fashionable institutions of his day. What he had instead was a talent for designing lighter, cheaper railway structures than his contemporaries, viaducts and bridges that used less iron and less stone than the engineering establishment thought wise, yet still managed to carry trains across difficult ground without falling down. You could think of him as a man who liked elegant shortcuts, where other engineers might throw heavy stone and thick iron at a problem until it surrendered. Bouch preferred a defter touch, tall, slender piers, economical use of materials, designs that looked almost delicate next to the heavier structures favoured elsewhere. For smaller crossings, this approach had served him well for years, earning him steady work across the north of England and Scotland. The Tay was a different kind of challenge entirely, and Bouch knew it. This would not be a modest viaduct over a stream. This would be, if it succeeded, the longest railway bridge in the world, stretching nearly 2 miles from the Wormit Shore on the southern side to the heart of Dundee on the north. Such a project would not just solve a transport problem, it would make a name. It would put Dundee and the engineer behind it into newspapers far beyond Scotland. Picture Bouch at his drafting table in the early stages of the project, lit by gas lamp, papers covered in careful pencil lines, measuring distances that most engineers of earlier decades would have considered simply too far to bridge. He was not a young man by the time serious work began, his hair already silvering, his health already showing the first quiet signs of strain that long careers in demanding professions tend to bring. Yet by all accounts he approached the Tay project with real enthusiasm, the kind of enthusiasm that comes from finally being handed the one problem big enough to match your ambition. His original plan, submitted in the early 1870s, called for a bridge resting on a great many piers, built mostly from brick and stone, rising from the riverbed in a long unbroken procession across the firth. It was a cautious design in its bones, heavy and conventional in the places where conventional made sense, while still aiming for the record-breaking total length the project demanded. But rivers, as any fisherman will tell you with a knowing shrug, rarely cooperate fully with a plan drawn up in a warm office. As survey work continued and test borings were sunk further into the riverbed, the engineers discovered something the early plans had not fully accounted for. In places, particularly toward the centre of the firth where the main shipping channel ran, the solid rock they had hoped to build upon lay much deeper than expected, buried under layer upon layer of soft silt and sand. You can imagine the quiet frustration of men who had already done months of careful calculation, now staring at new soundings that suggested the ground beneath the most important section of their bridge was nowhere near as firm as they had assumed. This single discovery would end up reshaping the entire project, though nobody standing on the riverbank at the time could have guessed just how much weight that change would eventually carry. Heavy masonry piers, the kind that anchor a bridge with sheer stubborn mass, need solid ground to stand on. Soft silt simply will not hold that kind of weight reliably, not without enormously deep and expensive foundations driven far below the riverbed. Faced with this problem, Bausch made a decision that seemed, at the time, like clever and practical engineering. Rather than fight the soft ground with ever more expensive foundations, he would lighten the load instead. The new plan called for fewer piers, taller and spaced further apart. They would be built from a more careful combination of brick, masonry and increasingly iron, designed to spread their weight differently and demand less of the troublesome silt below. It is worth pausing here, in the gentle dark of your own bedroom, to think about what that kind of mid-project redesign actually feels like for the people doing it. There is no dramatic music in real engineering offices. There are stacks of revised drawings. There are long evenings recalculating loads that had already been calculated once. There are quiet conversations with contractors about whether the new plan can still be built within budget and within the timeline already promised to railway shareholders who were, as shareholders tend to be, watching the costs rather closely. Bausch pressed forward. Iron, particularly cast iron for the columns and wrought iron for much of the superstructure, became an increasingly central material in the revised design. Iron was lighter than masonry for the same strength in many applications. It could be manufactured in standardized pieces at foundries and then transported to the site for assembly, and it allowed for the kind of tall, slender, almost graceful piers that Bausch had always favoured in his smaller projects. Now he would simply be applying that same philosophy at a scale nobody had quite attempted before. There was, in this period, a genuine sense of optimism among those involved with the bridge. Newspapers of the day described the project with a kind of proud astonishment, the sort of coverage reserved for achievements that seemed to push the boundaries of what human beings could reasonably accomplish with iron, brick, and ambition. The North British Railway, which stood to gain enormously from a direct rail link into Dundee, backed the project with real financial commitment. Local merchants who had spent years cursing the ferry crossing watched the early piers begin to rise from the water with something close to relief. You might enjoy imagining the construction site itself during these early years, because it would have been an extraordinary thing to witness from a small boat on the Firth. Scaffolding rising out of the water like strange iron forests, cranes lifting sections of pier into place, swinging slowly against the grey Scottish sky. Workmen in heavy boots balanced on narrow platforms far above the water, going about tasks that would have seemed entirely ordinary to them, and entirely terrifying to almost anyone watching from shore. It was slow work and dangerous work, the kind that claimed lives along the way as major Victorian engineering projects so often did, though such losses were rarely given the weight in public memory that they perhaps deserved. The men who built the Tay Bridge were not abstractions or statistics. They were riveters and bricklayers and foundry workers, many of them local to Dundee or drawn from across Scotland and the north of England, by the promise of steady wages on a project that everyone could see, quite literally, rising before their eyes. By the middle years of construction, the shape of the bridge had become unmistakable along the Firth. A long, low approach of masonry piers stretched out from the southern shore near Warmit, gradually rising in height as the bridge reached the deeper water of the main shipping channel. There the tallest iron piers would eventually support what came to be known as the high girders, the section through which ships could pass safely beneath, while the railway itself ran at its greatest elevation above the water. Bausch, by most accounts, visited the works regularly, his confidence in the project rarely wavering in public, even as the engineering challenges multiplied. He had taken on the largest task of his career, redesigned it under pressure from difficult ground conditions, and was now watching it rise pier by pier toward what he and many others believed would be his crowning achievement. We will return soon to those iron piers and the high girders that crowned them, and to the particular details of how they were built, joined, and tested. For now, let the image rest gently in your mind. A bridge rising slowly from a wide Scottish river, built by an ambitious and capable man who had already changed his plans once to answer a problem the ground itself had presented to him, and who believed, with the confidence of his era, that iron and clever design could answer almost any problem at all. There is a comfort in watching something get built, even from a great distance of time. Tonight, let yourself drift down toward the Tay once more, toward the foundries and workshops that fed the bridge piece by piece, and toward a small detail of Victorian ironworking that has a strangely funny name attached to it, even though the story behind it is a little less amusing once you understand what it actually meant. Cast iron, as a material, has a personality of its own. It is wonderfully strong when you push it from above, when it is supporting weight straight down through its body the way a column supports a roof. But it is far less forgiving when it is pulled, twisted, or struck unevenly. That kind of stress comes from wind, from moving trains, from the constant small shifts of a structure standing in open water. Wrought iron, used elsewhere in the bridge for the lattice girders and bracing, behaves rather differently. It is more flexible, more tolerant of being bent and pulled, though still nothing like the steel that would soon come to dominate later bridges of this kind. The piers of the Tay Bridge relied on cast iron columns, several bolted together in clusters to form each pier, braced diagonally with iron ties to keep them rigid against the sideways push of wind and tide. At the top of each column, where it needed to connect to the bracing above, the foundry cast a small projecting piece of metal known in the trade as a lug. You could picture it as a kind of iron ear sticking out from the main body of the column, drilled through so that a bolt could pass through it and hold the bracing firmly in place. Here is where the funny-sounding part of the story arrives, though I promise to be gentle with you about where it leads. Casting iron is not a perfectly tidy process. Molten metal poured into a mould can trap small pockets of air or gas as it cools, leaving tiny holes or weaknesses hidden inside what looks, from the outside, like a perfectly solid casting. Foundry workers of the period were well aware of this problem. They had developed a kind of folk remedy for it, a paste made from a mixture that typically included beeswax and iron filings, along with other binding agents. It could be worked into a small flaw in a casting to disguise it, smoothing the surface so the imperfection would not be visible to an inspector's eye. Workers of the time had a nickname for this paste, and they called it Beaumont's egg, a phrase with a slightly mischievous ring to it considering what it was actually being used for. You can imagine a foreman with his sleeves rolled up, working a bit of this waxy mixture into a small pit in a freshly cast lug. He smooths it over with his thumb, perhaps whistling something tuneless while he works. He has no idea that he is contributing, in a small, unglamorous way, to a problem that will not announce itself for years. It is worth being fair to the men involved here, tucked warm in your blankets as you are. This kind of patching was not unique to the Tay Bridge, and it was not necessarily seen at the time as a scandalous shortcut. Foundry work across Britain involved a certain amount of this practical, hands-on problem-solving, and inspectors of the era did not always have the tools or the training to detect a well-hidden flaw beneath a skillfully applied layer of wax and iron filings. The standards of quality control we take for granted today, with their precise testing equipment and rigorous documentation, simply did not exist yet in the same form. Engineers were, in many ways, still inventing the rules as they went. Still, a flawed lug patched with wax is not the same thing as a sound lug cast cleanly through. Over months and years of exposure to wind, vibration, and the slow, patient stress of a bridge doing its work day after day, a hidden weakness does not improve with age. It waits. Let your attention drift now to the human side of all this iron and wax, because the construction of the Tay Bridge was, more than anything else, a story about people doing extraordinarily demanding physical work in a place that offered them very little comfort or protection. Imagine being a riveter on one of the high piers, far out over the open water, the wind pulling at your jacket even on what passed for a calm day in this part of Scotland. Your job is to heat iron rivets in a small portable forge until they glow, then pass them quickly to a partner who hammers them into place before they cool, securing one iron plate to another with a joint meant to last for generations. The work demands precision and speed in equal measure, performed on narrow platforms with a long drop to cold water below, in conditions that modern safety inspectors would simply refuse to allow. There was no safety harness culture in the 1870s in the way we understand it now. There were no hard hats, no standardised safety briefings, no insurance regulations dictating exactly how high a man could work without additional protection. There was simply the job, the wage at the end of the week, and a quiet, practical trust that experienced hands knew how to manage the risk well enough to come home each evening. Many of the workers lodged locally, in Dundee or in the small village of Wormit on the southern shore, which grew up almost entirely around the construction project and the workers it brought to the area. You might enjoy picturing Wormit during these years, a cluster of modest cottages and lodging houses, smoke rising from chimneys in the evening as tired men returned from a day on the piers, the smell of coal fires and damp wool clothing drying by the hearth. It would have been a community defined entirely by its relationship to the bridge rising just beyond its windows. Every conversation in the local public house touched, sooner or later, on how the work was progressing, which pier had reached its final height, and which section of girder had arrived by barge that week. There was, by most local accounts, a particular fondness among the Yermit workmen for reminding anyone who would listen that they were building the longest bridge in the entire world. It was a claim repeated so often and with such cheerful insistence that visiting travellers occasionally found themselves measured up and down by a proud local before they had even finished ordering their drink. You can imagine the gentle, good-natured boasting that must have filled that small public house on a cold evening, men comparing the bridge favourably against every other crossing they had heard rumour of, from the grand viaducts of England to whatever half-remembered wonders a well-travelled sailor might claim to have seen on the other side of the world. It was, in its own modest way, a village quietly proud of being witness to something genuinely unprecedented, even if most of its residents would never see the finished structure from any vantage point grander than their own front step. Materials for the bridge came from various sources around Britain, fabricated at foundries and ironworks before being transported to the site, often by barge directly to the piers where they would be lifted into place by crane. This was, in its own quiet way, an early example of standardised off-site manufacturing, the kind that would later become common in major construction projects. Components were built to specification elsewhere and assembled on site, like an enormous, slow, three-dimensional puzzle stretched across 2 miles of tidal water. As the bridge grew taller through the middle years of construction, the high girders began to take their final shape over the main navigation channel, the section of the bridge tall enough to allow shipping to pass safely beneath while trains crossed at their greatest height above the water. This was, in many ways, the architectural heart of the entire structure, the section that would carry trains across the most exposed and dangerous stretch of open water on the entire crossing, fully visible to wind sweeping in off the North Sea, with nothing at all to slow it down before it struck the bridge directly. I want you to picture, just for a moment, what it might have felt like to stand at the very top of one of those high girder piers on a blustery afternoon. A barge approaches far below with the next section of iron lattice work. Gulls wheel overhead, and the whole structure hums faintly with wind moving through its open iron framework. There is something genuinely beautiful in that image, and something quietly unsettling too. The sense of a delicate iron skeleton standing alone against a very large and very unpredictable sky. Let that image rest with you for now, soft and a little eerie, the way a half-remembered dream sometimes settles in the mind just before sleep. In our next chapter together, we will watch the bridge near completion, follow it toward its grand opening, and meet some of the early, quiet signs that not everyone watching the bridge sway gently in the wind felt entirely at ease. For now, simply breathe and let the wind in this story stay distant, somewhere out over the water, far from where you're resting. By the spring of 1878, after roughly 6 years of construction, the Tay Bridge finally stood complete, stretching the full 2 miles from Wormit to Dundee. It was a continuous procession of iron and masonry striding across open water in a way that no railway bridge anywhere in the world had managed before. You can imagine the relief that swept through Dundee when the final sections locked into place. Years of waiting, years of watching iron piers rise slowly from the water, years of careful budgeting and occasional setbacks, all of it culminating in a single unbroken line stretching from one shore to the other. The bridge carried a single track for most of its length, widening to double track in certain sections, 85 spans in total. The tallest of the high girders rose more than 80 feet above the water at high tide, tall enough for the largest ships of the day to pass safely beneath while a train rattled along far above. The first trains crossed in the early summer of that year, and the public response by most accounts bordered on genuine wonder. Newspapers across Britain ran detailed descriptions of the crossing, praising both the engineering achievement and the experience itself. The sensation of being carried by train across 2 miles of open water with nothing beneath you but iron latticework and a very long drop to the firth below. You might enjoy imagining your own first crossing had you lived in Dundee at the time. Picture stepping onto the train at the northern station, finding a seat by the window, feeling the small lurch as the locomotive began to move. For the first stretch, the journey would feel ordinary enough, solid ground still visible beneath the approach spans. Then, gradually, the water would close in around you on both sides. The shoreline would fall away until you were suspended entirely over open firth. The wind would stay audible even through the carriage windows, with gulls drifting level with your eyes outside the glass. For most passengers, it would have been an experience unlike anything they had known before, equal parts thrilling and faintly unnerving. It is the kind of sensation you might feel in your own chest even now, lying here, simply imagining it. The bridge quickly became something of a local point of pride and a tourist attraction in its own right. Visitors travelled specifically to ride across it, to stand on the shore and watch trains cross in the distance, tiny against the great span of iron stretching across the water. Postcards were printed showing the bridge from various angles. Local guidebooks described it in the proud, slightly breathless language that Victorian writers reserved for achievements they considered to be genuinely historic. Recognition for Thomas Booch followed swiftly. In June of 1879, just over a year after the bridge opened, Queen Victoria herself travelled north and crossed the Tay Bridge by royal train, an event treated with enormous ceremony in Dundee and across Scotland more broadly. You can picture the scene easily enough. Crowds gathered along both shores, flags strung from buildings, the royal train moving slowly and deliberately across the high girders, while thousands watched from below, craning their necks toward the sky to catch a glimpse of the carriages passing so far above the water. I will admit, there is something gently funny about the word deliberately in that last sentence, because by most accounts the royal train crossed at an almost comically cautious pace, considerably slower than the ordinary passenger services that use the bridge every day without ceremony. Railway officials, understandably eager that nothing whatsoever should go wrong with a monarch aboard, had spent the preceding days inspecting every rivet and bolt they could reasonably reach, and on the day itself seemed determined to let the bridge prove its worth through sheer unhurried patience, rather than any display of speed. One imagines the Queen, accustomed to a fairly stately pace in most aspects of her public life, may not have even noticed the difference, while every railway official within earshot of the crossing held a private breath they were far too professional to let show on their faces. Shortly after this royal crossing, Thomas Booch received a knighthood, becoming Sir Thomas Bouch. It was the formal recognition of a career that had culminated, it seemed, in an achievement of genuine national significance. For a man who had built his reputation on smaller economical projects across the north of England and Scotland, This must have felt like the arrival of everything his earlier decades of careful, less glamorous work had been quietly building toward. It would be easy, lying here in the warmth of your own evening, to let the story rest comfortably in this moment of triumph. A knighthood, a royal crossing, newspapers full of praise, a bridge that had genuinely connected two communities long separated by difficult water, and for a little while that comfortable version of events was simply true. Dundee had its bridge, Sir Thomas Booch had his knighthood. The future, as far as anyone standing on the shore could see, looked settled and bright. But bridges, like people, sometimes carry small private signs of strain long before anything dramatic happens, and it is worth sitting with those quieter details for a moment before we move forward in our story. From fairly early in the bridge's operation, certain passengers and railway employees had noticed something about crossing the high girders during windy weather. The structure swayed, not dramatically, not in any way that most passengers would have considered alarming, but noticeably, a gentle lateral movement that some described feeling through the floor of the carriage, a faint rhythmic give that seemed to match the gusting of the wind outside. Engineers of the period generally regarded a certain amount of flexibility in a long iron structure as normal, even desirable, a way for the bridge to absorb stress rather than resist it rigidly and risk cracking under pressure instead. Still, there were workers along the line, men whose job it was to inspect the bridge regularly, who began noticing smaller, more specific problems as the month passed. Bolts that had worked themselves slightly loose, diagonal bracing ties that did not sit quite as snugly as they had when first installed, small details, easily explained individually, minor maintenance issues that any large iron structure exposed constantly to wind and weather might reasonably be expected to develop over time. You might wonder, resting here in the quiet of your own evening, whether anyone raised serious alarm about these signs. The honest answer is complicated, and not particularly satisfying as a piece of storytelling, though it is the truth, and the truth deserves its place here. Some maintenance was carried out. Loose bolts were tightened when found. The bridge continued to operate train after train, crossing after crossing, through the remainder of 1878 and on through the following year. No incident occurred serious enough to prompt the full structural review that might, in hindsight, have changed everything that followed. It is worth remembering as you drift further into this story that the engineering profession in the 1870s did not yet fully understand certain forces in the way later generations would. Wind loading, the calculated force that wind exerts against a tall structure, was a relatively young and imprecise area of study at the time, more art than rigorous science in many engineering offices. Bausch himself had based some of his calculations on advice received from respected figures in the scientific establishment of the day, figures who, like Bausch, did not yet have access to the detailed wind data and testing methods that later bridge builders would come to rely upon as standard practice. This is not an excuse exactly, but it is context. And context matters when we try to understand how a structure built with genuine skill and genuine care could nonetheless be carrying, somewhere within its iron frame, a vulnerability that nobody involved had fully recognised. So the bridge stood through that first full year of operation, swaying gently in the wind, carrying its daily traffic of passengers and goods across the Tay, while in workshops and offices nearby, the everyday business of running a working railway continued much as it always had. Tickets were sold, timetables were printed, engineers moved on to other projects, other problems, other bridges and viaducts waiting somewhere else on the growing British rail network. And the winter of 1879 crept steadily closer, bringing with it a particular kind of weather that the Firth of Tay, more than almost anywhere else in Britain, knew how to produce in its most violent and uncompromising form. Let yourself rest here for a moment, in this last quiet stretch of ordinary time, before we turn toward the night that would change everything. Feel the weight of your blankets, the stillness of the room around you. The bridge in our story is still standing, still carrying its passengers safely across the water, still admired by nearly everyone who crosses it. Hold on to that calm a little longer. We will need it. There is a particular quality to a Scottish storm building over open water, a feeling that the sky itself is gathering its breath before it speaks. On the morning of December the 28th, 1879, that breath was already gathering over the Tay, though the day began ordinarily enough, the way most days that later become historic tend to begin. It was a Sunday, the last Sunday of the old year, tucked into that quiet stretch of days between Christmas and Hogmanay, when Scottish households traditionally turned their attention toward the bigger celebrations still to come. Across Dundee, families moved through their usual Sabbath routines, church services in the morning, a hot dinner at midday, the slow, unhurried pace that Sundays were meant to have in this particular era and place. Smoke rose steadily from chimneys across the city. The mill stood quiet for once, the great looms resting after a week of constant motion. The wind, however, had other plans for the evening. Weather records from the period describe a deep area of low pressure moving in from the Atlantic, gathering strength as it crossed Scotland, funneling directly into the wide open mouth of the Firth of Tay in a way that the geography of the estuary seemed almost designed to make worse. You can picture it as a kind of natural amplifier, the Firth itself shaped like a long open throat, pointed straight toward the incoming weather, with nothing to break the wind's path before it struck the bridge standing exposed across the water. By late afternoon, residents along the waterfront had begun noticing the storm's particular character. This was not simply a blustery Scottish evening, the kind every local had weathered countless times before. Witnesses later described gusts strong enough to make walking difficult, strong enough to send loose slates clattering from rooftops, strong enough that several people chose to delay errands rather than face the wind directly. Ships in the harbour strained against their moorings. Awnings tore loose from shop fronts. The whole city seemed to lean very slightly southward, the way a person leans into a doorway when the wind outside has become genuinely unpleasant. Somewhere in the middle of all this, an ordinary train was making its way north from Edinburgh toward Dundee, carrying passengers home for the last days of the year. The train had originated in Edinburgh, crossed the Firth of Forth by ferry in the usual manner of the period, since no bridge yet existed there, and continued north by rail toward the town of Burntisland on the Fife coast. From Burntisland it proceeded onward, gathering passengers at various stops along the way, before reaching the southern end of the Tay Bridge at the village of Wormit, where it would begin the final 2-mile crossing into Dundee itself. You might find it worth pausing here to think about who, exactly, was aboard that train. Not statistics, not a faceless crowd, but individual people making an entirely ordinary journey on an entirely ordinary Sunday evening. There were passengers returning from holiday visits to family. There were railway employees travelling as part of their work. There was, by most accounts, a slightly larger number of travellers than usual for this particular service. The holiday season encouraging more people than normal to be moving between towns at this time of year. Best estimates place somewhere between 70 and 80 people aboard that evening, though the exact number has never been settled with complete certainty, partly because not every passenger's journey was fully documented in the chaos that would soon follow. The locomotive pulling the train that evening was a tank engine, a sturdy and reliable type commonly used on this section of line, with 6 passenger carriages coupled behind it. The driver was an experienced railwayman, well familiar with this particular crossing. He would have known the bridge intimately, its sounds, its slight characteristic sway in windy weather. The particular rhythm of crossing from the lower approach spans up toward the elevated high girders where ships passed beneath. As the train approached Wormit in the gathering dark, the storm had continued building in strength. This was not unusual weather for the region in late December, strong winter gales being a familiar feature of life along this stretch of Scottish coast. But several witnesses along the line later testified that this particular evening felt different, more violent, more sustained than the ordinary winter blow that residents had grown accustomed to weathering each year. At the southern signal box near Wormit, the signalman on duty that evening watched the train pass through. He exchanged the usual signals with his counterpart stationed at the northern end of the bridge in Dundee, part of a system designed to ensure that only one train occupied the bridge at any given time, since much of its length carried only a single track. This exchange of signals was routine, performed countless times daily without incident, a small quiet ritual of trust between two men stationed at opposite ends of 2 miles of iron and open water. The train began its crossing. I want you to picture this moment gently, without rushing toward what comes next. For the people aboard that train, this would simply have felt like crossing the bridge they had crossed many times before in weather that, while certainly rough, did not feel to them like the edge of catastrophe. Inside the carriages, passengers would have been settled into their seats. Some perhaps dozed against the rhythmic motion of the train. Others perhaps made quiet conversation about Hogmanay plans still to come, or simply stared out into the dark, watching what little could be seen of the storm-tossed water below through rain-streaked windows. Outside, the wind continued to build. Later analysis of the weather that night would estimate gusts reaching speeds well beyond anything the bridge's original design calculations had anticipated needing to withstand. Wind loading of a kind that Booch and his contemporaries, working with the more limited understanding of their era, had simply not built sufficient margin to absorb. The high girders, the very section of the bridge designed to let the largest ships pass safely beneath, stood more exposed to this wind than any other part of the structure, fully open to whatever the Firth chose to throw against them. At the northern end of the bridge, in the signal box at the Dundee side, a signalman named Thomas Barclay watched the darkness over the water. He was waiting for the familiar sight of the train's lights emerging from the gloom as it approached the high girders, the final and most exposed stretch, before reaching solid ground on the Dundee side. The wind howled steadily against the signal box windows. Out across the Firth, almost entirely hidden from view by darkness and driving rain, the train continued its crossing, carrying its ordinary cargo of ordinary lives homeward on an extraordinarily violent night. Let yourself breathe slowly here, in the safety of wherever you are resting tonight. The story is about to turn towards something difficult, and I will guide you through it gently, without lingering longer than the story requires. For now, simply hold this image. A train crossing a bridge in a storm, its lights small and steady against the vast dark water, its passengers unaware that they were approaching the final minutes of an entirely ordinary journey. I want to tell this next part slowly and gently, the way you might tell a difficult piece of family history to someone you cared about. There is nothing here that needs to frighten you. It happened a very long time ago, and what remains now is simply the quiet, respectful work of remembering. As the train moved out onto the high girders, the most exposed and elevated section of the entire bridge, Thomas Barclay watched from his signal box on the Dundee side, straining to see through rain and darkness, and the relentless push of wind against the glass. He could make out the train's lights in the distance, small points of warm yellow glow moving steadily through the black, exactly where they should have been at this stage of the crossing. Then, according to his own later account, he saw something he had never witnessed before in all his years watching this crossing. A bright shower of sparks visible even through the storm, flaring briefly against the darkness out over the water, roughly where the high girders stood, and then the lights of the train were simply gone, not dimmed, not flickering the way a lantern might in heavy wind. Gone, entirely and at once swallowed into the darkness over the Firth as though they had never been there. Barclay, understandably, did not immediately grasp what this meant. The wind that night was loud enough, and the rain heavy enough, that visibility across 2 miles of open water was already poor at the best of times. He attempted to send a signal further along the line, a routine check to confirm the train's progress, and received no response. He tried again. Still nothing. Whatever uneasy thoughts must have moved through his mind in these minutes, sitting alone in a small lit room while a Sunday evening storm howled outside, we can only imagine now from a distance of well over a century. What we know, from the careful work of later investigators, is this. Somewhere out on the high girders, in the full force of that storm, the bridge had given way beneath the weight of the train passing over it. The central section, along with the train still upon it, had fallen into the dark water of the Firth of Tay below. Let your breathing stay slow and even here. I am not going to dwell on the moments that followed for the passengers themselves, because that is not a place this story needs to take you tonight, and it is not a place that serves any gentle purpose in the telling. What matters for the shape of our story is what happened next, in the hours and days that followed, as a city tried to understand what had occurred on its own doorstep. It took some time for the full scale of what had happened to become clear, even to those closest to the bridge. The storm itself made immediate investigation almost impossible. Attempting to cross the remaining sections of the bridge on foot in such conditions would have been extraordinarily dangerous, and visibility across the water remained poor well into the night. Railway officials on both sides of the Firth gradually pieced together the grim shape of events through a combination of failed signals, missing telegraph confirmations, and the simple, terrible absence of a train that should have arrived in Dundee that evening and had not. By the following morning, as the storm finally began to ease and daylight returned to the Firth, the truth of what had happened became visible to anyone standing on the Dundee waterfront. Where the high girders had once stood, a long section of the bridge was simply missing, a gap in the iron silhouette stretching across the water where, only the night before, trains had been crossing as they had done countless times over the previous year and a half. You can imagine the particular kind of silence that must have settled over Dundee that Monday morning, a silence very different from the ordinary quiet of a winter dawn. Word of the disaster spread quickly through the city, from household to household, from mill to mill, carried by a grim, urgent whisper that moves through a community when something has gone fundamentally and irreversibly wrong. Families with relatives expected on that train began gathering at the railway station and along the waterfront, seeking any scrap of information, any small hope that might still survive the cold daylight reality, stretching out across the water before them. The response from the city itself, once the scale of events became clear, was swift and determined, organised by people who understood instinctively that there was important work to be done regardless of how difficult or painful that work might prove to be. Local boats, fishing vessels mostly, crewed by men who knew this stretch of water intimately, set out as soon as conditions allowed to begin searching the Firth. Railway officials, engineers and local authorities converged on both shores, attempting to organise a response to a disaster that fell well outside anything any of them had previous experience managing. Recovery operations continued over the following days and weeks, conducted in difficult winter conditions on a body of water that had already shown quite dramatically how unforgiving it could be. Divers were brought in to examine the wreckage on the riverbed, working in cold, dark and often poor visibility conditions to assess what remained of the fallen girders and to search for the locomotive itself, along with the carriages that had gone down with it. This work required tremendous patience and considerable courage, performed by men who understood they were essentially repeating, in a controlled and deliberate way, the very descent that had claimed so many lives only days before. The locomotive itself was eventually located and raised from the riverbed some months later, in the early part of the following year. Remarkably, after a thorough overhaul and repair, it was returned to active railway service, continuing to work on Scottish lines for decades afterward. Railwaymen of the period, with a kind of dark, practical humour that working people often develop around difficult subjects, took to calling it by a nickname referencing its unusual history, a small, quiet way of acknowledging what the engine had been through without needing to speak about it directly and at length each time the subject arose. Recovery of the wreckage itself, and the difficult work of identifying those who had been lost, continued for an extended period. It was complicated by the cold water, the currents of the Firth, and the simple physical difficulty of the task at hand. It was painstaking, respectful, necessary work, carried out by people determined to bring whatever closure and dignity they could manage to a tragedy that had struck their community with almost no warning at all. Across Britain, news of the disaster spread quickly through telegraph wires and newspaper presses, becoming, within days, one of the most widely reported stories of the period. The bridge that had been celebrated only months earlier as a triumph of modern engineering, the crossing that had carried a queen, the achievement that had earned its designer a knighthood, was now the subject of headlines describing it as one of the worst disasters in the history of British railways. For Dundee itself, the loss was deeply personal, in a way that distant newspaper coverage could never fully capture. This was not simply a famous bridge that had failed somewhere far away. These were neighbours, co-workers, members of the same mill floors and church congregations and family gatherings that made up the daily fabric of the city. The grief that settled over Dundee in the early weeks of 1880 was the particular heavy grief of a tightly woven community confronting sudden and significant loss together, all at once, with no time to prepare and no easy way to make sense of what had happened. In the practical, steady way that Victorian communities so often responded to disaster, Dundee did not simply grieve, it organised. Local churches opened their doors to grieving families in the days that followed, offering quiet rooms and warm tea to people who had nowhere else to sit with their shock. A relief fund was quickly established, drawing donations from across the city and, before long, from sympathetic strangers across the rest of Britain who had read the newspaper accounts and wanted to help in whatever small way they could. Mill owners, shopkeepers, and ordinary working families all contributed what they were able. It was a collective gesture of support extended toward widows, orphaned children, and households that had lost their primary wage earner on a single dark evening. It was not a grand or dramatic kind of help. Mostly it meant steady weekly payments and practical assistance with rent and coal, but it mattered enormously to the families receiving it, and it reflected something true about how this particular city chose to carry its grief, not privately and silently, but together, leaning on one another the way the bridge itself had once leaned, briefly and fatally, against a wind it could not hold. And yet, even amid that grief, questions began to surface almost immediately. They were questions that the city, the railway company, and indeed the entire engineering profession in Britain would need to answer with considerable care and rigour in the months that followed. How had this happened? What had failed specifically within the iron structure that had been so widely celebrated such a short time before? And what, if anything, could have been done differently to prevent it? Those questions would not remain unanswered for long. Within days of the disaster, the wheels of a formal inquiry had already begun turning. It was set in motion by a government determined to understand precisely what had gone wrong on the Firth of Tay. That same government was equally determined to ensure that whatever lessons emerged from this tragedy would be properly learned, properly recorded, and properly applied to every railway bridge yet to be built across the growing iron network of Victorian Britain. Let your breathing settle here for a moment, gently, before we move forward together. The hardest part of this story is now past. What comes next is the slower, steadier work of understanding, the kind of careful investigation that, while it could never undo what had happened, would go on to quietly protect countless travellers on countless bridges for generations to come. A formal court of inquiry was established within days of the disaster, a joint undertaking by the Board of Trade and the wider government, reflecting just how seriously this event was taken at the highest levels of Victorian Britain. 3 commissioners were appointed to lead the investigation. Henry Rothery served as the Wreck Commissioner, bringing his experience from maritime disaster investigations to bear on this unusual case of a railway tragedy occurring entirely over water. William Yolland, a colonel in the Royal Engineers and an experienced Board of Trade railway inspector, brought decades of technical railway knowledge to the proceedings, and William Henry Barlow, a respected civil engineer in his own right, offered the practical structural expertise needed to properly evaluate the iron and masonry at the heart of the failed bridge. You might find it interesting, resting here in your own quiet evening, that Barlow's involvement in this story would not end with the inquiry itself, though we will come to that part of his contribution a little later. The inquiry proceeded with a thoroughness that reflected both the scale of the tragedy and the genuine uncertainty surrounding its causes. Witnesses were called over an extended period, drawn from every part of the bridge's history. Workers who had been present during construction described the casting process for the iron piers, including, eventually, frank testimony about the practice of patching flawed castings with the waxy mixture nicknamed Beaumont's egg, a detail that drew considerable attention once it became part of the official record. Railway employees who had inspected and maintained the bridge during its operation described the loose bolts and bracing ties they had noticed, and in some cases repaired. Survivors among the railway staff, weather observers and engineers from beyond the immediate project offered their own analysis of what conditions the bridge had actually faced on the night it fell, compared against what it had originally been designed to withstand. Central to the investigation was a careful, methodical examination of the surviving piers and the recovered wreckage from the high girders themselves, work that allowed the commissioners and their technical advisors to study, piece by piece, exactly how and where the structure had failed. This included detailed attention to the cast iron columns and their connecting lugs, the very components that had relied on foundry casting quality, and, in some instances, on cosmetic repair of hidden flaws rather than on sound material throughout. The inquiry's findings, published in the months following the disaster, were unusually direct for an official government document of this period, leaving little room for ambiguity about where responsibility lay. The commissioners concluded that the bridge had been badly designed, badly constructed, and badly maintained, three distinct failures stacked one upon another, each compounding the weaknesses introduced by the others. On the question of design, the inquiry found that Bouch had significantly underestimated the wind forces the bridge would need to withstand, relying on guidance and assumptions about wind pressure that proved far too conservative for a structure standing fully exposed across such a wide stretch of open water. The high girders in particular had simply not been built with sufficient strength to resist the sustained, powerful gusts that swept regularly across the Firth of Tay, the very gusts that had ultimately brought the structure down on that December night. On the question of construction, the inquiry's examination of the recovered ironwork revealed troubling evidence of inconsistent quality in the cast iron components. This included castings that had been patched to disguise flaws rather than rejected and recast properly, a practice that, whatever its everyday acceptance within the foundry trade of the period, left the bridge with hidden weaknesses distributed throughout its structure from the very beginning of its working life. And on the question of maintenance, the inquiry noted the evidence of loosened bolts and bracing observed by railway staff in the months leading up to the disaster. These were signs of a structure already under more strain than it had been designed to comfortably bear, signs that, while individually minor, collectively suggested a bridge slowly working itself looser, under stresses its original design had not properly anticipated. For Sir Thomas Bouch personally, the inquiry's findings were devastating. The man who had been knighted by the Queen barely 6 months earlier now found his professional reputation, built carefully across decades of work, effectively destroyed within the span of a single official report. He had been already in declining health before the disaster, and the strain of the subsequent investigation and public condemnation took a further heavy toll. He died less than a year after the bridge fell in the autumn of 1880, his name from that point forward inseparably linked to the disaster, rather than to the long career of careful, economical engineering that had preceded it. It is worth pausing here gently to consider this part of the story with a measure of compassion rather than simple judgment. Bouch was, by all accounts, a Serious and capable engineer working within the genuine limitations of his era's understanding of wind forces and material science, limitations shared at the time by many of his professional contemporaries. He made decisions under real pressure and real uncertainty that proved tragically mistaken. The inquiry rightly held him accountable for the specific failures of design and oversight that fell within his responsibility, while the broader story also reveals an entire profession still learning, often through painful experience, exactly how seriously the natural world needed to be respected when building structures meant to stand against it indefinitely. This single disaster, more than perhaps any other event of its era, transformed how engineers across Britain and beyond thought about wind loading, the calculated force that wind exerts against a tall or exposed structure. In the years that followed, wind pressure allowances used in bridge design increased substantially, moving from the optimistic, lightly tested assumptions of Boucher's generation toward far more conservative, carefully measured standards. Engineers began incorporating significant safety margins specifically to account for the severe, sustained gusts that the Tay Bridge disaster had so painfully demonstrated a structure might actually need to survive, rather than relying on calculations that assumed comparatively gentle average conditions. Alongside this shift in design philosophy came an equally significant change in how completed structures were monitored and maintained over the course of their working lives. Regular, rigorous structural inspection became a far more formalised and seriously regarded practice across the British railway network in the years following the disaster. Clearer standards emerged for identifying and addressing small, early warning signs such as loosened bolts, shifting bracing, and subtle changes in the structure's behaviour, the very signs that had gone insufficiently addressed in the months before the Tay Bridge fell. The disaster taught the engineering profession in the hardest possible way that a bridge's safety could never be considered settled simply because it had been built and had opened successfully. Ongoing vigilance, treated as seriously as the original design work itself, became understood as an essential and continuous part of any major structure's life. And what, you might wonder, became of the crossing itself, the physical gap between Dundee and the southern shore that had originally inspired the whole ambitious project in the first place? The answer brings William Henry Barlow back into our story, this time not as an inquiry commissioner examining what had gone wrong, but as the engineer entrusted with designing what would come next. A new bridge was commissioned to replace the fallen structure, built using the hard-won lessons of the disaster at every stage of its design and construction. This second Tay Bridge, completed in 1887, stood noticeably wider and considerably stronger than its predecessor. It was built with far more conservative wind loading allowances, more numerous and more substantial piers, and a far more rigorous approach to material quality and structural redundancy throughout. Interestingly, the new bridge was constructed close beside the route of the old one, running on a slightly different alignment. To this day, visitors to the Tay can still see the stumps of the original piers rising from the water near the current crossing. They stand as a quiet, permanent reminder of everything that had been learned and everything that had been lost in the years between the two bridges. This second Tay Bridge has now carried trains safely across the Firth for well over a century, remaining in active service today as part of the modern railway network. Its history has been carefully preserved in official inquiry records, in Scottish archives, and in the detailed accounts left behind by contemporary newspapers that covered both the original disaster and the construction of its eventual replacement. Modern engineering researchers and historians, along with organisations responsible for maintaining Britain's railway infrastructure today, continue to study the Tay Bridge disaster as a foundational case in the broader history of structural engineering. It remains a sobering early lesson in exactly how seriously natural forces like wind must be respected, and how essential ongoing inspection and honest material standards are throughout the working life of any structure that carries human lives across difficult ground. the disaster's influence reached well beyond Scotland and well beyond the specific technical details of wind loading and iron casting. It marked a genuine turning point in how the engineering profession as a whole approached major infrastructure projects, encouraging a culture of independent review, more rigorous testing, and a general shift away from the sort of individual, largely unchecked authority that a single celebrated engineer like Bush had been able to exercise over an enormous public project. In the decades that followed, bridge design across Britain and increasingly across the world became a more collaborative, more carefully scrutinised process, shaped in no small part by the painful, well-documented lessons that the Tay had taught. You might think of the modern Tay Bridge, standing today exactly where its predecessor once carried trains and ultimately failed, as a kind of quiet monument to that learning. Each train that crosses it safely, gliding smoothly over wide-spaced piers built with the benefit of a tragedy its engineers studied carefully before laying a single stone, represents a small ongoing tribute to the lessons paid for so dearly on that December night in 1879. As we come to the end of our journey together tonight, let yourself picture the Firth of Tay one final time, calm now, the way it so often is on an ordinary evening when no storm is building over the water. A train crosses steadily in the distance, its lights small and warm against the darkening sky, exactly as they should be, exactly where they are expected to arrive. Somewhere below, hidden beneath the surface near the modern bridge, the old stone stumps of the original piers still stand, quiet and patient, holding their own small piece of this long Scottish story. Rest now, my tired travellers. The bridge stands steady tonight, the water is calm, and there is nothing more this story needs from you except your slow, easy breathing and whatever dreams the quiet dark has waiting for you next. Welcome, my tired dumplings. Tonight, we're walking into the workers' village at Giza, where the people who actually built the pyramids lived, worked, ate, slept, and died. You'll see what archaeologists found when they finally dug into the sand where these labourers called home. The sun sets over the Giza Plateau in the 26th century before the Common Era. Dust from limestone cutting hangs in the air like a golden fog. You stand at the edge of a settlement that will vanish for 4,000 years before anyone thinks to look for it. You arrive at Hayt el Gharab on a September evening when the heat finally breaks. The workers' settlement sprawls across the desert south of the Great Pyramid, and from where you stand you can see cooking fires beginning to glow between mud brick walls. The village doesn't look temporary. These aren't flimsy shelters thrown together for disposable labour. You're looking at permanent architecture, planned streets, and organised neighbourhoods that suggest someone cared about the people who would live here. The air smells like bread baking in outdoor ovens. Smoke carries the scent of fish roasting over charcoal. Someone is grinding grain nearby, and you hear the steady rhythm of stone on stone. A donkey brays from the direction of what looks like a storage complex. The village hums with domestic life, not the desperate silence of forced labour camps. You walk down one of the main streets. The mud brick walls on either side stand taller than your head. These buildings have multiple rooms, not single-pen sleeping quarters. You pass a courtyard where someone has left a grinding stone beside a stack of ceramic bowls. A cat watches you from a windowsill, completely unimpressed by your presence. Cats in ancient Egypt always look like they own the place. This one definitely does. The settlement covers about 16 acres. That's roughly 12 American football fields of residential and work space. Archaeologists will eventually estimate that between 15,000 and 20,000 workers lived here during peak construction periods. That number isn't a guess pulled from administrative records that might inflate figures. It comes from counting bakeries, measuring grain processing capacity, and calculating how much bread you need to feed a workforce this size. You reach the area archaeologists will later call the gallery complex. 4 long galleries run parallel to each other, each one subdivided into smaller rooms. The galleries measure about 11 feet wide and extend for hundreds of feet. Workers sleep in these rooms, but they also cook here, store personal possessions and live actual lives between shifts. The walls show soot marks from oil lamps. Someone has scratched graffiti into the plaster near one doorway. You can't read hieratic script, but you recognise the gesture. People have always written their names on walls. The floor beneath your feet is packed earth, worn smooth by thousands of footsteps. You notice broken pottery shards pressed into the dirt. These aren't decorative pieces. They're ordinary bowls and cups that cracked and got trampled into the floor. The pottery is good quality though. Wheel thrown, properly fired, with clean lines. These workers eat from real dishes, not broken scraps. You move toward the bakery district. The archaeological evidence for industrial-scale bread production at Giza is overwhelming. You're about to see why. The bakeries occupy their own sector of the village, and you smell them before you see them. Fresh bread has a scent that transcends time. It smells exactly like bread should smell, which is to say it smells like home. Each bakery contains rows of bell-shaped bread moulds. The bakers make conical loaves by packing dough into these clay forms and then placing them upside down in the embers of a fire. The bread bakes from the outside in, creating a crusty exterior and soft interior. You watch workers pulling finished loaves from the fires. They work in coordinated teams, moving hot moulds with practiced efficiency. Nobody gets burned, nobody fumbles. This is skilled labour performed by people who know exactly what they're doing. The bakeries produce hundreds of loaves per day. Some are small, dense, and meant for rations. Others are larger and lighter, possibly for supervisors or feast days. You notice different grades of flour in storage jars along the walls. The finest flour makes bread for someone important. The coarser flour makes daily rations. Even in bread production, hierarchy exists. Adjacent to the bakeries, you find the breweries. Ancient Egyptian beer isn't the filtered, carbonated beverage you might expect. It's thick, nutritious, and somewhat sweet. Workers make it by partially baking barley bread, crumbling it into water, and allowing the mixture to ferment. The resulting liquid has the consistency of a smoothie and the alcohol content of weak wine. It provides calories, hydration, and probably makes the work more bearable. You walk through the fish processing area. The Nile lies several miles to the east, but fish arrives here daily. Workers split salt and dry fish in open-air workshops. The smell is powerful, but not unpleasant if you grew up near water. These workers probably did. Egypt is a river civilization. Everyone knows fish. The meat processing sector reveals something important about the social organization of this place. Cattle bones show up in abundance. Someone is slaughtering bulls and distributing beef to the workforce. Beef is expensive. It requires pasture land, water, and time to raise cattle to slaughter weight. The pharaoh is feeding these workers beef, not because he's generous, but because he needs them healthy and strong. You don't build pyramids with starving labour. As darkness settles completely, you notice oil lamps being lit throughout the village. The lamps burn castor oil or animal fat. They produce steady, warm light that transforms the mud brick corridors into something almost cosy. Workers gather in courtyards, sitting in groups, sharing the evening meal. You hear laughter. Someone is telling a story. Another person responds with what sounds like a good-natured insult. This is community. You climb to a slight rise at the edge of the settlement and look back toward the pyramid. The limestone facing still gleams in the moonlight. The structure looks impossible from here, a geometric mountain that shouldn't exist. You turn and look back at the village. From this perspective, you can see the logic of the settlement layout. Housing clusters around food production. Food production connects to storage facilities. Storage facilities link to distribution points. Everything is planned. Everything serves the single purpose of supporting the workforce that builds the pyramid. A worker walks past you heading back to the galleries. He carries a copper chisel and a wooden mallet. His hands are calloused, but not mangled. His body is lean and muscular, but not emaciated. He nods at you as he passes. The gesture is casual, the acknowledgement of one working person to another. He doesn't look like a slave. He looks like someone heading home after a long shift. You realise that calling these people slaves misses something fundamental about what's happening here. Slaves don't get beef rations. Slaves don't have organised neighbourhoods with bakeries producing multiple grades of bread. Slaves don't carve their names into walls and expect to be remembered. These workers have status. They have roles. They have reason to be proud of their work, even if that work involves dragging limestone blocks up a ramp under the Egyptian sun. The pyramid builders aren't slaves. They're participants in a state-organised labour system that pulls workers from across Egypt. Some come seasonally during the Nile flood when their fields are underwater. Others work year-round as skilled craftsmen. All of them live in this village. All of them eat bread from these bakeries. All of them sleep in these galleries before waking to build something that will outlast their entire civilization. You wake before dawn to the sound of footsteps in the gallery. Workers are already moving toward the pyramid site. Nobody shouts orders. Nobody cracks whips. The movement is organised but not frantic, purposeful but not desperate. You pull yourself up and join the flow of people heading toward the plateau. The walk from the village to the pyramid takes about 15 minutes. The path is well worn, marked by thousands of daily trips. You notice that workers walk in groups, not in regimented lines. They talk to each other. Occasionally someone laughs. You're watching people go to work, not prisoners marching to punishment. The pyramid site at dawn is already active. Torches burn along the ramps where night crews finish their shifts. Day workers replace them in smooth transitions. You smell sweat, limestone dust, and the animal musk of oxen used for heavy hauling. The sound is constant but not overwhelming. Stone scraping against stone, copper chisels striking rock, wooden rollers creaking under weight, voices calling measurements and directions. You follow a group toward the quarry on the plateau's eastern edge. This is where workers extract the limestone blocks that form the pyramid's core. The quarry looks like a series of stepped trenches cut into bedrock. Workers stand in these trenches, using copper chisels and wooden wedges to separate blocks from the living rock. The technique is precise. A worker outlines a block by cutting a trench along its perimeter. The trench only needs to be a few inches wide. Once the outline is complete, other workers drive wooden wedges into the cut. They pour water on the wedges. Wood swells when wet. The expanding wedges apply steady pressure until the block cracks free. You watch one team complete a block. It takes them most of the morning. That seems slow until you remember they're cutting limestone with copper tools. Copper is soft compared to iron or steel. The workers compensate by using technique instead of force. They strike the chisel at precise angles. They know exactly where to place wedges for maximum effect. This is skilled labour, not brute force. Once freed, the block sits in its trench waiting for the hauling crews. The hauling teams arrive with wooden sledges and thick ropes. Multiple workers lever the block onto the sledge using wooden poles. The process is coordinated through work songs. You hear the rhythm before you understand the purpose. One person calls a line. Everyone responds with a chorus. On the emphasized beat, everyone pulls or levers together. The block rises. The sledge slides underneath. The block settles into place. The sledge runners are wide and flat, designed to distribute weight across sand. Workers pour water on the sand in front of the sledge. Wet sand is firmer than dry sand. It reduces friction significantly. A team of 20 workers pulls the sledge toward the ramp. They don't struggle as much as you might expect. The blocks are heavy, but the system is efficient. Humans can move enormous weights with proper technique and sufficient numbers. The ramp system dominates the pyramid's working face. Archaeological evidence suggests multiple ramp configurations during different construction phases. Right now, you're looking at a long straight ramp that approaches the pyramid from the south. The ramp's core is desert rock and rubble. Its surface is limestone chips packed hard by constant traffic. The slope is gentle, maybe 1 foot of rise for every 10 feet of horizontal distance. Workers can walk up this ramp without exhausting themselves. Sledges can be dragged up without excessive effort. You follow a hauling team up the ramp. The ascent takes about an hour. Workers stop periodically to rest, drink water and adjust ropes. Nobody collapses. Nobody struggles beyond normal exertion. These people are fit, well-fed and accustomed to the work. You pass other teams descending with empty sledges. Everyone moves aside to let the loaded sledges pass. The traffic flow is organised, almost choreographed. At the pyramid's upper levels, a different kind of worker takes over. These are the setters, the skilled craftsmen who position blocks with millimetre precision. They use copper tools to trim the block's sides until it fits perfectly against its neighbours. They employ wooden levers to shift blocks into final position. They check alignment with plumb bobs and measuring cords. This work requires judgment, experience, and mathematical understanding. Not everyone can do this. You notice gang marks painted on some of the finished blocks. These marks identify which crew placed the block. The marks aren't just administrative records, they're signatures, expressions of pride. One mark reads, "The crew, Menkor is drunk." Another says, "The followers of the powerful white crown of Khufu." These aren't the desperate scratches of anonymous slaves. These are team names, chosen by workers who expected their contributions to be remembered. The organisational structure becomes clearer as you watch different crews work. Teams are organised into gangs, probably around 200 men each. Gangs subdivide into crews of about 20 workers. Each crew has a specific task. Some quarry, some haul, some set, some prepare the work site. The division of the labour is sophisticated, designed to keep everyone productive without creating bottlenecks. Supervisors move between work areas. They carry staffs, not whips. You watch one supervisor consult with a crew leader about a difficult block placement. They discuss the problem. The crew leader suggests a solution. The supervisor nods and moves on. Authority exists here, but it operates through competence, not terror. Water carriers move constantly through the worksite. They carry large ceramic jars suspended from shoulder yokes. Workers drink whenever they need to. Nobody rations water. The Nile provides unlimited water. The state provides unlimited transportation. Keeping workers hydrated is logistically simple and politically necessary. Dehydrated workers die. Dead workers don't build pyramids. You notice medical personnel at the worksite. These aren't modern doctors, but they're trained in bone setting, wound treatment, and basic surgery. Egyptian medical texts describe treatments for construction injuries. Broken bones get splintered. Deep cuts get sutured with linen thread. Infections get treated with honey and mouldy bread, which actually works because bread mould contains penicillin-like compounds. The medical care isn't perfect, but it exists. Someone is trying to keep these workers alive. The accident rate, based on skeletal evidence archaeologists will eventually recover, is surprisingly low. Workers show healed fractures, but not catastrophic injuries. Backs show stress from heavy labour, but not collapsed vertebrae. The work is hard, but the pace allows for recovery. The pharaoh needs a sustainable workforce, not disposable labour. By midday, the heat becomes oppressive. Work slows, but doesn't stop. Workers take longer breaks in available shade. Some crews rotate off to rest, while fresh crews take their places. The pyramid construction proceeds continuously, but individual workers are not worked to death. The system accounts for human limitations. You descend the ramp and return to the workers' village. The afternoon meal is being prepared in the communal bakeries. You smell onions cooking in oil, fish grilling over fires, and fresh bread emerging from ovens. Workers return in waves, eating in shifts so that the pyramid site is never completely abandoned. The meal is substantial: bread, beer, fish, onions, and occasionally meat. This is not survival rations. This is food meant to fuel heavy labour. After eating, workers rest through the worst heat of the day. Some sleep in the shade of the galleries. Others sit in courtyards, repairing tools or talking. You notice that workers have personal possessions: ceramic cups with distinctive decoration, wooden combs, copper needles for mending clothes, amulets on linen cords. These people own things. They have preferences. They have identities beyond their labour. As the sun descends toward the western horizon, work resumes. The evening shift is shorter than the morning shift. Workers return to the village before full darkness. You see families reunite. Children too young to work run to greet parents. These workers aren't isolated from normal life. They live here with families, raise children, and maintain relationships. Evening in the village feels like evening anywhere. People prepare small meals on individual hearths. Neighbours gossip across courtyard walls. Someone is teaching a child to use a grinding stone. Another person is fixing a broken storage jar with clay slip. Life continues in all its mundane detail. You realise that the pyramid builders maintain two existences simultaneously. They participate in an enormous state project of cosmic significance. They also live ordinary lives filled with ordinary concerns. They build eternity in the morning and grind barley in the evening. The two realities coexist without contradiction. You stand in the supply complex at dawn, watching grain arrive from upriver. The logistics of feeding 15,000 workers become tangible when you see the boats. They're not small craft. These are cargo vessels capable of carrying multiple tons of wheat and barley. They arrive daily during construction season, unload at the river port, and then return north for another load. The supply system operates like a machine, constantly moving food from the Nile Delta to the pyramid site. Workers unload grain sacks from the boats. The sacks are woven linen, sealed with clay stoppers that bear official stamps. Each stamp indicates which administrative district provided the grain. This isn't random contribution. This is organised taxation, a state system that pulls resources from across Egypt and concentrates them at Giza. The pyramid project requires resources from hundreds of miles away. Someone has to organise that flow. You follow a grain shipment from the river port to the storage facilities near the workers' village. The storage buildings are massive. Thick mud brick walls protect grain from moisture and pests. The roofs are flat, waterproofed with layers of mud and straw. Inside, grain fills ceramic jars that stand taller than you are. Each jar holds hundreds of pounds of grain. The facility contains dozens of jars. You're looking at months of food supply stored against flood, famine, or supply interruptions. Administrative workers track everything. They use wooden writing boards and reed pens to record deliveries. You watch one scribe mark tally marks on a board, counting sacks as they pass. Another scribe maintains master records on papyrus rolls. The accounting is detailed, specific, and apparently audited. The pharaoh's administration knows exactly how much grain arrives, how much gets processed, and how much each worker consumes. You can't embezzle food in a system this closely monitored. The grain processing begins in designated work areas near the bakeries. Workers pour grain into large querns, flat stone surfaces with smaller grinding stones. Two workers usually operate each quern, trading positions as they tire. They push the smaller stone back and forth across the flat surface, crushing grain between stones. The work is repetitive, physically demanding, and essential. Without ground grain, there's no flour. Without flour, there's no bread. Without bread, there's no workforce. The grinding produces flour with varying textures. The first pass produces coarse flour, still containing bran and wheat germ. Workers sift this flour through linen screens. The finest particles fall through to make high-quality bread flour. The coarser particles get ground again or used for animal feed. Nothing is wasted. Ancient Egypt is a civilization built on agricultural surplus, but surplus doesn't mean abundance. Efficiency matters. You watch bakers prepare dough in the industrial bakeries. They mix flour, water, and a leavening agent in large ceramic bowls. The leavening is probably saved dough from previous batches, maintaining a sourdough starter that has been passed down for generations. Bakers knead dough with practiced movements, folding and pressing until the texture reaches proper consistency. The dough is alive, rising slowly in the warm air, transforming simple ingredients into something nourishing. The bread molds get filled with practiced efficiency. Each baker can fill dozens of molds in an hour. The molds go into the fires, which burn constantly, fed by workers whose entire job is maintaining optimal baking temperature. The fires burn a combination of materials including date palm wood, acacia branches, and dried animal dung. The fuel choice matters. Different fuels produce different heat characteristics. These bakers understand combustion chemistry without knowing the modern terminology. Finished loaves emerge from the fires with crusts that crack when you touch them. The interior remains soft and dense. The bread is nutritious, filling, and stable. It doesn't spoil quickly in the dry Egyptian climate. Workers can carry rations for several days without refrigeration. The bread also serves as a form of currency within the village. Extra loaves can be traded for other goods or services. Bread is both food and economic medium. beer production occurs adjacent to bread making, sharing ovens and work areas. The process is similar to bread production until the fermentation stage. Workers crumble partially baked bread into large ceramic jars, add water, and allow natural fermentation to begin. Wild yeasts in the air and on the grain initiate the process. The mixture ferments for several days, producing a thick beverage with nutritional value and mild alcoholic content. Workers receive beer rations daily. The beer provides calories, hydration, and probably makes life more bearable. The fish supply chain operates differently from grain logistics. Fish is perishable. It can't be stored for months like grain. The supply must be continuous. Fishing operations on the Nile work year-round, catching multiple species including catfish, perch, and mullet. Fresh fish arrives at Giza daily, transported in baskets and kept moist with wet reeds. Workers process fish immediately upon arrival, either cooking it fresh or preserving it through drying or salting. The fish drying operation occupies a large courtyard within the village. Workers split fish lengthwise, remove organs, and spread the butterflied bodies on racks in the sun. The hot, dry climate desiccates fish quickly. Within a few days, the fish is preserved and can be stored for weeks. Dried fish provides protein through seasons when fresh fish is scarce. It also travels well, making it ideal for workers who might rotate between different construction sites. Cattle arrive less frequently than fish, but when they come, the entire village notices. You watch a herd of cattle being driven into the slaughter area. These are not dairy cows. These are beef cattle raised specifically for consumption. The pharaoh maintains cattle ranches in the delta, specifically to supply the pyramid project. This represents enormous capital investment. Cattle are expensive. The state is feeding these workers beef because the alternative is failed construction. The slaughter process is efficient and relatively humane by ancient standards. Professional butchers kill cattle quickly with a single throat cut. The animal bleeds out in seconds, losing consciousness almost immediately. Workers process the carcass systematically, separating meat, hide, bones, and organs. Everything gets used. Meat goes to workers. Hide becomes leather. Bones become tools and glue. Organs are consumed or used as bait for fishing. The efficiency is total. Meat distribution follows hierarchy. The finest cuts probably go to supervisors and skilled craftsmen. Tougher cuts are stewed for common workers. Bones with scraps of meat attached get boiled into nutritious broth. The goal is extracting maximum nutrition from each carcass. In a society without refrigeration, meat must be consumed quickly or preserved. Workers eat well when cattle are slaughtered, enjoying protein levels that would be envied by many pre-industrial societies. Vegetables arrive from gardens along the Nile. You see deliveries of onions, garlic, lettuce, cucumbers, and melons. The vegetables are fresh, harvested within days of arrival. Garden produce provides vitamins and minerals that bread and meat cannot supply. Onions are especially abundant. Ancient Egyptians consume onions in quantities that would shock modern palates. Onions are nutritious, flavorful, and help prevent certain nutritional deficiencies. The entire food system reveals something profound about pyramid construction. The pyramids aren't built with slave labor, because slave labor doesn't work for projects this complex. The pharaoh needs skilled workers who can perform precise tasks. Skilled workers require proper nutrition. Proper nutrition requires a massive supply infrastructure. The infrastructure becomes its own monument, invisible but essential. The true pyramid is the system, not just the stone. The Nile flood begins in July. You stand on the riverbank watching the water rise. The annual inundation transforms Egypt from a narrow green ribbon to a shallow inland sea, dotted with villages on mounds and rising ground. Fields disappear underwater. Agricultural work becomes impossible. Millions of farmers suddenly have no crops to tend. This is when the pyramid workforce swells. Workers arrive from villages up and down the Nile. They come on foot, by boat, and with their families. They're not conscripted at sword point. They're participating in a labour obligation that's part of Egyptian citizenship. The pharaoh provides food, shelter, and wages. workers provide labour during the season when they can't farm anyway. The arrangement is practical, not primarily coercive. You watch new workers arrive at the village. They come in groups, organised by their home regions. Officials greet them, assign them to gangs and direct them to housing. The process is bureaucratic but not dehumanising. Each worker gets recorded. Each worker receives initial rations. Each worker is told where to report for work assignments. The system has absorbed seasonal labour influx before. It knows what it's doing. The seasonal workers bring different skills than the permanent workforce. Some are experienced in mud brick construction from building houses in their villages. Others are skilled in rope making, basket weaving or other crafts that support pyramid construction indirectly. The permanent workers at Giza are specialists in stoneworking, surveying and complex engineering. The seasonal workers provide labour volume for tasks that don't require years of training. You notice that seasonal workers receive slightly different rations than permanent workers. The food is adequate but less varied. This isn't punishment, it's practical allocation. Permanent workers performing skilled tasks need optimal nutrition. Seasonal workers performing less demanding labour need sufficient nutrition. The difference reflects the work requirements, not the workers' value as humans. The work assignments for seasonal labourers focus on ramp construction and maintenance. The ramps require constant repair. Thousands of workers and sledges traverse them daily. The surface degrades from traffic. Workers must constantly add new limestone chip surfacing, repair erosion damage, and maintain proper slope angles. The work is essential but doesn't require specialised training. Seasonal workers can learn ramp maintenance quickly and perform it competently. Seasonal workers also participate in quarrying operations. The permanent workers mark blocks and make the critical cuts. Seasonal workers assist with the heavy labour of levering blocks free and loading them onto sledges. The combination of skilled and unskilled labour works because the system is designed around that combination. Tasks are divided according to skill requirements. Everyone contributes at their competency level. You meet a seasonal worker named Hori during a water break. He comes from a village in the delta, several days' travel north of Giza. This is his third season working on the pyramid. He tells you through gestures and broken conversation that he works here during the flood season, then returns home to farm once the water recedes. His family is back in his village. He sends wages home with travelling traders. He'll return to farm in October and come back to Giza next July. Hori's arrangement reveals the pyramid's economic impact on Egypt. He's not just contributing labour, he's earning wages that support his family through seasons when farming income is reduced. The pyramid project redistributes wealth from the pharaoh's treasury to thousands of families across Egypt. This isn't charity, it's economic policy, probably unintentional but nonetheless effective. The pyramid stimulates the Egyptian economy through massive government spending. The permanent workforce at Giza looks different from seasonal workers. These are specialists who live at the site year-round. You identify them by their tools, which are personal property, often marked with owners' names. A permanent worker's copper chisel is maintained with care, sharpened regularly and protected from theft or loss. A seasonal worker uses communal tools issued at the start of each shift. Permanent workers include stonemasons, surveyors, architects, coppersmiths, and administrators. These people have invested years learning their trades. They cannot be easily replaced. The pharaoh pays them higher wages, provides better housing, and ensures their families are supported. The permanent workforce is the backbone of the project. Seasonal workers provide volume, but permanent workers provide expertise. You watch a master stonemason train an apprentice. The apprentice is the mason's son, learning the trade through direct observation and practice. The training takes years. The apprentice must learn to read stone, understanding where it will split and where it will hold. He must learn copper tool maintenance, keeping edges sharp without wasting soft metal through excessive grinding. He must learn measuring systems, geometric principles, and construction sequences. This is skilled knowledge, passed from father to son through careful mentoring. The apprenticeship system ensures skills persist across generations. The pyramid project will continue for decades. Workers will age, retire, and die. New workers must replace them without degrading the quality of work. The apprenticeship system solves this problem by creating a pipeline of trained workers. When a master mason can no longer work, his apprentice takes his place. Knowledge persists even as individuals pass. Women are present in the workers' village, though not on the construction site itself. Women grind grain, bake bread, weave linen, and maintain households. Some women work as professional mourners, performing funerary rituals when workers die. Others work as midwives, helping with childbirth and early childcare. The division of labour follows cultural patterns, but women's work is essential to keeping the village functional. Without women processing grain into bread, the workforce starves. Children are everywhere in the village. They're too young to work on the pyramid, but old enough to contribute to household tasks. You see children carrying water, sweeping courtyards, and caring for younger siblings. The children of permanent workers will probably enter the workforce as apprentices when they reach appropriate age. The children of seasonal workers will probably return to farming like their parents. The pyramid project creates opportunities, but it doesn't erase existing social structures. As the flood season progresses, the workforce reaches its maximum size. The village is crowded but not chaotic. The administrative systems that manage 15,000 workers during low season scale up to manage 25,000 during high season. The food supply increases. The bakeries run additional shifts. More fish arrives. More cattle are slaughtered. The system flexes to accommodate fluctuating demand. By October, the flood begins to recede. Fields emerge from beneath the water. Farmers must return to plant winter crops. The seasonal workers begin departing. You watch them leave in the same organised groups they arrived in. Officials record their departure. They receive final wages, often in the form of stored grain that they can transport home. They leave having contributed to the pyramid and having earned resources that will support their families through the coming year. The permanent workforce remains, continuing construction through seasons when farming is possible. The work proceeds year-round, but at varying intensity. The permanent workers are the project's constant. They maintain continuity, preserve specialised knowledge, and ensure construction quality doesn't degrade between flood seasons. You stand at the entrance to a tomb in the workers' cemetery, east of the main pyramid complex. The sun is low, casting long shadows across the desert. The tomb entrance is cut into limestone bedrock, a small rectangular opening that descends into darkness. You're about to discover something that fundamentally contradicts the slave narrative. The workers' cemetery contains over 600 tombs. These aren't elaborate treasure-filled chambers. These are modest burials, but they're burials nonetheless. Someone cared enough about these workers to provide them with tombs near the pyramids they built. Someone invested labour, resources, and ritual attention in ensuring these workers had proper afterlife provisions. You don't do that for disposable slaves. You descend into one of the larger tombs. The interior is cool, protected from the desert heat by several feet of limestone and sand. The burial chamber is roughly 10 feet square, carved from bedrock with copper tools. The ceiling shows tool marks where workers shape the stone. The walls are smoothed but not decorated. This is a functional space, not an artistic statement. The tomb contains skeletal remains of a man in his 40s. His bones tell a story that modern archaeologists will eventually read like a biography. His spine shows compression fractures common among people who carry heavy loads. His shoulder joints show wear patterns consistent with repeated pulling motions. His hands show bone spurs where tendons attached, evidence of a lifetime gripping tools and ropes. This man built the pyramid, his body proves it. But his skeleton also shows medical care. One leg bone shows a healed fracture that was properly set. The bone fused correctly, suggesting someone splintered it and allowed proper healing time. Another bone shows signs of surgery, possibly to remove damaged tissue or drain an infection. These interventions required medical knowledge and time to heal. This worker received treatment, not abandonment. The tomb contains burial goods, modest but present. A ceramic bowl sits near the skeleton's head, probably originally filled with food offerings. A copper awl lies near the hand, perhaps the worker's personal tool buried with him for use in the afterlife. A small amulet rests on the chest, a protective charm meant to safeguard the deceased through the dangers of the underworld journey. These goods suggest someone cared about this person's afterlife welfare. You climb back to the surface and examine other tombs in the cemetery. The variety is striking. Some tombs are simple shafts cut into bedrock, barely large enough for a body. Others are more elaborate, with multiple chambers and architectural features. The variation suggests hierarchy even in death. More skilled or more valued workers received more elaborate burials. But everyone received something. Even the simplest tomb represents effort, resources, and ritual concern. One tomb contains particularly interesting details. The ceiling is decorated with red ochre paintings, simple but intentional designs. The paintings depict geometric patterns, possibly representing construction tools or architectural elements. Someone invested time in decorating this tomb. The deceased was significant enough to warrant artistic attention, even if the art is simple by elite standards. You notice that many tombs are clustered in groups, possibly representing work gangs or family units. Workers who lived together apparently chose to be buried together. The spatial organisation of the cemetery mirrors the social organisation of the village. The tomb groups suggest community, affiliation, and social bonds that transcended death. The skeletal evidence from the workers' cemetery reveals average life expectancy of 30 to 35 years. This seems shockingly young by modern standards, but it's average for ancient Egypt across all social classes. These workers aren't dying younger than farmers, merchants, or scribes. The work is hard, but it's not systematically more lethal than other forms of ancient labour. Some skeletons show traumatic injuries that probably caused death. One man has a crushed rib cage, likely from being struck by a falling block. Another has a shattered skull, possibly from a construction accident. These deaths are tragic, but they're relatively rare in the cemetery population. Most workers died from age, disease, or accumulated wear, not from catastrophic workplace accidents. The construction site was dangerous but not a slaughterhouse. You examine the tomb of a woman buried in the workers' cemetery. Women are less common than men in the cemetery, but they're present. This woman's skeleton shows no signs of construction labour. Her bones lack the wear patterns common in male skeletons. She probably worked in the village, perhaps as a baker or weaver. Her burial in the workers' cemetery suggests she was considered part of the pyramid workforce, even though she didn't directly place stones. The most elaborate tomb in the workers' cemetery contains multiple chambers and architectural innovations, including a small false door, a symbolic gateway between the living world and the afterlife. The false door allows the deceased spirit to pass between worlds to receive offerings. The tomb also contains fragmentary hieroglyphic inscriptions, rare in the workers' cemetery. The inscriptions are damaged, but enough survives to identify the deceased as a supervisor who oversaw multiple work gangs. His higher status in life translated to higher status in death. Archaeological evidence shows that workers' families visited these tombs regularly after burial. The tombs contain accumulations of offering pottery, bowls and jars left by mourners bringing food and drink to the deceased. The offerings weren't one-time burial deposits. They accumulated over years, suggesting sustained remembrance. Families didn't abandon their dead. They maintained relationships across the boundary between life and death. The presence of children's burials in the cemetery is particularly moving. Several tombs contain the remains of children, ranging from infants to adolescents. These children died at the pyramid site, probably from disease rather than labour accidents. Their families buried them in the workers' cemetery rather than taking them home. The children's presence suggests families lived at Giza long enough to establish roots, to consider the place home despite its temporary nature. You notice that tomb construction techniques vary across the cemetery. Some tombs show skilled masonry, carefully cut stone and precise joints. Others show rougher construction, adequate but not masterful. Quality variation suggests that workers built their own tombs or had tombs built by colleagues. The better tombs weren't provided by the state. They were earned through skill, status, or community relationships. The workers' cemetery continues to receive burials throughout the pyramid construction period and beyond. The cemetery grows organically, expanding as the workforce persists. The final burials occur decades after the pyramid's completion, suggesting some workers remained at Giza even after construction ceased. They had made lives here. They chose to stay. Standing among the tombs at sunset, you understand what this cemetery represents. These are people who built something eternal and then were granted their own small eternities. They're buried in sight of their creation. Every day the rising sun illuminates the pyramid and then falls across their tombs. The workers and their work are forever linked, preserved together in stone and sand. The workers' village disappears around 2400 BCE. Construction ends. Workers depart or die. The Nile's sand drifts over mud brick walls, filling rooms, burying bakeries and obscuring streets. Within a century the village is invisible, just another undifferentiated stretch of desert south of the pyramids. 4,000 years pass. Thousands of travellers visit Giza, marvel at the pyramids, and never know they're standing on top of the answer to one of history's most persistent questions. You leap forward to 1990 CE. Mark Lehner, an American archaeologist, conducts ground-penetrating radar surveys south of the pyramids. The surveys reveal anomalies beneath the sand, rectangular shadows that suggest ancient architecture. Lehner secures permits and funding. Excavation begins. Within weeks, mud brick walls emerge from the sand. The walls belong to the gallery complex, those long parallel buildings where workers lived. As excavation expands, the scale becomes clear. The workers' village is enormous, covering 16 acres of preserved architecture. The preservation is exceptional. Sand-protected mud brick from erosion. Organic materials survived millennia of burial. Archaeologists find intact floors, complete hearths, and undisturbed artifact deposits. You watch excavators work in the bakery district. They use dental tools and brushes to expose bread molds still arranged in their original patterns. Some molds contain carbonized bread, preserved by accidental burning 4,000 years ago. The bread looks fresh, crusty, and defined. You could almost pick it up and eat it. Chemical analysis will eventually reveal that the bread was made from emmer wheat, contained no significant adulterants, and was nutritionally dense. The fish processing area yields overwhelming evidence of diet. Fish bones fill trash pits, thousands of bones from multiple species. Archaeologists identify catfish, perch, and tilapia. The bones show butchering marks, knife cuts where workers removed flesh. Statistical analysis of bone distributions will prove that workers consumed fish daily, not occasionally. Fish was a staple protein source, not a luxury supplement. Cattle bones appear throughout the site in quantities that shock the excavation team. Cattle bones are expensive evidence. Each bone represents significant resource investment. The sheer volume of bone suggests regular beef consumption. Later analysis will estimate that workers consumed thousands of cattle during peak construction periods. The pharaoh was financing a massive protein subsidy. The pottery evidence fills storage facilities at the excavation base camp. Workers lived among ceramics. Cooking pots, storage jars, serving bowls and beer vessels litter every excavated area. Most pottery is utilitarian, wheel-thrown and mass-produced. But some pieces show individual decoration, painted designs or impressed patterns. Workers had preferences. They chose specific bowls for specific purposes. They expressed taste through ordinary objects. Archaeologists discover hieratic graffiti in multiple locations. Workers wrote on walls, floors, and pottery. The texts include gang names, administrative records, and personal messages. One graffiti translates roughly to the year after the 6th count of cattle, 6 months of work. This is bureaucratic notation, someone marking time or recording work completion. The graffiti proves workers were literate, at least functionally literate enough to track work and time. Copper tools emerge from the sand in remarkable condition. Dry desert conditions preserve metal that would rust away in humid climates. Archaeologists find chisels, needles, awls and fishhooks. The tools show wear patterns from use. Chisels have beveled edges shaped by repeated sharpening. Needles have enlarged eyes worn by linen thread. These tools were used hard, maintained carefully, and eventually lost or discarded. The excavation reveals sophisticated water management. Workers dug channels and constructed catchment basins to direct flash floodwater into storage facilities. Egypt receives little rain, but occasional storms drop significant water. The village was designed to capture and store this water, supplementing the steady supply brought from the Nile. The water management reveals engineering sophistication applied to practical problems. The workers' cemetery becomes a major excavation focus. Archaeologists carefully excavate hundreds of tombs, documenting burial positions, grave goods, and skeletal remains. Physical anthropologists analyze bones, measuring everything, looking for patterns. The data eventually reveals that workers came from across Egypt. Isotope analysis of teeth proves childhood origins from the Nile Delta, the Nile Valley, and even regions south of Egypt proper. The pyramid workforce was geographically diverse. Skeletal trauma analysis destroys the most sensational slavery claims. Workers show stress injuries from heavy labour, but not trauma consistent with systematic beatings. There are no shackle marks on ankle bones. There are no defensive wounds on forearms. The skeletons show hard workers, not abused captives. The physical evidence contradicts centuries of speculation about pyramid construction methods. Medical intervention evidence appears repeatedly in the skeletal record. Multiple individuals show healed fractures with proper alignment, proof of skilled bone setting. One skeleton shows evidence of skull surgery, trepanation performed with copper tools. The surgery was successful. The bone shows healing, meaning the patient survived. Ancient Egyptian medicine was sophisticated enough to perform successful brain surgery on construction workers. Archaeologists discover administrative buildings within the village. These structures contain papyrus fragments, heavily damaged but partially legible. The texts discuss grain deliveries, worker assignments, and construction schedules. The administrative apparatus was literate, bureaucratic, and precise. The pyramid project wasn't organised through oral tradition or improvisation. It was planned, documented, and managed through written records. One particularly important discovery comes from the southern sector of the village. Archaeologists find a copper workshop containing crucibles, moulds, and slag residue. Workers were smelting and casting copper on site, producing tools as needed. The workshop reveals the project's industrial scale. The pyramid wasn't just a construction site, it was a manufacturing complex producing the tools required for its own construction. The excavation team discovers pigment processing areas where workers ground minerals into paint powders. These pigments decorated tomb walls, marked blocks, and created administrative documents. The colours include red ochre, yellow ochre, and lamp black. The pigments were pure, carefully processed, and stored in sealed containers. Quality control applied even to paint production. As excavation continues through the 1990s and 2000s, the evidence accumulates into an overwhelming narrative. The pyramid builders were organised workers participating in a state labour programme. They received food, housing, medical care, and burial provisions. They lived in families, raised children, and maintained communities. They took pride in their work, signed their names to stones, and expected to be remembered. The archaeological evidence destroys the slave narrative completely. The logistics alone disprove slavery. You cannot build the pyramids with unwilling labour. The precision required, the skill demanded, and the coordination necessary all require motivated workers who understand their tasks and care about outcomes. Slaves can perform simple, repetitive labour under coercion. Slaves cannot perform complex engineering requiring judgment and expertise. Modern excavation continues. Each season reveals new details about workers' lives. Archaeologists now understand their diet, their health, their origins, their work patterns, and their deaths. The workers have been rescued from anonymity 4,000 years after they built the pyramids. Their village, their tombs, and their possessions testify to their humanity, their skill and their contributions. You stand on the Giza plateau at sunrise. The pyramids catch the first light, limestone faces glowing warm in the horizontal sun. Behind you, barely visible beneath protective sand cover, lies the workers' village. The village and the pyramids exist in permanent relationship, one explaining the other. The pyramid builders succeeded in their fundamental goal. They created something permanent. The pyramids have survived 4,000 years of wind, sand, earthquakes, and human activity. They've survived conquest, colonization, and industrial quarrying. They remain still the most immediately recognizable structures from ancient Egypt. The workers who built them achieved their immortality, just not in the way they probably imagined. The workers expected personal immortality through proper burial and ritual offerings. They received tombs and grave goods. Their families brought offerings. But eventually, the families died. The offerings stopped. The workers' names were forgotten. The tombs were buried. The workers vanished into sand and silence. Individual immortality failed, but collective immortality succeeded. The pyramids ensure that the builders are remembered, even if individual names are lost. Every time someone looks at the Great Pyramid and asks, "How did they build that?" the question honours the workers. Every archaeological excavation in the workers' village resurrects them. Every museum exhibition of pyramid construction tools testifies to their skill. They're remembered as a collective, a workforce, a civilization capable of extraordinary achievement. The workers also achieved something they probably never intended. They created the foundation for Egyptology. The pyramids attracted travellers, scholars, and eventually archaeologists. The mystery of pyramid construction drove centuries of investigation. That investigation revealed not just construction techniques, but the entire structure of ancient Egyptian society. The workers' village provides evidence for daily life, social organisation, and state administration that would be lost otherwise. The pyramids are history books written in stone. Modern visitors to Giza rarely know about the workers' village. Tour groups focus on the pyramids themselves, on royal burial chambers and astronomical alignments. The workers remain invisible, just as they did for 4,000 years. But the archaeological community knows. The evidence has been published, analysed and synthesised into textbooks. Future generations will learn about pyramid construction methods grounded in actual evidence, not speculation or myth. The slave narrative dies slowly. Popular culture resists correction. Movies, documentaries and novels continue depicting pyramid construction as powered by enslaved masses. The dramatic image of suffering captives dragging stones persists despite contrary evidence. Mythology is resilient. It satisfies psychological needs that facts cannot touch. People want simple stories about ancient wonders. The true story is complex, bureaucratic, and less cinematically dramatic than slavery. But accuracy spreads. Museums update exhibits. Documentaries incorporate new archaeological findings. Educational materials reflect current research. The next generation will inherit a more accurate understanding of pyramid construction. The workers will finally be seen as they actually were rather than how slavery narratives imagined them. The pyramid builders offer lessons for modern labour movements. They demonstrate that large-scale projects require well-fed, well-housed workers. They prove that quality work requires skilled labour, not coerced labour. They show that workers take pride in meaningful work, even when that work is physically demanding. These lessons remain relevant. Modern construction projects succeed or fail based on workforce management. The ancient Egyptians understood principles that some modern employers still resist. The workers also demonstrate the power of organisation. The pyramid project succeeded because Egypt possessed bureaucratic infrastructure, capable of coordinating resources across hundreds of miles. The project succeeded because administrators could track grain deliveries, assign work gangs, and maintain supply chains. The pyramids are monuments to organizational capacity as much as architectural skill. The visible pyramid rests on an invisible foundation of administration, logistics, and planning. You think about the workers' daily experience. They woke before dawn, walked to the pyramid site, and spent the day cutting, moving, and placing stone. The work was hard, the conditions were difficult, the heat was oppressive, yet they persisted, returning day after day, season after season. They found meaning in the work, pride in accomplishment, and community with fellow workers. They lived full human lives while building eternity. The children who played in the workers' village probably took the pyramid for granted. It was always there, always growing, always part of their world. They couldn't imagine a world without pyramid construction. Then, one generation after another, construction slowed, then stopped. The workers departed or died. The village emptied. The children grew old in a world where pyramid building had become history instead of daily life. The transformation happened within a single lifetime. The workers' children probably told their own children about the Great Pyramid Project, about the thousands of workers, about the organization and food and community. Those stories persisted for generations before fading into the general past. Eventually, later Egyptians looked at the pyramids and wondered how they were built. The organizational knowledge had been lost. The techniques had been forgotten. The pyramids became mysterious even to Egyptians. Speculation replaced knowledge. The mysteries accumulated over centuries, generating increasingly fantastical explanations. By the Greek and Roman periods, the pyramids were ancient wonders built by vanished civilizations using lost wisdom. The workers had disappeared completely from cultural memory. Modern archaeology has rescued them. The excavations at Giza are acts of remembrance, bringing the workers back from 4,000 years of oblivion. Every artifact catalogued, every skeleton analysed, and every tomb documented restores the workers to history. They're no longer invisible labour. They're individual human beings with names, families, and lives. Archaeology practices resurrection. You watch the sun climb higher. Heat begins building. The limestone faces of the pyramids start to glow white. Tourists begin arriving, buses parking in designated areas. Guides lead groups toward the pyramids, gesturing and explaining. Most explanations focus on pharaohs, tombs, and mystical significance. Few mention the workers who made it all possible. But you've walked through their village, eaten from their bakeries, and stood in their tombs. You've seen the evidence of their lives. You understand that the pyramids required not just vision but hands, not just authority but labour, not just pharaohs but workers. The great stone monuments rest on foundations of bread, fish, and human effort. The workers succeeded. They built their mountain. They outlasted their bodies and their names. They created something so durable that it forced future generations to search for them, to excavate their village, to study their bones, and to honour their achievement. They're remembered. The pyramids ensure it. The ancient Egyptian concept of immortality required that someone speak your name. As long as someone said your name aloud, you remained alive in the afterlife. The individual workers' names are mostly lost, but collectively they're named every time someone says pyramid builders. They exist in every question about construction methods. They live in every archaeological report about the workers' village. They achieved their immortality through collective memory rather than individual remembrance. You turn away from the pyramids and walk back toward the buried village. The sand conceals most of the archaeology. Protective measures keep tourist traffic away from fragile mud brick remains. But you know what lies beneath. You know the galleries, the bakeries, the tombs. You know the workers' stories preserved in bone, pottery, and stone. You carry their memory forward. They built their pyramid. You've witnessed their lives. The transaction is complete. The workers and the pyramid both endure. Thank you for spending this hour among the pyramid builders, my tired dumplings. If the sound of ancient bread ovens and limestone dust somehow helped you drift off tonight, you might enjoy our journey through the buried ports of Bronze Age Cyprus, where merchant sailors left remarkably similar evidence of their ordinary, extraordinary lives. Sweet dreams, and may your own work outlast your lifetime. The ground has been deceiving you your entire life. It feels permanent. It feels settled. You walk on it every morning, build things on it, plant things in it, and trust it completely without giving the matter a second thought. Nothing about its surface behaviour suggests that it is, in fact, moving. Not slowly, not metaphorically. Actually moving, right now, in the direction it has been moving for hundreds of millions of years. The outer shell of the Earth is not one continuous piece of rock. It is divided into enormous slabs called tectonic plates, somewhere around 15 major ones and a collection of smaller fragments, all sitting on a layer of partially molten rock called the asthenosphere. Heat rising from the planet's interior drives slow circulation patterns in that molten layer, and those circulation patterns drag the plates along with them. The movement is roughly as fast as a fingernail grows, a few millimeters to a few centimeters per year. At that speed, the whole business sounds irrelevant, until you multiply it by 50 million years. 50 million years of slow, steady motion is enough to carry a landmass across an ocean and ram it into a continent. That is precisely what happened with India, and the resulting wreckage became the tallest mountain range on Earth. Around 80 million years ago, the Indian subcontinent was not attached to Asia. It was part of the ancient supercontinent called Gondwana, sitting far to the south, near what is now Antarctica and Australia. When Gondwana began breaking apart, India separated and started drifting northward across a wide, warm body of water called the Tethys Sea. It moved steadily, crossing thousands of kilometers over tens of millions of years, heading toward a collision that nothing in the physics of the situation could prevent. When the leading edge of the Indian plate finally met the Eurasian plate, somewhere between 50 and 55 million years ago, something unusual happened. Continental crust, unlike the denser oceanic crust found at the bottom of the sea, is too buoyant to sink into the mantle below. Neither plate could dive beneath the other, so instead of a clean subduction, the two landmasses crumpled. Rock buckled and folded, layers of crust compressed against each other, and material that had been sitting quietly on the floor of the Tethys Sea was pushed upward into the sky. The Himalayas are built from that ancient sea floor. Mount Everest stands at 8,849 meters above sea level, the highest point on the planet's surface. Near the summit there are marine fossils. Shells and fragments of sea creatures that once lived at the bottom of an ocean that no longer exists are now among the closest things to space that land on Earth can offer. That particular detail tends to produce a quiet moment in whoever hears it for the first time, and for good reason. The collision between India and Asia has not finished. India is still pressing northward at roughly 5 centimeters per year. The Himalayas are still being pushed upward, even as glaciers and rivers erode them from above. The range exists in a slow-motion contest between the force lifting it and the forces tearing it back down. Neither side is winning decisively. Both sides will continue indefinitely by any human measure of time. The consequences of the Himalayan collision reach far beyond the mountains themselves. The wall of elevation the range creates interrupts the movement of warm, moisture-laden air flowing northward from the Indian Ocean. That air cannot cross the mountains. Instead, it rises along the southern slopes, cools rapidly as it ascends, and releases its moisture as the monsoon rainfall that sweeps across South Asia every year with deep seasonal regularity. The Himalayas did not simply raise a mountain range. They rewired the climate of an entire subcontinent. The rivers fed by Himalayan snowmelt, including the Ganges, the Indus and the Brahmaputra, carry fresh water to hundreds of millions of people across the lowland plains below. They also carry the mineral wealth eroded from the mountain interior, depositing it as rich silt across floodplains that have supported agriculture for several thousand years. Every grain of that silt was once part of the mountain itself, worn loose by ice and rain, and the persistent pull of gravity, now beginning a journey toward a distant coastline, and eventually a seafloor where it may rest until some future tectonic event finds it again. Now travel west and south, to the African continent where the opposite process is underway. Plates do not only collide, they also separate. When two sections of a plate pull apart from each other, the land between them drops, forming a long, sunken feature called a rift valley. The Great Rift Valley is the most dramatic visible example of this process currently active on Earth. It stretches from the Afar Triangle in northern Ethiopia all the way through Eritrea, Kenya, Tanzania, Malawi, and into Mozambique, covering roughly 6,000 kilometers of slow-motion continental splitting. The land between the separating sections has dropped, forming a trench flanked by raised escarpments. Lakes fill portions of the valley floor, some of them ancient and astonishingly deep. Lake Tanganyika, which sits within the rift, reaches depths of over 1,400 meters, making it the second deepest freshwater lake in the world after Lake Baikal. Its lower water layers have been isolated from the surface long enough to become almost entirely oxygen-free. The biological communities that evolved within the lake over millions of years in that sealed, unusual environment include hundreds of species found nowhere else on Earth. A tectonic process that sank the land also, entirely by accident, created a sealed evolutionary laboratory. The rifting will continue. Given enough time, the eastern section of Africa could separate from the western section completely. The valley could fill with ocean water and become a new narrow sea, in the same way the Red Sea formed from similar rifting activity beginning around 30 million years ago. What is today East African savanna might, in tens of millions of years, be a seabed. The continent is not finished deciding what shape it wants to be. Far to the north, in the middle of the North Atlantic Ocean, a place exists where you can observe the work of plate tectonics directly, without any specialized equipment, simply by standing in a particular field and looking at the ground on either side of you. Iceland sits on the mid-Atlantic ridge, the underwater mountain chain marking where the North American and Eurasian plates are spreading apart. Almost the entire ridge sits hidden under the ocean. Iceland is the exception, because it also happens to sit above a mantle hotspot, a plume of unusually hot rock rising from deep within the earth. The combination of spreading ridge and hotspot pushes enough volcanic material to the surface to form an island above what would otherwise be open water. The island is being pulled apart at its centre. The eastern half is moving toward Europe. The western half is moving toward North America. In the rift zones crossing the interior of the country, you can see the ground cracking along the line of separation. New volcanic material rises continuously from below to fill the gap as the plates spread, which means Iceland is simultaneously being torn apart and being repaired from underneath. Some of the lava fields in Iceland were erupted within the last decade. Some formed a few hundred years ago, others are a few thousand years old at most. The island, by geological standards, is practically brand new across most of its visible surface. New land is being added all the time, which is something you cannot say about very many places on Earth, and which makes Icelanders fairly philosophical about the concept of permanent real estate. The volcanic character of the island gives it a landscape unlike almost anywhere else. Geysers shoot boiling water into the cold air. Hot springs sit within sight of glaciers. Volcanic deserts of black sand stretch between lava fields carpeted in green moss. The whole country is essentially a working geological experiment, running in real time, with the results visible from the road on a clear day. What connects the Himalayas, the Great Rift Valley and Iceland is the same planetary engine. Heat from the interior of the Earth drives the movement of the plates. Where plates collide, land rises. Where plates separate, land drops or new material fills the gap. Every other force that shapes the world's landscapes, rivers and glaciers and wind and living organisms works on the raw material that plate tectonics provides. Tectonics writes the first sentence of every landscape story. Everything else follows from that. The ground beneath you is moving, just slowly enough that you will never notice. Water does not. Look ambitious. It flows around rocks rather than through them. It finds the lowest available point in any landscape and settles into it without ceremony. It yields to obstacles, redirects without complaint, and generally behaves as though inconvenience is something to accept gracefully rather than fight. These qualities make water seem like the most passive force in the natural world. They are also what make water so extraordinarily good at what it does over time. Water carries material. Sand grains, rock fragments, dissolved minerals loosened by chemical reactions at the surface. All of this travels with moving water, suspended in the current or rolling along the stream bed. As those particles move, they scrape against the bedrock beneath them. Each individual pass removes almost nothing measurable, but water keeps moving, and it has been doing so for a very long time, and the accumulated result of continuous gentle abrasion across millions of years is the ability to cut through almost anything. The Colorado River has been cutting through the Colorado Plateau for somewhere between 5 and 6 million years. The plateau itself is far older, built from rock layers deposited over nearly 2 billion years of geological time. What the river did was cut downward through all of those layers, exposing them in cross-section, giving the world a view of deep time that would otherwise remain completely buried. The Grand Canyon is 446 kilometers long. At its broadest point, it stretches about 16 kilometers from one rim to the other. It drops more than 1.5 kilometers from the rim to the river at the bottom. Standing at the edge and looking across, the far side seems impossibly distant. Looking down, the Colorado River is a thin, pale thread at the base of a chasm, so deep that the temperature at the river is significantly warmer than the temperature at the rim. The walls of the canyon are not uniform. They are layered in distinct bands of colour, each band representing a different rock type from a different geological period. The pale Kaibab limestone at the top was deposited on the floor of a tropical sea about 270 million years ago. Below that are ancient sandstones from desert environments, shales from coastal settings, and more limestones from other vanished seas. At the very bottom, the dark Vishnu basement rocks are close to 1 7/10 of a billion years old. Standing at the rim, you're looking at nearly half the age of the planet laid out in horizontal stripes. The river did not carve the canyon alone. Rain washing down the canyon walls contributed enormously to widening it. Freeze-thaw cycles, in which water seeps into cracks in the rock, freezes, expands, and forces those cracks apart, have broken away enormous quantities of wall material over cold winters. Smaller tributary streams have carved hundreds of side canyons branching off from the main gorge. The Grand Canyon is a collaborative effort, with the river providing the primary downward cut, and every other erosional process widening and elaborating the result over millions of years. Across the Atlantic and deep into South America, water tells a different story, not of cutting down, but of spreading across a continent and building something rather than taking it away. The Amazon River carries more fresh water to the ocean than any other river on Earth. Its discharge represents roughly 20% of all the fresh water entering the world's oceans, a figure that becomes more striking when you consider it is coming from a single river system on a single continent. The basin it drains covers roughly 40% of South America. The tributaries it gathers along its length include rivers that would individually be among the world's largest, if they existed anywhere else. The Amazon's current direction of flow is geologically young, in the sense that it was not always flowing east toward the Atlantic. When the Andes Mountains began rising through tectonic activity over the last 10 to 25 million years, they gradually blocked the rivers that had previously drained the interior westward toward the Pacific. The drainage reversed over a very long period. Water that had nowhere to go west began flowing east instead, finding a path across the low, flat heart of the continent toward the Atlantic. The basin the river drains is flat because it has been filling with sediment eroded from the Andes for millions of years. Material worn from those mountains by rivers and glaciers has been carried eastward and deposited in the lowlands, building up layer after layer of river-carried material beneath the forest floor. The Amazon basin is not a dramatically carved landscape. It is a depositional one, defined by what water brought and left behind rather than by what water removed. If the Grand Canyon shows you what rivers take away, the Amazon basin shows you what rivers deliver. The biodiversity of the Amazon is not simply a feature of its rainfall or its warmth. It is built on geological foundations arranged over tens of millions of years. The Andean sediment that rivers have been depositing in the basin continuously has created an extraordinarily deep soil profile, far richer than the thin, quickly leached soils that tropical rainfall alone would produce on bare rock. The variety of river chemistry across the basin is equally significant. The dark, acidic water of the Rio Negro, stained by dissolved organic material leaching from the forest floor, supports fish populations entirely different from those found in the pale, sediment-rich currents of the main Amazon flow. Over millions of years, those chemically distinct environments have driven the independent evolution of thousands of fish species found nowhere else in the world. The basin's biological richness does not float above its geological history. It grows directly out of it, fed by the same river systems that have been building the basin since the Andes began to rise. Now travel to southern Africa, where the Zambezi River arrives at one of the most audibly spectacular features in the landscape story. The Zambezi flows across a relatively flat plateau until it reaches a zone where ancient fault lines cross its path at roughly right angles to the river's direction of travel. These fractures were created by tectonic forces long before the river arrived. The river found them and began exploiting them, eroding the rock where it crosses each fracture, retreating upstream over time as the erosion eats away the lip of the falls. Victoria Falls is currently about 108 metres high and nearly 2 kilometres wide during high flow. The spray it generates rises high enough to be visible from great distances, and the sound carries even further. The local Tonga name for the falls is Mosioatunya, which is generally understood to mean the smoke that thunders. When the British explorer David Livingstone arrived at the falls in 1855 and gave them a different name, the queen he honoured was approximately 9,000 kilometres from the nearest point of the African continent and had no particular connection to the falls beyond being alive at the time. Both names remain in use today. The gorges immediately downstream of the falls are the record of where the falls used to be. The river has retreated through a series of fault lines over hundreds of thousands of years, leaving behind a zigzag pattern of narrow gorges, each one representing a previous position of the falls. Victoria Falls is a moving feature. It is currently somewhere in the middle of its journey upstream across those ancient fractures, and its present position is no more final than any of the ones that came before it. Far to the north, in the Great Lakes region of North America, Niagara Falls tells a shorter but equally instructive version of the same story. Niagara sits on a ridge of hard dolostone, a rock type related to limestone but more resistant to erosion. Beneath that resistant cap are layers of softer shale and limestone. As water pours over the edge and crashes into the plunge pool below, the turbulence and spray erode those softer lower layers, undercutting the harder rock above. Eventually the unsupported dolostone collapses, and the lip of the falls retreats a short distance upstream. The process repeats. Over 12,000 years of this cycle, since the retreating ice sheets of the last glaciation allowed the falls to form, they have migrated approximately 11 kilometres from their original position. 20th century engineering diverted a portion of the Niagara River's flow for hydroelectric generation, reducing the erosive force considerably and slowing the retreat to a fraction of its natural rate. human infrastructure has, in effect, paused a geological process that had been running without interruption for 12,000 years. That is a genuinely peculiar thing for a dam to accomplish when you step back and think about it. What Niagara also illustrates, in contrast to the Grand Canyon's nearly 2 billion years of visible rock, is how little time is sometimes required to produce a genuinely dramatic feature. The falls did not exist at all until approximately 12,000 years ago, when retreating ice sheets from the last glaciation opened the drainage route between the upper Great Lakes and Lake Ontario. Before that moment, the ridge of resistant dolostone now forming the falls was buried beneath glacial ice, and therefore quietly irrelevant. The entire Great Lakes system, which holds roughly 20% of the world's surface freshwater, is itself a consequence of glacial erosion and the redistribution of enormous meltwater volumes across a landscape that ice scraped down and rearranged on its way out. Niagara is among the youngest significant landscape features you will encounter tonight. It arrived, by geological standards, only recently, and it is already moving steadily upstream in the direction it has always been heading. Water in all its forms and velocities remains one of the most consequential forces on Earth's surface. It does not need to hurry to be effective, it just needs to keep moving. And it has been doing that continuously, since long before anything alive was watching. Ice in the quantities that geology involves is nothing like the ice in your freezer. Ice piled hundreds of meters thick and flowing under its own enormous weight is among the most powerful erosive agents the planet has ever produced. A glacier moves slowly, anywhere from a few centimeters to several meters per day depending on conditions, but what it does as it moves is thorough. It freezes onto rock surfaces and plucks chunks free as it advances. It carries boulders and gravel embedded in its base, using them as tools to grind the rock below. It reduces bedrock to a fine powder called glacial flour, which is why rivers draining glaciers often run milky and pale. And it reshapes valleys from the narrow V-shape that rivers produce into the broad, flat-bottomed U-shape. That is one of the clearest geological signatures a glacier leaves behind. During the last major glaciation, which reached its maximum extent around 26,000 years ago, ice sheets covered vast portions of the northern hemisphere. Scandinavia sat beneath ice several kilometers thick in places. The weight of that ice pressed the land down. The crust beneath it deformed under the load, and when the ice finally retreated as the climate warmed, the land slowly began rising back up, a process called isostatic rebound that is still measurable in parts of Norway and Sweden today. As the Scandinavian ice sheets advanced toward the coast, they moved through valleys that rivers had already shaped over millions of years. Those valleys were the path of least resistance. The glaciers followed them, but at a scale and with a force that rivers cannot approach. The ice deepened those valleys far beyond what any river could manage, cutting in some places well below what would eventually become sea level. The rock it removed was ground to silt, carried away by meltwater rivers, or deposited at the valley mouths as ridges of debris. When the ice retreated and the global sea level rose from the enormous volume of meltwater returning to the oceans, seawater flooded into those deeply carved valleys. The fjords of Norway were created by this sequence. The Sognefjord stretches about 204 kilometers inland from the Norwegian coast. It reaches depths of over 1,200 meters. Its walls are bare rock rising in near vertical faces from the water, scraped clean by glacial action, and too steep in most places for soil to accumulate. Narrow terraces of flatter ground above the waterline hold small farms and villages that look from the water below, as though they were placed there by someone with strong opinions about dramatic scenery, and no concerns whatsoever about practicality. What makes the fjords particularly striking is what they reveal about the power of ice relative to hard rock. The granite and gneiss of the Norwegian bedrock is not soft material. It resisted the glaciers for a long time, but over tens of thousands of years of persistent grinding, the ice prevailed, and the depth and precision of the carving is the record of that victory. The fjords are both an absence and a document. They record where ice was, how deep it cut, and what it left behind when it finally withdrew. All the material those glaciers quarried from the fjord walls had to go somewhere. Boulders torn from the bedrock were carried forward in the ice as it advanced toward the coast, then dropped when the glacier melted and retreated. These transported rocks are called glacial erratics, and they appear across northern Europe as conspicuous geological strangers. They sit in farm fields and on hillsides made of entirely different rock types, having travelled hundreds of kilometres from wherever the ice originally picked them up. A boulder resting quietly in a Danish field may have come from a Norwegian valley wall, relocated over thousands of years inside moving ice with no ceremony whatsoever. The ridges of mixed debris deposited at a glacier's farthest point of advance are called moraines. They mark the maximum extent of the ice the way a bathtub ring marks the waterline. The plains of northern Germany, much of southern Scandinavia, and the lowlands of eastern Britain are still reading the forwarding addresses left behind by glaciers that finished their work 12,000 years ago. On the other side of the Atlantic, in California's Sierra Nevada, the same glacial process appears in entirely different rock, producing a landscape with a completely different character. Yosemite Valley began as a river valley. The Merced River had been cutting through the Sierra Nevada's granitic bedrock for millions of years, carving a modest V-shaped canyon through exceptionally hard stone. Then, the Ice Ages arrived. Glaciers moved through the valley repeatedly. The granite resisted cutting more stubbornly than softer rock would have, but the glaciers still managed to widen and deepen the valley and, crucially, steepen its walls dramatically. What the glaciers left behind was a valley with walls that rise almost vertically for hundreds of meters. El Capitan's sheer granite face, ascending roughly 900 meters from the valley floor, is exposed because the ice removed the material that once flanked it on the sides, leaving the harder central mass standing unsupported and bare. Half Dome's distinctive shape, rounded across its upper surface and nearly vertical on its face, exists because the glaciers scoured away the rock on the downslope side while the dome itself remained above the ice level. The floor of Yosemite Valley is flat, which is not obvious until you think about it. River valleys are rarely flat at the bottom. Glacial valleys often are because when the last glacier retreated it left a terminal moraine, a ridge of deposited rock and debris that dammed the valley at its lower end. A lake formed behind that natural dam. Over several thousand years the lake filled with sediment carried in by streams and became the flat, grassy meadow that visitors walk across today. The lake that once made the valley floor reflective is now entirely underground, preserved only in the flatness of the ground above it. The waterfalls of Yosemite are an indirect consequence of the same glacial action. The main valley glacier carved far deeper than the smaller tributary glaciers feeding into it from the sides. When the ice retreated, those side valleys were left hanging high above the main valley floor. The streams running through them reach the edge of their elevated valley and find no gradual slope to follow. They simply fall. Yosemite Falls drops in 2 stages for a combined height of 739 meters. Bridal Veil Fall drops 189 meters. Neither waterfall was designed or planned. Both exist entirely because a main glacier was more powerful than its tributaries. Now travel to the Alps, where a particular mountain has become perhaps the most immediately recognizable peak on Earth. The Matterhorn rises to 4,478 meters and has 4 nearly vertical faces, each one pointing toward a cardinal direction, meeting at a sharp angular point. The shape is so distinctive and so seemingly deliberate that it looks as though someone built it to a specification. No one did. It was carved. When glaciers erode a mountain from multiple directions simultaneously, each one quarrying a bowl-shaped depression called a cirque into the mountain's flank. The walls of those cirques from different directions eventually approach each other. The central rock between them becomes progressively sharper as the surrounding material is removed. When this happens from 3 or more sides at once, the peak that remains is called a glacial horn. and the Matterhorn is among the most famous examples of that landform on Earth. The rock at the Matterhorn summit is ancient seafloor material, pushed upward by the collision of the African and Eurasian plates through the same fundamental tectonic process that built the Himalayas. The collision provided the elevated mass of rock. The glaciers then arrived and spent millions of years of ice ages carving it into the angular pyramid visible today. Tectonics wrote the draft. Ice edited it into the final form. The glaciers that shaped the Matterhorn are almost entirely gone now, reduced to small remnants tucked into high cirques. What remains is the geometry they left behind, a permanent record of cold that no longer visits the valleys below. Wind does not announce itself the way rivers and glaciers do. It leaves no obvious path. It does not carve a valley or deposit a moraine you can measure later with a tape. But wind moves material, and moving material against rock surfaces is exactly what erosion requires. Wind works where other forces struggle, and produces landscapes that nothing else quite replicates. Wind works best where vegetation is absent. Plant roots bind soil together and prevent material from becoming airborne. Where plant cover is thick, wind passes over the surface and carries almost nothing. But where the ground is bare, where soil is dry and exposed, and there is nothing anchoring it in place, wind picks up what it can lift and carries it, until the current slows enough to drop the load. The Sahara is the largest hot desert on Earth, covering roughly 9 million square kilometers across northern Africa. Most people, when they picture it, picture endless rolling sand dunes of the kind that appear in adventure films. The dunes are real and genuinely spectacular, but they cover only about 25% of the Sahara's total area. The rest is rocky plateau, gravel plains, dry mountain ranges, and ancient riverbeds called wadis that carry water only during the infrequent occasions when rain actually reaches the interior. The word Sahara derives from an Arabic root meaning desert or Great Desert, which is either admirably direct or a slight failure of imagination depending on your perspective. The Sahara has not always been a desert. Around 11,000 years ago, during a period sometimes called the Green Sahara, the region was considerably wetter. Lakes sat in basins that are now cracked and empty. Rivers crossed landscapes now bare and wind-scoured. People lived there, and they left behind rock paintings showing hippos, crocodiles, cattle, and scenes of everyday life in a landscape that bears no resemblance to what exists today. The shift to desert conditions was driven by changes in Earth's orbital cycles, specifically the slow, long-period wobble and tilt of the Earth's axis over tens of thousands of years. These cycles altered how solar energy was distributed across the planet, and gradually weakened the monsoon rainfall that had kept the region habitable. As the rain diminished, vegetation died back. Without roots holding it in place, the soil dried and became mobile. The wind could finally do its work. The dunes of the Sahara are not static forms. A dune is a wave of sand travelling slowly in the direction of the prevailing wind. Material erodes from the windward face and is deposited on the leeward side, advancing the dune forward. The dune moves, crossing the landscape over years and decades, occasionally engulfing roads or the edges of settlements at the desert's margins. The star dunes, crescent dunes, and long linear dunes of different regions represent different shapes, produced by different wind patterns and sand supply conditions. Each form is a balance between the direction of the wind, the quantity of sand available, and the shape of the underlying terrain. Saharan dust, when atmospheric conditions are right, crosses the Atlantic Ocean entirely. Significant quantities settle in the Amazon basin in South America. That dust carries phosphorus and other minerals from what was once the bed of an enormous lake, Mega Chad, which occupied much of the central Sahara during the Green Sahara period. The minerals arriving in the Amazon from this windblown African source are a meaningful part of the nutrient budget of the rainforest, which grows on soils that rainfall alone would long since have leached bare. The Sahara and the Amazon are chemically connected across an ocean by wind. That is one of the stranger supply chains in the natural world, and it is entirely real. Move now to the American Southwest, to a plateau landscape so heavily featured in Western films that seeing it fresh requires some effort. That effort is worth making, because the actual story of Monument Valley is more interesting than anything a film set could suggest. Monument Valley sits on the Colorado Plateau, Navajo land stretching across the Utah-Arizona border. The iconic formations, the buttes and mesas that rise from the flat red plain, are made of sandstone deposited in ancient environments and compressed over hundreds of millions of years into solid rock. The Colorado Plateau was lifted by tectonic forces to its current elevation above the surrounding terrain. Erosion then went to work. Water moved material during wet periods. Wind moved it during dry ones. Frost cracked surfaces in winter. Over a very long time, the softer rock surrounding the harder formations was progressively stripped away. What remains are the survivors. The buttes and mesas of Monument Valley are the formations too resistant to be removed at the same rate as the material around them. They did not grow. Everything else shrank. Wind plays a particular role in giving the formations their distinctive character. Sand carried at low levels by the windblast rock faces at the height at which it travels. Over a very long time, this concentrated abrasion undercuts cliff faces at a consistent level, producing the slightly top-heavy appearance that many of the formations have. The bases can be narrower than the sections above, the result of millions of years of wind-carried particles concentrating their work close to the ground. The formations are still eroding. Their current shape is not their final one. The mittens, which are the most recognizable formations in the valley, will be shorter and more rounded in a few million years. Whatever harder rock sits below the current surface may be the next landmark. Monument Valley is a snapshot of an ongoing process, not a finished picture. The Grand Canyon and Monument Valley look nothing alike, but they share the same geological instruction at their foundation. Both rest on the Colorado Plateau, the vast geological province that was pushed upward through tectonic forces over the last 60 to 80 million years. That uplift steepened the gradient of every river draining the plateau, giving them additional cutting energy they would not otherwise have had. It exposed the ancient rock layers of the plateau to weathering at elevations and in climates that accelerated the stripping of material from the surface. Without the uplift, the Colorado River would not have had the elevation needed to carve the canyon to anywhere near its current depth. Without the uplift, the softer rock surrounding the Monument Valley formations would not have been exposed to the full intensity of erosional forces that gradually stripped it away over millions of years. Both landscapes were written by the same broad regional event. Erosion then read those instructions and produced something entirely different in each place, because the rock beneath each location told a different story. Now travel to Central Australia, where a red rock rises from a flat plain in a way that feels completely improbable until you understand what produced it. Uluru stands 348 metres above the surrounding desert. It is about 3.5 kilometres long and nearly 2 kilometres wide. The visible portion is only what extends above the surface. The full formation continues deep underground, and what you can see and touch is the exposed upper portion of a structure far larger than it appears from any angle. The sandstone of Uluru was deposited as sediment in an ancient basin, compressed over millions of years into solid rock, and then tilted nearly 90 degrees from its original horizontal position by tectonic forces acting over hundreds of millions of years. The rock layers visible in the surface, clearly apparent when you look at the stone closely, run nearly vertical. The rock was not always standing this way. It was rotated slowly by the same pressures that move continents. The surrounding plain once held similar rock. That material was less resistant than the sandstone of Uluru and was progressively removed over an enormous span of time through the combined action of water, wind, and chemical weathering. Uluru remained because its particular variety of sandstone is denser and more cohesive than what surrounded it. The flat, red plain that makes Uluru look so dramatically isolated is the ghost of everything that used to be there. The red colour of the surface is not the true colour of the stone, it is the result of oxidation. The iron in the outer layers of the sandstone has rusted over millions of years of exposure to the atmosphere. The interior of the rock, where air has not penetrated, is grey. The famous red of Uluru is a geological tan, the result of prolonged exposure to open air by a rock that has been sitting in it for a very long time. Rain, when it arrives in the central Australian interior, falls in brief, intense events. Water runs over the surface of Uluru in sheets, following channels worn into the rock over an enormous period. Dark streaks running vertically down the sides mark where water habitually flows, carrying dissolved minerals with it and staining the surface along those paths. Wind works at the surface continuously, loosening particles from the more weathered zones and carrying them out onto the surrounding plain. The desert around Uluru contains material from the rock itself, distributed in all directions over many millions of years. Everything you have encountered tonight, every mountain and canyon, every fjord and sand dune, has been shaped by forces working upon rock that already existed. Plates arranged it. Rivers and glaciers and wind wore it down. But there is a prior question worth asking. Where did the rock come from in the first place? The answer, for an extraordinary proportion of Earth's crust, is volcanic activity. Every ocean floor on the planet is made of basaltic volcanic rock, erupted from mid-ocean ridges over hundreds of millions of years. Many of Earth's islands, from Hawaii to Iceland to the Azores and the Canary Islands, were built from the seafloor upward by volcanic activity alone, entirely from material that rose from inside the planet. Much of the rock that tectonic forces later push around and that rivers later carve was at some earlier point in Earth's history molten material rising from the mantle and cooling at the surface. Volcanic activity does not merely reshape landscapes, it creates the raw material from which every other landscape-forming process then works. Iceland has around 130 volcanoes, roughly 30 of which are considered active. In the last 500 years, roughly a third of all the lava that erupted anywhere on Earth's surface came from Iceland. That concentration follows directly from the island's position on both a spreading mid-ocean ridge and a deep mantle hotspot. Either factor alone would make Iceland volcanically significant. Together, they make it extraordinary. The lava fields of Iceland vary enormously in age and appearance. Fresh basalt from recent eruptions is black and jagged, its surface frozen in mid-motion, sharp enough to damage inadequate footwear. Older fields, those formed centuries or millennia ago, have accumulated enough soil and moisture to support dense moss, which softens their appearance considerably without improving their walkability in the least. The contrast between jet-black fresh lava and the bright green of ancient flows is one of Iceland's most distinctive features, and one that photographs consistently fail to convey fully. When Icelandic volcanoes erupt beneath glaciers, which happens with some regularity given that several of the island's most active volcanic systems sit under ice caps, the results are unlike ordinary eruptions. The heat melts enormous quantities of ice almost instantly. Meltwater builds up under the glacier under increasing pressure until it escapes in a catastrophic outburst, flood that Icelanders call a jökulhlaup. These floods carry vast quantities of water, ice, rock, and volcanic ash across the surrounding lowlands at speeds and volumes that reshape river channels in hours. Iceland has response protocols specifically designed for these events. Certain sections of road are considered sacrificial and are not built to resist the force of a glacial flood, because building them to the necessary standard would cost more than replacing them after each event. This has become a fairly routine administrative matter for the relevant authorities, which says something interesting about what counts as ordinary when you live on an island that is actively being torn apart and rebuilt simultaneously. The volcanic character of Iceland also includes geysers, hot springs, fumaroles, volcanic lakes, geothermal rivers, and patches of ground warm enough to cook an egg without any additional heat source. The Icelanders heat a large proportion of their buildings from geothermal energy, rising directly from the ground beneath the country. It is a practical, efficient arrangement that emerges naturally from living on top of an exceptionally active section of the planet's interior. Volcanic rock, given time and the right conditions, weathers into some of the most productive agricultural soil on Earth. Basalt is rich in iron, magnesium, calcium, and other minerals that plants require. As it breaks down through prolonged contact with rainfall and the organic acids produced by plant roots, it releases those nutrients gradually into the soil over centuries and millennia. This explains why the flanks of volcanoes worldwide have been farmed as intensively as any land on Earth. The slopes of Mount Vesuvius in Italy have been cultivated almost continuously for 2,000 years, despite the well-documented risk. The same pattern repeats around Mount Etna, around the volcanoes of Guatemala and Nicaragua, around the terraced hillsides of Java and Bali. In every case, the people who settled there made a long calculation that the richness of the soil outweighed the periodic danger. That calculation has been made consistently across cultures and continents, which suggests it has usually, though not always, been correct. Now leave Iceland's living volcanic landscape and travel to a headland on the northeastern coast of Northern Ireland. The Giant's Causeway extends from the base of a cliff into the sea along the Antrim coast. Roughly 40,000 basalt columns rise from the water in close-packed formation. The majority of the columns are hexagonal. They fit together with a precision that looks architectural. They range in height from a few dozen centimetres to nearly 13 metres, creating a stepped, irregular surface at the water's edge that you can walk across from column to column. The legend of the causeway involves a giant named Finn McCool, who supposedly built it as a path to Scotland to challenge a rival giant on the other side of the water. The Scottish island of Staffa has a similar formation of basalt columns at a sea cave called Fingal's Cave, which the legend accounts for as the Scottish end of Finn's construction project. The giant reportedly assessed the size of his opponent from a distance, found the view unconvincing, and dismantled much of the path on his way home, which is how most of the causeway ended up underwater. This is a perfectly satisfying explanation for the landform, and requires no knowledge of geology whatsoever. What actually produced the columns was a series of enormous basalt lava flows around 60 to 63 million years ago, during the early stages of the opening of the North Atlantic Ocean. These flows, part of what geologists call the North Atlantic Igneous Province, covered vast areas of what are now Northern Ireland, Scotland, Greenland and the Faroe Islands, with thick layers of basalt. One of those flows settled into an even layer over the landscape and began to cool. Cooling basalt contracts. Contracting rock develops cracks. Because the lava was compositionally uniform and cooled at a relatively even rate, the cracks organized themselves into regular geometric patterns. Hexagonal cracking is the natural consequence of how a uniform material distributes the stress of contraction across its surface. The same pattern appears in drying mud. It appears in cornstarch mixed with water and slowly dried on a warm surface. The geometry of the Giant's Causeway is not a coincidence and not a miracle. It is the predictable outcome of physics applied to a specific material under specific conditions. The cracks propagated downward from the surface through the cooling lava flow, producing the columns. Individual segments within each column have curved upper surfaces where they contact the next segment above, giving the columns a slightly articulated quality and allowing very small amounts of movement without the whole structure falling apart. Walking across the causeway, stepping from one hexagonal surface to the next at the water's edge, you are standing on the solidified record of a volcanic province so large it helped open an ocean. The same volcanic episode that produced the Giant's Causeway also built the columns visible at Fingal's Cave on the Scottish island of Staffa, roughly 100 kilometres to the northeast across open water. Both formations are expressions of the same volcanic event, separated now by sea, but connected by their shared origin in one of the largest outpourings of volcanic material in the last 100 million years. The broader province of which both are a part once covered an area estimated at roughly the size of Europe, extending across what are now the Faroe Islands, much of Iceland's early crust, and portions of Greenland. The rifting that generated all of that volcanic output eventually widened into the North Atlantic Ocean. The sea lying between Britain and North America is, in some part, a consequence of the same forces that arrange the columns beneath your feet on the Antrim coast. The cliffs above the causeway are made of the same basalt, but in a far more weathered state. 60 million years of rain, frost and salt spray have broken the original columnar structure into irregular blocky masses that bear little resemblance to the precision below. Time degrades geometry. The columns at water level remain relatively intact because the sea polishes them continuously, removing the most weathered surface material and keeping the rock relatively fresh. The cliffs above have received no such maintenance. Everything volcanic is, in the end, just rock. The fire is brief. What remains is the material. Among all the forces that shape landscapes, life is the most easily overlooked. A coral polyp is smaller than your thumbnail. A coccolithophore is entirely invisible to the naked eye. These are not the tools you would reach for if you were planning to build something visible from an aircraft at cruising altitude. And yet, given enough time and enough individuals working simultaneously, organisms this small have produced some of the largest and most recognizable geological features on Earth. Living things have been depositing calcium carbonate for hundreds of millions of years. Marine animals with shells and skeletons have been dying and sinking to the seafloor since before the age of the dinosaurs, their hard parts accumulating in the sediment below. That accumulated biological material compresses under its own weight, lithifies over geological time, and becomes limestone, which is one of the most widespread rock types on the planet. Much of the limestone that forms cliffs, caves, and mountain slopes worldwide began as the remains of creatures that lived in ancient seas. But the most dramatic ongoing example of biology building landscape is not fossilized. It is alive and actively building right now, in warm, shallow water off the northeast coast of Australia. The Great Barrier Reef extends approximately 2,300 kilometres along the Queensland coast. It covers roughly 344,000 square kilometres of ocean floor and is large enough to be seen in satellite imagery as a distinct pale feature along the coast. The claim that it is visible from the moon is not accurate and does not hold up to the arithmetic of distance and visual resolution. The moon is about 385,000 kilometres away, and the reef does not meet the minimum threshold for visibility at that distance. This is precisely the kind of correction that earns you very mixed reactions at social gatherings, but it is true. The reef is built by coral polyps, small soft-bodied animals related to jellyfish, which extract calcium carbonate from seawater and construct hard external skeletons around themselves. The polyp lives within and on top of that skeleton. When it dies, the skeleton persists. The next generation of polyps settles on the accumulated structures and builds upward. Over thousands of years, as generation after generation lives and dies and contributes its skeleton to the pile, the accumulated calcium carbonate builds into the reef. The Great Barrier Reef is not a single unbroken structure. It is a system of roughly 2,900 individual reefs and about 900 coral cays and islands. Different sections of the reef are different ages, with older structures providing the foundation and more recent growth extending upward and outward from them. The reef has existed in the region for around 20 million years in various configurations, though its current extent dates largely from the period following the last ice age, approximately 10,000 years ago, when rising sea levels and stabilizing water temperatures created favorable conditions across the continental shelf. During the last ice age, when sea levels were lower because of the vast volumes of water locked in polar ice sheets, portions of the continental shelf where the reef now sits were dry land. The coral retreated to whatever shallow water remained available and survived in reduced form. As the ice melted and sea levels rose, the reef expanded outward across the newly submerged shelf, growing upward to remain within the sunlit upper layers of water where coral can survive. The current extent of the reef is partly a map of where the rising sea reached over the last 10,000 years and what the seafloor looked like when it got there. The biological diversity within the reef follows from its structural complexity. A reef is not a flat surface. It is a three-dimensional structure of extraordinary intricacy, providing shelter, feeding grounds, nursery habitat and attachment surfaces for an enormous range of organisms. Roughly 9% of the world's fish species use the reef at some stage of their lives. Hundreds of species of coral contribute to the structure itself. Thousands of mollusks, crustaceans, echinoderms and other invertebrates live among the coral formations. The reef is simultaneously a landscape and an ecosystem, the structure and the biology so intertwined that separating one from the other is not really possible. Coral reefs also alter the water chemistry of the surrounding ocean in ways that extend well beyond the reef structure itself. As coral polyps extract calcium carbonate from seawater to build their skeletons, they shift the local carbonate balance of the water, affecting which other calcifying organisms can grow nearby. The white sand found on tropical beaches adjacent to reef systems is largely biological in origin. Wave action breaks down coral skeletons over time, and boring invertebrates work through the reef continuously, contributing fragments to the surrounding sediment. Most strikingly, parrotfish grind coral rock with their fused beak-shaped teeth to access the algae living within it. They digest the organic portion and excrete the calcium carbonate as extremely fine white sand. A single large parrotfish can produce several hundred kilograms of sand in a year. The powdery white beach you picture when someone says the words tropical island is, in meaningful proportion, the processed output of a cheerfully coloured fish going about its unremarkable daily routine. Now travel north and west, across the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean, up to the southeast coast of England, where a very different example of biological construction has been slowly dissolving into the sea for millions of years. The white cliffs of Dover rise to about 100 metres above the English Channel, along a stretch of the Kent coast. They are white enough to be visible from the French coast on a clear day, roughly 32 kilometres across the water at the narrowest point of the channel. They have served as a coastal landmark for ships crossing from Europe for as long as ships have been doing the crossing. The rock they are made of is chalk, and chalk is one of the most purely biological rock types in existence. Between roughly 68 and 100 million years ago, during the late Cretaceous period, the area now occupied by southeastern England sat beneath a warm, shallow tropical sea. Global temperatures were higher than today. Sea levels were significantly higher. The warm, clear water was inhabited by extraordinary concentrations of single-celled photosynthetic organisms called coccolithophores, each one producing around itself tiny plates of calcium carbonate only a few micrometers across. Individually, each coccolithophore was invisible. Collectively, over tens of millions of years, they produced the biological equivalent of a snowfall that never stopped. Their remains sank continuously to the seafloor below them, accumulating in a fine white sediment of almost pure calcium carbonate. Under the weight of new sediment arriving from above, the older layers compressed. Over tens of millions of years, the accumulated material lithified into chalk. The chalk beds forming the white cliffs are around 100 meters thick at their highest visible points. They're exceptionally pure calcium carbonate because coccolithophores produce very little mineral contamination alongside their carbonate plates. The flint nodules embedded within the chalk are the silica remains of sponges that lived in the same Cretaceous sea. The silica replaced the original organic tissue during the long process of lithification, converting soft sponge material into hard grey stone that survives in the chalk long after everything around it has dissolved. The cliffs are not a fixed feature. Wave action at their base undercuts the chalk continuously, removing material from the lower cliff face and eventually causing sections to collapse. The cliffs are retreating inland at a rate that varies with storm activity but is clearly measurable over decades. The land they are made of was once a seabed. It was buried, compressed, and slowly lithified over tens of millions of years. Tectonic uplift then raised it above sea level. The sea it faces now is in the process of taking it back. The coccolithophores that built the chalk had no awareness of what they were doing. They were living, reproducing, and dying in a warm Cretaceous sea in exactly the way their biology required. The cliffs came later, as an entirely unintended consequence of an enormous number of extremely small organisms doing what they had always done. Life builds without meaning to. What it leaves behind in the rock can last far longer than anything that built it. You have travelled far tonight, wanderer. Through colliding plates and separating continents, through river canyons and glacial fjords, through desert dunes and volcanic columns, and the calcium carbonate remains of ancient microscopic life. Each of those chapters described one category of force, because that is how explanation works. One thread at a time, pulled free from the tangle so you can see it clearly. But landscapes do not organise themselves by category. Every famous place on Earth is the product of multiple processes running simultaneously or in sequence across timescales that overlap and intersect in ways that make clean attribution nearly impossible. The chapters were for your benefit. The planet uses all the forces at once. The Matterhorn is the most compact illustration of this principle. Its rock was once marine sediment on the floor of an ancient ocean. The collision of the African and Eurasian plates pushed that seafloor material upward into the Alps. Glaciers then arrived and worked the elevated rock from multiple directions simultaneously, each one carving its own bowl-shaped depression into the mountain's flank, removing the softer surrounding material and leaving the angular horn of harder rock at the centre. The material those glaciers removed was carried downhill by meltwater rivers and deposited in valleys below. Those river-built deposits over thousands of years became the fertile soils of farming villages at the base of the mountains. Wind continues to erode the exposed summit rock. Frost still cracks the cliff faces in every winter. The Matterhorn is an ocean, a continental collision, a glaciation, a river system, and a weathering process, all happening in sequence and then simultaneously, all visible as a single mountain above a Swiss valley. The Amazon basin follows a similarly layered biography. The basin exists at all because the Andes rose through plate tectonics and redirected the drainage of an entire continent. The Andes, as they continue to erode, contribute sediment that rivers carry across the continent and deposit in the lowlands, building the basin's soil profile year by year. Wind-blown dust from the Sahara crosses the Atlantic and adds minerals to that same soil. The forest that grows on the combined input of Andean sediment and African dust produces enormous quantities of organic material which cycles back into the soil and the water chemistry of the entire basin. Tectonic forces, river systems, atmospheric transport, and biological productivity all participate in what appears from the outside to be simply a very large forest. Victoria Falls demonstrates how geological inheritance from the deep past shapes present-day processes. The behaviour of the Zambezi River at the falls is determined by ancient fault lines in the rock, fractures created by tectonic forces hundreds of millions of years before the river arrived. The river exploits those fractures, retreating upstream across them over hundreds of thousands of years, leaving a record of its previous positions in the gorges immediately downstream. The falls are a river process guided entirely by tectonic structure. You cannot fully understand one without knowing something about the other. There is a pattern running through all of these landscapes, and it is worth naming clearly before the evening closes. No famous place on Earth became what it is through a single force working alone. What the chapters of tonight's journey describe separately, plate tectonics in one, rivers in another, ice and wind and volcanoes and living organisms in the chapters that followed, those forces did not operate separately in the real world. They worked on each other. Each one prepared conditions that the next required. The next altered what the previous one had already built. They overlapped and intersected across timescales so vast that clean attribution becomes nearly impossible once you trace any single landscape far enough back. The Grand Canyon required a river, but the river required an uplifted plateau. The plateau required a prior history of sediment deposited in ancient seas over many millions of years, and those seas required a continental arrangement that no longer exists. Remove any one step, and the canyon never forms. Monument Valley required the same Colorado Plateau uplift, followed by erosion working differentially on rocks of varying resistance. The buttes exist because their particular sandstone was harder than what surrounded them. That hardness was a property of the specific conditions under which they were deposited, which was determined by ancient climate patterns, which were themselves set by the position of continents that plate tectonics arranged long before the buttes existed as solid rock. Uluru required a sedimentary basin, tectonic compression, and rotation across hundreds of millions of years, and then a longer erosional sequence stripping away everything that once stood alongside it. The red surface requires free oxygen in the atmosphere, which required photosynthetic life to build up the oxygen over billions of years. Uluru's colour depends on the history of life on Earth, not just on the history of the rock itself. The White Cliffs required warm seas, billions of invisible organisms, millions of years of compression under new sediment, and tectonic uplift to position the chalk above the waterline before erosion could reveal it. The organisms that built the chalk had no knowledge of what they were constructing. The chalk became cliffs only when the sea it had once rested beneath was replaced by a different sea, attacking from the other direction. What this pattern offers, if you've been travelling quietly through these chapters, is a different way of reading any landscape you encounter. The canyon wall is not merely rock. It is the compressed record of an ocean, a desert, a river delta, and a forest, each one buried by the next over 2 billion years, and then exposed by a river that had no opinion about any of it. The fjord cliff is not merely stone. It is the former interior of a continent, scraped bare by ice, and then flooded by a rising sea. Every surface is a sentence in a longer story, and the story began before the planet had anything living on it to notice. The Norwegian fjords carry the signatures of several distinct forces in clear sequence. Billions of years of volcanic and tectonic processes built the Scandinavian rock and arranged it into its current configuration. Rivers then carved valley systems into that rock over millions of years. Glaciers arrived during the ice ages and deepened those valleys enormously, cutting far below what would eventually become sea level. Rising seas flooded the glacial valleys when the ice retreated. Each process left a distinct mark in the same piece of landscape. The fjords are a stack of geological chapters, all visible at once from the deck of a boat. Yosemite's hanging waterfalls exist because of the difference in erosive power between the main valley glacier and the smaller tributary glaciers feeding into it from the sides. That difference in erosive power was a function of ice volume and flow rate. The ice volume depended on the climate conditions during the Ice Age. The climate conditions depended on Earth's orbital cycles. The orbital cycles are governed by the gravitational interactions of the Earth, Moon, and Sun. A waterfall in California is, at sufficient depth of causation, a consequence of planetary mechanics. Everything connects to everything else if you follow the thread far enough back. Uluru carries within its red stone hundreds of millions of years of layered history. Sediment deposited in an ancient basin was compressed into sandstone, tilted nearly vertical by tectonic forces, and then exposed as the surrounding rock eroded away through water, wind, and the slow, chemical conversation between stone and atmosphere. The red surface is iron oxidation, the result of a prolonged interaction between the rock's mineral content and the air. The channels worn into the surface are the record of an irregular rainfall pattern accumulating its effects across a continent's interior. The surrounding plain is the record of everything that used to stand alongside Uluru and is now gone. The Great Barrier Reef demonstrates the interplay between biology and geological context with particular clarity. The reef grows in shallow, warm, sunlit water. The availability of shallow, warm, sunlit water depends on sea level. Sea level depends on how much water is locked in polar ice. The amount of polar ice depends on global climate. Global climate is influenced by the distribution of continents across the planet's surface. The distribution of continents is determined by plate tectonics. The biological construction of the reef sits at the end of a chain of enabling conditions set by geological processes operating on completely different scales and timescales. The coral polyps building their tiny skeletons in the water off Queensland are, in a sense, the surface expression of forces that began their work billions of years before any coral existed. Iceland compresses the most forces into the smallest accessible space. A spreading plate boundary brings new volcanic material to the surface continuously. A mantle hotspot adds extra heat and volcanic output above what the ridge alone would produce. Glaciers sit on top of active volcanic systems. Eruptions beneath those glaciers produce catastrophic floods that reshape river channels in hours. The volcanic ash from those eruptions alters ocean chemistry hundreds of kilometers away, affecting fisheries far out into the North Atlantic. The new lava weathers over centuries and millennia into productive soil. Everything in Iceland is connected to everything else in Iceland, and everything in Iceland is connected, through the atmosphere and the ocean, to the broader planetary system around it. What all of this suggests, if you have been travelling through quietly for the last several hours, is that the famous landscapes of the world are famous because they are the visible, accessible expressions of processes operating at scales that humans cannot otherwise perceive. When you stand at the rim of the Grand Canyon, you're standing at the edge of 2 billion years of Earth's history, compressed into stripes of colour in a canyon wall. When you walk across the Giant's Causeway, you're stepping on the solidified record of a volcanic province so large it helped open an ocean. When you look at the white cliffs from a boat in the channel, you're looking at the compressed remains of countless billions of organisms that lived in a world so different from the present one that the comparison barely holds. The scale of these stories is part of what makes them beautiful. The human mind, built by evolution to think in terms of seasons and lifetimes and a handful of generations, encounters something it cannot contain when it stands in front of deep time made visible. The canyon walls, the forward cliffs, the reef structure, the red rock standing alone in a flat desert, all of them produce a particular quality of quiet. Not the quiet of emptiness. The quiet that arrives when something is simply too old and too large to argue with. The quiet that belongs to this time of night. And now you have arrived at the end of that particular journey. You have travelled through 4.5 billion years without leaving wherever you are comfortable tonight. The Himalayas are still rising. The Great Rift Valley is still widening. The Colorado River is still cutting downward through the canyon floor. The coral polyps of the Great Barrier Reef are still building, adding their invisible contributions to a structure 2,300 kilometers long. The Sahara is still sending its dust across the Atlantic. The basalt of Iceland is still cooling. The planet has no particular interest in your schedule. It will carry on the same way whether you're watching or not, which means you can close your eyes without missing anything important. Good night, Wanderer. The Earth has more stories than any of us will live to hear, and you know exactly where to find the next one. The smell reaches you first, bread, wood smoke underneath it, the particular dense smoke of vine wood burning in a stone oven, and then the bread itself, yeasty and warm and already somewhere in the process of becoming the thing it is going to be. You're standing on a stone-paved street in the city of Pompeii on a morning in the late summer of 79 AD, and the bakery 2 doors down has been going since before dawn. The sun is not yet fully up. The sky above the rooftops is the colour of pale terracotta, the particular shade that the Bay of Naples sky turns in the minutes before the light arrives properly, and the street is already moving. Not crowded, not yet, but occupied. A man with a cart is hauling something toward the market. A woman is filling a clay jug at the public fountain on the corner, the water running in a constant thin stream from the stone spout, which runs all day and all night, because the aqueduct that feeds it does not have an off switch. Two boys are doing something in a doorway that may be an argument or may be a game, and is probably both. The stones beneath your feet are large flat slabs of grey basalt, worn smooth by generations of feet and cartwheels, and between them the ruts left by those same cartwheels cut inches deep into the rock. Stepping stones cross the street at intervals, raised above the level of the road to keep pedestrians out of whatever the street is currently containing, which in the morning is mostly water from the night's cleaning and the overflow from the fountains, and later in the day will be more varied and less pleasant. Pompeii in 79 AD is a city of somewhere between 11,000 and 20,000 people, depending on which historian you ask and which method of counting they prefer. It covers roughly 66 hectares of land on a plateau of hardened lava above the Bay of Naples, with Vesuvius rising behind it to the north, and the sea glittering to the south on clear days, which most days are. It is a prosperous city, a trading city. The volcanic soil around it is some of the most fertile in the Mediterranean, producing wheat and wine and olives in quantities that have made the region rich for centuries. The port gives it access to markets across the empire. Rome is roughly 240 kilometers north up the coast, which in the 1st century AD is a journey of several days, close enough to matter and far enough to feel like its own world. The bakery is open. There are approximately 35 bakeries operating in Pompeii at this point in its history. Archaeologists know this because they are all still here, preserved under the ash that will bury the city later today, their ovens and millstones and storage rooms intact beneath the centuries. Each bakery serves its local neighbourhood, positioned on the main streets near grain supplies, and the larger ones have their own mills in a separate room, 4 or 5 large basalt millstones shaped like hourglasses, driven by donkeys walking in circles in the dark. The grain goes in at the top, the flour comes out at the bottom. The donkey continues to walk. The bread that comes out of these ovens is called panis quadratus. It is a round loaf, scored across the top in a grid pattern before baking, dividing the surface into 8 equal sections so that it can be broken apart by hand without cutting. The loaves are baked on wooden paddles, slid into the stone oven, and left for approximately half an hour. There are 81 of them in the oven of one bakery right now. When excavators opened that oven in the mid-19th century, nearly 1800 years after the morning we are describing, they found all 81 still inside. The eruption happened before the baker came back to check on them. The ashen pumice and the long-sealed centuries had preserved them in a state that allowed the excavators to identify exactly what they were, down to the scoring pattern on the surface and the poppy seeds baked into the crust. The bread is still in the Museo Archeologico Nazionale in Naples. It is still recognisably bread. This morning, the baker is checking the temperature of the oven with the practiced attention of someone who's been doing this since before sunrise, and the bread is rising toward done, and the street outside is filling with people who will want some of it. You move along the pavement toward the smell. The street you are walking on is called the Via dell'Abbondanza, which means the Street of Abundance, and it is one of the main arteries of the city, running east to west through the heart of Pompeii, from the Forum at one end to the Sarno Gate at the other. The shops on both sides of it are opening as you walk, their wooden shutters folded back to reveal the counters and wares inside, the opening of each one releasing its own specific contribution to the morning smell. Fresh fish from one. Garum, the fermented fish sauce that Romans put on everything with a dedication bordering on the religious, from another. Olives. Wool. The dry, dusty smell of a fuller's workshop where cloth is being cleaned with urine, which is the Roman method, and which you register and move past as quickly as seems polite. The public fountains are everywhere. Pompeii has at least 40 of them, stone basins fed by the aqueduct system, positioned throughout the city so that no resident needs to walk more than 80 metres to reach fresh water. They overflow constantly, the excess running down the gutters into the street drains, which is partly why the stepping stones across the roads exist. The constant sound of running water underneath everything else, underneath the cartwheels and the voices and the distant bray of a donkey in a bakery yard, is a kind of low continuous note that the city runs on. You reach the bakery. The counter faces the street, worn smooth along the top edge where hands have rested against it for decades, and behind it the baker's assistant is stacking the first loaves of the morning. The Panis Quadratus arranged in rows, each one marked with its 8 sections, still warm enough that the heat rises off them in a gentle wavering column. The price is painted on the wall beside the counter in red letters. You buy a loaf. It is heavier than it looks and warm in your hands and smells of the wood smoke and the yeast and something else underneath. Something mineral and faint that might be the volcanic soil the grain was grown in, carried all the way through the millstone and the oven and into the bread itself. You break off a section along one of the scored lines. The inside is dense and slightly grey, made from a mix of flours, and it is the bread of a city that has been baking this way for generations, and will bake this way until the morning runs out. The sun is fully up now. The shadow of Vesuvius falls across the northern part of the city in the early morning, that large familiar shape on the horizon that everyone who lives here has been looking at their entire lives without particular concern. It is a mountain. It is a very large mountain. It has been there longer than anyone can remember. The soil around it is fertile beyond reason, and the air near it has a faint mineral sharpness, and occasionally, in recent months, there have been small tremors that rattle the cups on the shelves and are discussed in the tabernet for a day or two before being forgotten. The city does not worry about the mountain. The city is busy. The Forum is opening. The baths will be warm by mid-morning. There is an election campaign underway, and someone has painted a new endorsement on the wall of a building 3 streets over, the wet plaster still drying, the letters still bright red in the morning light. Pompeii has about 12 hours left, and neither of you knows it yet. For now there is only the bread in your hands and the sound of the city waking up around you. The cartwheels on the basalt stones and the water from the fountains and the donkeys turning in the dark bakery yards and the smell of vinewood smoke and yeast drifting down the Via dell'Abbondanza in the warm morning air of the 24th of August, 79 AD. The grand houses of Pompeii are not where you live. The ones tourists visit, the House of the Faun with its famous mosaic floors, the House of the Vetii with its painted walls and elaborate garden, those belong to a different Pompeii than the one you are occupying this morning. They belong to the Pompeii of wealthy merchants and landowners, the people whose names appear on election endorsements painted in large letters on street corners, the people whose dining rooms have dining rooms. You know those houses exist. You can see the walls of a few of them from where you are standing. You do not live in one, you live upstairs. The building you live in is called an insula, which means island, which is the Roman word for a multi-story apartment block, and the name makes a kind of sense when you look at it from the street. The building sitting in its city block like a solid mass of rendered stone and timber, surrounded on all sides by streets and alleyways, the upper floors stepping slightly back from the lower ones in the casual asymmetry of buildings that have been added to over several generations by owners who are more interested in rent income than architectural consistency. The ground floor does not belong to you, the ground floor belongs to the shops. Pompeian buildings are typically organised this way, with commercial tabernae running along the street frontage, each one a single room opening directly onto the pavement through a wide doorway that can be sealed at night with a wooden shutter. The taberna beside the entrance to your stairwell sells oil and olives from large ceramic jars sunk into its counter. The one next to it sells wine by the cup from similar jars. The fuller's shop across the narrow alleyway smells, as fullers' shops always smell, of the urine used to clean cloth, which the fuller collects from the public toilet 2 streets over in large clay vessels that passing strangers contribute to for a small fee. The Roman approach to waste management was nothing if not efficient. Your staircase is inside the building, narrow and steep, cut from the same stone as the ground floor before switching to timber at the level where the construction changed. The stairs are worn in the centre from years of feet going up and down, and they creak in a way that varies by step, so that any resident of this building could identify where on the staircase any other resident currently is purely by listening. You know that the man above you comes home late most nights, because the specific creak of the 4th step from the top is the last sound you hear before you sleep. Your room is on the 2nd floor. In Pompeii, unlike in Rome, the insulae tend to run to 2 stories rather than 4 or 5, partly because the city never developed the desperate vertical overcrowding of the capital, and partly because the upper floors here are mostly timber, and timber buildings on volcanic rock in a region of intermittent seismic activity are not ideally suited to going much higher than 2 stories without becoming a structural argument waiting to happen. The earthquake of 62 AD, 17 years before this morning, damaged a significant portion of the city, and the rebuilding has been ongoing ever since. Some of it was still ongoing when the day ran out. Your room contains a bed, a wooden chest, an oil lamp, and a small shelf where you keep the things you keep. The bed is a wooden frame with ropes strung across it, supporting a mattress stuffed with wool and dried grass that has been in use long enough to have settled into an approximate impression of your body, which is either comfortable or simply familiar. The window is an opening in the wall with wooden shutters that, when open, give you a view of the alleyway, the wall of the building opposite, and a narrow strip of sky above it. When the window's open, the street comes in with it, every sound of the city arriving without filtering or distance, the cartwheels and the conversations and the water from the fountain at the corner, and the dogs and whatever the fuller's shop is currently doing. When the window is closed, the room is dark and still. You spend very little time in this room outside of sleeping. Pompeian apartments were not designed for living in the way that modern apartments are designed for living in. They were designed for sleeping in and storing things in. The rest of life happened outside, in the streets and the shops and the forum and the baths, because the city was the living space and the room was simply where you put your body when it needed to stop moving. The walls of your building are covered in writing. Not vandalism, not exactly, or not only. Graffiti in Pompeii is one of the most extraordinary archaeological records of ordinary Roman life, covering practically every available wall surface with election endorsements, personal announcements, insults, jokes, declarations of love, declarations of hate, advertisements, and the occasional philosophical observation. Archaeologists have catalogued more than 11,000 individual graffiti inscriptions from Pompeii, more than from any other site in the ancient world. They were scratched into plaster with a stylus, or painted on in red or black letters by professional sign painters called scriptores, who were hired to produce large, neat announcements on prominent walls. One inscription on a wall near the Forum reads, in Latin, that someone named Lucius Isticidius regards as his own the thief who stole his cloak at the baths. The grievance is approximately 2,000 years old, and it reads like something you might post on a neighbourhood message board this afternoon. Another announces an upcoming gladiatorial games in the amphitheatre, listing the date and the sponsor's name. Another endorses a local candidate for the office of aedile and notes that he gets good bread, which in Pompeii was a genuine political credential. Another simply says that a man named Attilius is a fool, which required no more context then than it does now. The wall of your building contributes to this conversation. Someone has written in red paint that the tavern keeper on the corner waters his wine, which is either a complaint or a warning or possibly both. Below it in a different hand, someone has added a single line questioning the first writer's authority to judge. Below that, a third person has drawn something that is either a fish or a rude gesture, and the ambiguity appears to be intentional. You read it on your way out this morning the way you read it every morning, the way you read a neighbourhood where the walls have been talking for decades. Your neighbour on this floor is a craftsman of some kind. A metalworker perhaps, based on the occasional sound of hammering that comes through the shared wall in the late afternoon. You do not know his name. You know the rhythm of his days, the times he is home and the times he is not, the particular quality of his cough through the thin plaster wall that separates your respective lives. This is the texture of insular living, this intimate proximity between people who are strangers in the formal sense and neighbours in every practical one. Below you, in the ground floor taberna on the other side of the stairwell from the oil cellar, a woman is opening her shop. You can hear the wooden shutter folding back against the wall, the scrape and clatter of it, and then the particular quieter sound of her arranging whatever she sells on the counter. You do not know what she sells. You have never been in that shop, but you know that sound, the morning sound of her opening, the way the city opens itself one shutter at a time in the hour after dawn. The street outside is fully awake now. The sun is clearing the rooftops and the shadows on the alleyway wall are shortening, and somewhere in the distance the forum is opening for business. The lawyers and the money changers and the magistrates taking their positions for the day. The smell of bread from the bakery on the Via dell'Abbondanza has been replaced by the more complex smell of a city fully operational, smoke and animals and cooking, and the salt edge of the sea somewhere beyond the southern walls. Pompeii has been a city for several centuries before this morning. The Oscans were here first, then the Greeks, then the Samnites, then the Romans who took it in 89 BC and made it a Roman colony and changed its name and built their forum and their baths and their amphitheatre in the Roman fashion, while leaving much of the older street plan intact. The streets of Pompeii run at odd angles because they were laid out before Rome got here, and Rome did not bother to straighten them. The city is a palimpsest of its own history. Older buildings adapted and readapted, walls that have been painted and repainted and written on again, temples that began as one thing and became another. It is a city that has been inhabited so long and so continuously that it has absorbed everything that ever happened inside it, wearing that history the way the basalt streets wear the ruts from the carts, pressed in and permanent and entirely unremarkable to the people walking across it every day. Your building has been here for at least 2 generations. The stone of the lower floor is darker than the timber of the upper, darker and harder, and the doorframe at the bottom of your staircase has been worn smooth by the hands of everyone who ever reached for it going in and coming out. You reach for it now. The street receives you. The city is in the middle of its morning and there is a great deal of it to be in. By mid-morning the bread is gone and you need something else. The thermopolium on the corner of the Via dell'Abbondanza has been opened since before you left your building. Its L-shaped counter facing the street with the circular opening sunk into the stone top where the ceramic dolia sit. Large, round-bellied jars holding whatever the establishment is selling today. The counter itself is faced with fragments of coloured marble, red and white and grey, set in patterns that catch the morning light. It is not an elegant counter in any grand sense. It is the counter of a place that has been here a long time, and expects to be here a long time more, and has decorated itself accordingly, with the cheerful permanence of a business that knows its neighbourhood. There are at least 80 thermopolia operating in Pompeii. You know this the way you know the geography of your own city, not as a fact that you have counted, but as a texture of the streets, the way these establishments are simply present at intervals along every major road and many of the smaller ones, identifiable at a distance by the protruding counter and the smell of whatever is warm inside the dolia. They are the fast food infrastructure of the 1st century AD, the place where people who have no kitchen in their insular room or no time to use one come to eat something hot without ceremony or delay. Behind this particular counter, a woman is moving between the jars with the practiced economy of someone who has done the same sequence of movements several thousand times and no longer needs to think about any of it. One jar holds a thick lentil stew, dark and fragrant with cumin. Another holds wine, a local Campanian red that the region is known for throughout the Mediterranean world. Another holds garum, the fermented fish sauce that Romans used the way other cultures use salt, which is to say on everything and in quantities that would alarm anyone who was not raised with it. There is bread on the counter, the same panis quadratus from the bakery down the street, and there are olives in a shallow dish, and there is something on a low brazier at the back of the counter that is either meat or the convincing impression of meat, giving off a smell that has been reaching into the street for the last hour. You order the stew. You eat it standing at the counter because the counter is where you eat at a thermopolium. There are occasionally benches or a small back room, but this is a street-facing operation, and the street is where its business happens. Around you, other people are doing the same, eating quickly and efficiently, the kind of eating that happens between other things rather than being a thing in itself. A man with paint on his hands is working through a cup of wine before whatever the morning's next task is. 2 women are sharing a portion of something from the same bowl, talking in the fast overlapping way of people who have a great deal to cover in a limited time. A child is stealing an olive from the dish on the counter and then looking at you to see if you noticed, which you did, but which does not seem worth addressing. The excavation of a well-preserved thermopolium in the Regio 5 area of Pompeii, announced by archaeologists in 2019, revealed the contents of some of the dolia in extraordinary detail. Duck bones, pork, fish, snails, fava beans, the remnants of a meal that had been in progress when the volcano ended it, preserved inside the ceramic containers for nearly 2,000 years until someone lifted the lid. The dog painted on the front of that particular counter, and the images of a rooster and a sea nymph on its sides were still bright enough to photograph. The meal was still, in some sense, still there. You finish your stew and move on. The Forum is a 10-minute walk from the thermopolium along the Via dell'Abbondanza toward the western end of the city. You have walked this route enough times that you do it without navigating, the route simply happening the way familiar routes happen, your feet knowing the turns before your mind has finished requesting them. The stepping stones across the intersecting streets, the fountain at the corner of the Via dei Teatri, the Fullonica whose smell you have simply accepted as part of this section of the walk, the stretch of wall between 2 shop fronts where someone has been adding to a running argument for what looks like several months, the layers of response building on each other in different hands and different colours, a conversation so slow it moves at the pace of paint drying. The election campaign is in full noise this morning. There are approximately 2,600 painted electoral inscriptions on the walls of Pompeii, and a significant proportion of them are fresh. Elections for the city's magistrates happen every year in March, which is months away, but campaigns begin whenever a candidate decides to begin his campaign, and the city's professional sign painters, the scripturers who are hired to produce large, neat endorsements on prominent wall surfaces, have been busy. The inscriptions follow a recognisable pattern: a candidate's name, the office he's seeking, and then a line of endorsement from whatever group or individual is backing him. Some of these endorsements are straightforwardly respectable. The neighbours of Marcus Lucretius Fronto urge you to elect him aedile. The worshippers of Isis support Gnaeus Helvius Sabinus. The goldsmiths, the marble cutters, the bakers, the innkeepers, each trade and guild putting its name behind its preferred candidate in bright red letters on the walls of the Via dell'Abbondanza. Some are less obviously so. One inscription, on the wall of a building near the Forum, endorses a candidate named Vatia with the support of the petty thieves of the city. Another offers him the enthusiastic backing of all the drunkards. A third from the late sleepers. Whether these endorsements are genuine expressions of support from Pompeii's criminal underclass, or whether they are the work of opponents trying to damage the man's reputation by association, is a question historians have been debating for some time. The walls simply say what they say. One candidate, a man named Gaius Julius Polybius, has taken a more direct approach. His endorsement simply notes that he provides good bread. Not that he is honest, not that he is financially prudent, not that the marble cutters speak highly of him, that he provides good bread. This is, in the context of Pompeian politics, a genuinely meaningful claim. Bread was distributed as a political tool throughout the Roman world, and a candidate who controlled or was associated with a reliable bakery had something tangible to offer the voting population. The fresco in the house of one of his supporters, excavated in the 1940s, shows a man in a toga handing bread across a counter to the electorate, with the formal gravity of someone who understands that this gesture is also a campaign event. You pass that fresco on your way to the Forum. The Forum opens up in front of you at the end of the Via dell'Abbondanza, and the scale of it is, as always, slightly larger than you expect it to be after the narrow streets. It is a long rectangular space, roughly 150 metres by 38, paved in travertine limestone that is pale and bright in the morning sun, and surrounded on three sides by colonnaded buildings whose function between them covers most of what a Roman city government is required to do. The Temple of Jupiter at the northern end, the Basilica along the western side where legal proceedings happen, where contracts are witnessed and debts argued over, and property disputes conducted with the passionate attention that Romans bring to property disputes. The Comitium, where votes are cast during elections. The Macellum, the market building where food vendors operate under a roof, and the smell is a concentrated version of the smell of the whole city. The Forum is not quiet at this hour, it is never quiet. The space hums with the particular energy of a place where commerce and civic life and religion all happen within shouting distance of each other, which in Pompeii they do, and the shouting distance is used regularly. Arguments about prices, arguments about property boundaries, arguments about which candidate deserves the vote of which guild. A lawyer is making a point to someone near the basilica entrance with the emphatic gestures of a man who has been paid to be convincing and is earning his fee. Two merchants are conducting a transaction with the focused mutual suspicion of people who respect each other's business instincts while trusting neither. The standardized weights are kept in the Forum. This is one of the more quietly significant facts about Pompeian commerce. The city maintained official weights against which the scales used in shops and markets had to be periodically checked, a system of quality control for measurement that ensured at least the theoretical possibility of honest transactions. How closely the official weights and the market scales agreed in practice is a question that the graffiti record does not fully answer, though the inscription about the man whose copper pot was stolen from a shop and the one about the tavern keeper who waters his wine suggest that commercial trust in Pompeii had the same ceiling and floor that it has always had in market economies. You stand in the Forum for a moment and let the city conduct itself around you. The mountain is visible from here, above the roofline of the Temple of Jupiter to the north, the familiar bulk of Vesuvius rising against the pale blue of the morning sky. It has looked exactly like this your entire life. It looked exactly like this your parents' entire lives. The soil around it grows grapes and wheat of a quality that has made this region one of the most productive in the empire. The mountain gives, and the mountain sits there, as large and permanent and unremarkable as the stepping stones across the streets and the ruts in the basalt and the graffiti on every wall. You have things to do this morning. The Forum is not where you spend your morning, it is where you pass through on the way to other things. The way a city's centre is always more a point of orientation than a destination. A fixed point that the day arranges itself around without necessarily arriving at. But you pause here for a moment anyway, in the morning light, with the pale limestone under your feet and the smell of the mycelium coming across the square, and the lawyer making his point near the basilica. Because Pompeii has the particular quality of a place that rewards pausing in, a city so dense with life and argument and commerce and graffiti and bread and stew and election campaigns that standing still in the middle of it for 30 seconds is enough to absorb more of the 1st century AD than most people will ever experience. The afternoon baths are still ahead of you. The afternoon belongs to the baths, not just yours, everyone's. The rhythm of the Pompeian day moves toward the baths the way water moves toward a drain, not urgently but inevitably. The morning's work and commerce gradually releasing its grip on the city as the heat of the afternoon builds and the Forum empties, and the shops begin their slow lean toward closing. There are 4 public bath complexes operating in Pompeii on this morning. The Stabian Baths, oldest and largest, sitting at the intersection of the Via dell'Abbondanza and the Via Stabiana, dating back to roughly the 2nd century BC, and rebuilt and expanded so many times since that the building is essentially a palimpsest of 3 centuries of Roman bathing preferences. The Forum Baths, smaller but highly decorated. The suburban baths just outside the city walls, and the central baths, newest of all, still under construction on the morning we are describing, begun after the earthquake of 62 AD, and not yet finished when the day ran out. You are going to the Stabian Baths. The entrance from the Via dell'Abbondanza takes you through a vestibule and into the palestra, the open exercise courtyard, which is a large rectangular space surrounded on 3 sides by a colonnade of Doric columns. The stone warm in the afternoon sun, the courtyard itself occupied by men doing the things that men do in palaestrae. Wrestling in one corner, ball games near the far wall, 2 versions of which are in progress simultaneously, with a level of territorial overlap that seems either cooperative or confrontational, depending on which moment you observe. Someone is running circuits of the courtyard with the focused misery of a person who has decided to take exercise seriously and is currently in the part of that decision that is least enjoyable. A bronze gong hangs near the entrance to the bathing rooms. When the water in the caldarium and tepidarium reaches the correct temperature, an attendant strikes the gong, and the sound carries across the palestra and out into the street beyond, announcing that the baths are ready. The gong found in the Stabian Baths, now in the Archaeological Museum in Naples, is a 1st century object that was still hanging in its place when the ash reached it. Someone struck it every afternoon for generations, and then one afternoon they did not. You leave your clothes in the apoditerium. The changing room is a long rectangular space with stone benches along the walls, and rows of niches cut into the plaster above them, each niche deep enough to hold a folded garment or a pair of sandals. The ceiling is barrel vaulted and decorated with stucco work in white and ochre, geometric patterns that have been gathering a light coating of steam and time since the room was built. The floor is tiled. Everything in this room is oriented toward the practical business of removing your clothes and storing them somewhere they will still be there when you return, which in a public changing room is a matter of reasonable but not absolute confidence. There are attendants, but the attendants are busy, and the graffiti on the walls of the changing room includes at least one reference to items going missing, because of course it does. You're carrying a small flask of olive oil and a curved metal tool called a strigil. This is how Romans clean themselves at the baths. There is no soap in the modern sense. What you do instead is cover your skin in oil from the flask, allow it to sit for a moment, and then scrape it off along with the dirt and sweat using the curved blade of the strigil, working from shoulder to wrist and hip to knee, with the practiced efficiency of a process that you have been performing since childhood. The oil loosens whatever the skin has accumulated during the day. The strigil removes it. The result, combined with what the hot rooms are about to do, is a cleanliness that is different from what soap produces, but arrives at roughly the same destination. The tepidarium is the first room. It is a warm room, not hot, designed to prepare the body for what comes next by raising the temperature gradually. The walls are thick, and the heating comes from below, through the hypercaust, a system of hollow flooring supported on stacks of terracotta tiles that allows hot air from the furnace room to circulate beneath your feet and rise into the walls through channels built into the plaster. The floor of the tepidarium is warm to stand on. Not uncomfortable, not yet, just warm, in the way that a room can be warm when the warmth comes from the ground up rather than the air down. A thorough and enveloping warmth that starts at the soles of your feet and moves upward through you with a deliberate patience. The tepidarium of the men's section at the Stabian Baths is decorated with telemans. These are figures, muscular male forms carved in stucco and painted, that stand between the rectangular niches along the walls, each one carrying the weight of the barrel vault on its shoulders with the expression of someone who has been doing this for a very long time and has achieved a kind of resigned calm about it. The ceiling above them is elaborately worked, curved and coffered, and the combined effect of the warm air and the dim light and the carved figures holding up the world above your head is something between a steam room and a temple, neither comfortable nor uncomfortable, simply present in a way that the outdoor city is not. You stay in the tepidarium until your skin is flushed, and the muscles in your shoulders have begun to consider the possibility of releasing some of their opinions about the day. The caldarium is the next room, and it is considerably more serious. The hot room at the Stabian Baths contains a large marble-lined pool along one wall, the alveus, where bathers can lie back against the sloped sides and let the hot water do what hot water does, which is disagree with tension in a way that tension eventually loses. At the far end of the room, on a raised base, is the labrum, a large circular basin filled with cool water that you can splash onto your face when the heat becomes more than you want. The walls of the caldarium are warm to the touch, the heating channels inside the plaster carrying the same heat that comes through the floor, so that the room is warm from every surface simultaneously. A total warmth that is either exactly what your body needed, or precisely 1 degree too much depending on the moment. The room is not quiet, the baths are never quiet. The sound in the caldarium is the particular acoustic of a tiled room with water and steam, all voices arriving slightly blurred and echoing, conversations overlapping with the slap of water and the scrape of strigils on skin. People are talking about the election. People are talking about the price of grain. Someone is talking about the games at the amphitheatre next month with an enthusiasm that suggests he has money on the outcome. A man near the labrum is conducting what appears to be a business negotiation with someone across the pool, their voices carrying over the water with the practiced projection of people who understand that the baths are also an office. The philosopher Seneca, writing about Roman baths in an essay that has survived 2,000 years, described the noise of the establishment above which he was trying to work as including the groan of men weightlifting, the slap of hands on oiled bodies during massage, the shout of the pastry seller, the sausage man, the confectioner, each with their own distinct cry. He found it distracting. He also described it with a specificity that makes clear he had spent considerable time listening to it, which suggests that whatever he said about distraction, the baths held him the same way they held everyone else. You scrape the oil from your arms in the hot room and lie back against the sloped wall of the alveus, with the warm water at your shoulders and the voices of the city moving through the steam around you. The afternoon is at its deepest point now. Outside, the streets are quieter than they were this morning. The heaviest commercial traffic has passed. The Forum is still occupied, but less urgently so. The bakeries have sold most of what they baked this morning. The Thermopolia are between their midday rush and their evening service. The sun is high and hot and the shadows are short, and the city is in that particular middle of the afternoon state that all warm cities enter. Somewhere between the morning's industry and the evening's leisure, a brief domestic pause in the larger rhythm of the day. In here, the pause is longer. The frigidarium is the last room. It is circular, painted yellow with green branches along the lower walls, and in the centre of it a cold plunge pool sits recessed into the floor. The water cold enough that stepping into it after the caldarium produces a full-body response that is approximately equal parts shock and relief. The cold tightens everything the heat loosened. The skin closes, the blood moves. The ancient writers who described this moment used words suggesting that the cold bath made them feel stronger and more supple in their limbs, which is precisely what it feels like, a recalibration. The body reminded of its own edges after the long dissolution of the hot room. You stand in the frigidarium for a moment after the plunge, dripping on the tiled floor, letting the air of the room finish the work that the water started. The baths are not done with the day. They will run until the light fails and beyond. People will come and go through the afternoon and into the evening, the changing room cycling through its population of Pompeians at every level of wealth and occupation, the graffiti on the walls accumulating its record of visits and opinions and missing items. The furnace beneath the floors will be fed all afternoon by the attendants, who spend their working days in the heat of the furnace room, so that other people can spend their leisure hours in the heat of the caldarium. You collect your clothes from the appetitorium, dress, and step back out into the Via dell'Abbondanza. The sun has moved while you are inside. The shadows in the street run longer now, and the air has the particular quality of a late afternoon in summer, still warm but with something in it that is beginning to suggest the evening. The mountain to the north is the same as it was this morning, the same bulk against the same sky. The city is turning toward its evening, and the mountain is still the mountain, unchanged against the same sky it has always occupied. The Peppina on the corner is the kind of place that has no name anyone uses. Everyone knows it by its position. The one past the fuller's shop, the one with the broken tile above the door that has been broken for 3 years, the one where the owner waters his wine only a little, and is therefore regarded as honest by the standards of the street. There are approximately 120 establishments of this kind operating in Pompeii, somewhere between a thermopolium and a full tavern, selling wine and food and the particular social atmosphere of a room where everyone has been before and will be again. You go in. The interior is a single room with a low ceiling and 3 wooden tables, and a counter along the left wall with 2 large ceramic jars sunk into it, one containing wine diluted with water in the Roman fashion, one containing something darker and less diluted for the part of the afternoon when the distinction stops mattering. Frescoes cover the walls, as they cover most walls in Pompeii, though these are not the careful mythological scenes of a wealthy man's triclinium. These are the frescoes of a Peppina, scenes of men playing dice, 2 figures at a table with cups between them, someone gesturing at someone else with the expansive imprecision of a person who has been sitting in this room for some time. The figures in the frescoes are doing exactly what the people in the room are doing. This may be intentional. You sit at the table nearest the door, the wine arrives in a ceramic cup without being asked for, which is the custom, and you add water from the jug on the table in the ratio that seems correct for late afternoon, which is less water than you would have added in the morning, and more than you will add in the evening. The Campanian wine of this region has been exported across the Mediterranean for centuries. The volcanic soil that makes the farmers of the region wealthy, and the mountain that has made that soil what it is, are connected in a way that nobody in this room is thinking about while they drink. The conversation in the Peppina is the conversation of people at the end of their working day. Someone is complaining about the price of timber. Someone else is saying that the price of timber is not the problem, that the problem is the supplier, and that the supplier has always been the problem, and that everyone in the room already knows this about the supplier. A young man near the back wall is reading a letter aloud to an older man who either cannot read or has forgotten his reading tablet. The young man's voice low and deliberate, working through the words with the care of someone reading another person's news for them. What the news is, you cannot tell. The older man is listening with his hands flat on the table. There have been small tremors in the last few days. This is the kind of thing that gets mentioned in Pompeii, briefly and without particular alarm, because Campania has always had tremors, and the people who live here have always had a casual relationship with them. The writer Pliny the Younger, describing the region to the historian Tacitus some years after the events we are approaching, noted that earth tremors were not particularly alarming in Campania because they are frequent. This was simply true. The earthquake of 62 AD had been the worst in living memory, and had caused serious damage across the city, and the rebuilding had occupied the better part of 17 years, and even now, in 79, there were buildings still mid-repair, scaffolding still up on the Temple of Venus near the Forum, the central baths still under construction, the city carrying its recovery the way any city carries a large repair, constantly and in the background. The tremors of the last 4 days have been smaller than that, much smaller. Someone at the table near the counter mentions them in the way you mention weather, as a fact of the day rather than an event. There is some brief discussion of what the tremors might mean, which for most people at this table defaults to the religious interpretation, the gods conducting whatever business requires periodic shaking of the ground, which is their prerogative and which the correct offerings will address. Someone mentions that the springs near the edge of the city have been running low, or not running at all in some cases, which is strange for August but not impossible. Someone else mentions that the dogs have been behaving oddly. This observation receives the response it usually receives, which is mild agreement, and then a return to the subject of the timber supplier. The mountain is visible through the open door of the Popina. Not looming, not threatening, not doing anything that a mountain does not ordinarily do. Just there. The upper slopes of Vesuvius are covered in vegetation, vineyards and forest running up to what appears from here to be the summit, though what looks like the summit from Pompeii is actually the rim of the old collapsed crater, the true volcanic structure invisible behind it. Spartacus camped on those slopes with his rebel army more than a century ago, using the mountain as a fortress, and the vines there grew strong on the same soil that grows the grapes in the cup you are currently drinking. The city has lived beneath this mountain for as long as the city has existed. Not despite it, but partly because of it. The fertility of the volcanic soil is the reason the farms surrounding Pompeii produce what they produce. The reason the olive oil and wine from this region move on ships across the Mediterranean. The reason the city is prosperous enough to have a forum and 4 public baths and 80 thermopolia and 120 popinae and an amphitheatre that seats 20,000 people. The mountain and the city are in a relationship so old and so unexamined that it has become invisible, the way all relationships become invisible when they have been the same for long enough. The afternoon light is beginning to shift. Not dramatically, not yet, but the quality of the light coming through the door has changed from the flat white of mid-afternoon to something with slightly more angle to it. The shadows in the street outside running a few degrees longer than they were an hour ago. The oil seller across the street is moving his display inside. The fuller's shop has gone quiet. You finish your wine. The walk back to your building takes you past the bakery on the Via dell'Abbondanza, which has been closed for an hour now, the shutter down, the morning's work done. Past the public fountain on the corner, still running its thin, constant stream into the basin, the overflow trickling down the gutter into the drain. Past the wall where the election endorsements are drying in the afternoon sun, the red letters of the latest one still bright against the white plaster, the name of the candidate and his virtues and the names of his supporters standing ready to greet the morning traffic. Someone has added something new below the endorsement since this morning. A single line, scratched into the plaster with a stylus, in the casual cramped handwriting of someone who was walking past and had a thought and acted on it. You cannot read it from here, it does not matter. There will be another one below that by tomorrow, and another below that, and the wall will go on accumulating its record of the city passing by, for as long as the city is passing by. Your building is ahead. The staircase will creak on every step as it always does. The room will be dimmer than the street. Your neighbour above will arrive home at some point in the early evening, announced by the 4th step from the top. The oil lamp will need filling before it gets fully dark. Tomorrow the bread will be in the oven before dawn. Tomorrow the fountain will be running at the corner. Tomorrow the mountain will be exactly where it has always been. Somewhere in the next few hours, while the city settles into its evening and the Popini fill and the oil lamps come on in the windows of the insulae and the thermopolia send their smells into the darkening streets, a small tremor moves through the ground beneath Pompeii. The cups on the shelves rattle briefly, the wine in the jars shivers, the city notes it, and continues. The morning of the 24th begins like any other morning. The bakeries are firing their ovens before dawn. The public fountains are running their constant thin streams into their stone basins. The staircase in your building creaks in its sequence as the first people of the day descend to the street. Around midday the mountain opens, not with warning, not with a sound that gives the city time to understand what it is hearing before it arrives. The eruption column rises from Vesuvius within minutes, to a height that Pliny the Younger, watching from across the Bay of Naples at Messinum, describes in a letter written years later as resembling an umbrella pine tree, a great trunk rising to enormous height and then spreading outward into branches. He is 29 kilometers away when he writes this. The column reaches 20 kilometers into the sky and begins moving southeast toward Pompeii. The first thing that falls on the city is pumice, small white porous stones, some the size of a thumbnail and some the size of a fist, arriving in a hail from a sky that has darkened so rapidly that noon looks like dusk. The pumice is warm to the touch. It falls at a rate of roughly 15 centimeters an hour, building on the streets and the rooftops and the forum and the awnings of the Thermopolia and the courtyard of the Stabian baths with a steady, relentless accumulation that has no intention of stopping. The city begins to empty. Not all at once. Not in a single panicked wave. People make decisions at different speeds, and with different amounts of information, and the information available in the first hour of the eruption is partial and confusing. The column over the mountain is clearly visible and clearly alarming, but the pumice fall, while dangerous and uncomfortable, is survivable if you keep moving, and most people who are going to leave Pompeii leave now, in these first few hours, streaming through the city gates with whatever they can carry, moving away from the mountain along the roads leading south and west. Roughly 80% of Pompeii's population escapes during this window. The 20% who stay do so for reasons as varied as people are varied. Some have elderly relatives who cannot move quickly. Some have valuables they cannot bring themselves to abandon. Some are simply waiting to see if it gets worse or better, a calculation that the situation is continuously changing and which keeps yielding the wrong answer. Some shelter in cellars and stone-vaulted rooms, which offer protection from the falling pumice, but will offer no protection against what comes later. Some simply do not yet believe that this is what it appears to be, because the mountain has always been there and has never done this before in anyone's living memory. The pumice falls for approximately 18 hours. Through the afternoon and into the evening and through the night, the city is being buried degree by degree. The fountains are covered. The stepping stones across the streets disappear. The election endorsements on the walls of the Via dell'Abbondanza are being covered letter by letter in grey-white volcanic stone. The 81 loaves in the bakery oven have been in there since before noon, and no one has come back to check on them. Pliny the Younger, in his letter to Tacitus, describes the darkness that falls over the region as the cloud spreads. Not the darkness of a moonless night, he writes, but as if a lamp had been put out in a closed room. He is describing what he sees from Misenum, across the bay. In Pompeii itself, the darkness is more complete. The city that began this day lit by the pale terracotta dawn is now lit only by the fires on the mountain, visible through the falling ash as distant moving lines of orange and red, and by the occasional flash of lightning inside the volcanic column itself, the enormous electrical discharge produced by the collision of ash particles in the stratospheric cloud. The roofs begin to fail. The weight of pumice accumulating on the flat clay tile roofs of Pompeii's buildings is more than the roofing structures were built to bear. The collapses begin in the weakest buildings and spread. The sound of a roof giving way in the city that has gone otherwise quiet beneath its volcanic blanket is a particular and final sound. The crack of timber and the sliding cascade of tile and stone, muffled by the ash already covering everything outside. Some people are killed by the roof collapses. Some of the approximately 2,000 people who stayed in Pompeii are sheltering in the rooms of buildings whose roofs come down. The archaeologist Giuseppe Fiorelli, excavating Pompeii in the 1860s, developed the technique of pouring plaster into the hollow cavities left in the hardened ash by decomposed bodies, creating casts that revealed not just the presence of the dead, but their postures in the moment of death. Some are lying with their arms over their faces, some are curled on their sides, some are upright, pressed against walls. The casts of Pompeii are among the most affecting objects that archaeology has ever produced, the shape of a human life preserved in the thing that ended it. Just before dawn on the 25th, the eruption changes character. The column that has been projecting material upward for 18 hours begins to collapse under its own weight, the cooler outer shell of ash and gas losing its ability to stay suspended and falling back toward the mountain in a dense, fast-moving avalanche. This collapse generates what volcanologists call a pyroclastic density current, a flow of superheated gas and rock fragments moving down the mountain at speeds between 100 and 400 kilometers per hour, at temperatures between 300 and 500 degrees. The first of these currents reaches Herculaneum in minutes. The second and the third and the fourth move outward and southward, and in the brief false dawn between surges, when the ashfall has paused and the surviving residents of Pompeii and the people who fled and have been sheltering in the countryside begin to wonder if it is over, if they might go back, if the city is still there to go back to, the last and deadliest surge sweeps through Pompeii. The city is covered. Under 4 to 6 meters of volcanic material, the Forum and the Stabian Baths and the Via dell'Abbondanza, and the bakeries and the Popinae and the Insulae and the election endorsements and the stolen cloaks and the arguments about timber prices and the 81 loaves in the oven are sealed in the particular darkness of things that have been buried. The mountain is quiet. The Bay of Naples, which Pliny the Elder crossed in a fleet galley to attempt to rescue and did not come back from, returns to its ordinary colour in the days that follow. The sun comes back. The haze in the air from the eruption slowly disperses. The surviving residents of Pompeii, who made it out through the city gates and down the roads to the south and west, carry what they carried with them and do not return. The city is gone. The rebuilding that had been ongoing since the earthquake of '62 does not resume. The central baths remain unfinished. The scaffolding on the Temple of Venus stays up until the scaffolding rots. Pompeii is not rebuilt, not even properly located. The ash and pumice cover it so completely that within a generation the site becomes approximate rather than precise. A general area that people know was once a place rather than a place anyone is looking for. The roads that led to it are still there. The farms around it eventually resume, the volcanic soil as fertile after the eruption as before it. The mountain sits as it always sat. The city sits underneath it. 17 centuries pass. 17 centuries is a long time for a city to wait. Pompeii was not entirely forgotten during those years. People knew that something had been there. The roads that led to it were still there. Farmers working the volcanic soil above it occasionally turned up fragments of tile or pottery, or pieces of carved stone that suggested there was something below. The general area was known as Civitas, the city, because enough people remembered enough to preserve the category without being able to name what was inside it. In 1748, workers digging foundations for a royal palace broke through into rooms. The rooms had walls, the walls had colours, the colours had not faded. This is the first extraordinary fact about Pompeii. The ash that buried the city sealed it from air and moisture so completely that the frescoes on the walls of houses excavated in the 18th century were still bright when the ash came off them. The reds and blues and ochres of paintings that had been hanging in dining rooms and entrance halls since the 1st century AD emerged from their volcanic casing with a freshness that Goethe, visiting the site in the 1780s, described as astonishing. What the ash had preserved was not a ruin, it was a pause. The excavations proceeded across the following decades with the enthusiasm and methods of the era, which is to say that valuable objects were extracted and sent to royal collections without much attention being paid to where exactly they had come from or what their context meant. The frescoes that came off the walls of Pompeii in these early decades live now in the National Archaeological Museum in Naples, separated from the rooms they were made for, from the houses that contained those rooms, from the streets those houses stood on. They are beautiful in the museum. They are also disconnected, the way any object is disconnected when you remove it from the situation that gave it its meaning. Systematic excavation began to improve in the early 19th century and transformed again under Giuseppe Fiorelli, who became director of the site in 1863, and spent the next decade developing the approach that would define how Pompeii was understood. Fiorelli's key insight was the cavities. The ash that buried Pompeii had hardened around the bodies of those who died in the eruption, forming a precise external cast of each person in the position they occupied in their final moment. When the organic material inside decomposed over centuries, it left a hollow in the hardened ash that preserved the exact shape of a human body, the curve of a shoulder, the position of hands, the angle of a face. Fiorelli began pouring liquid plaster into these hollows. What emerged when the surrounding ash was carefully removed were not statues. They were presences. A man with his arm raised to protect his face from the pyroclastic surge. A woman curled on her side. A child of perhaps 3 years old. A couple who died in each other's arms in a cellar on the edge of the city. The ash recording the exact posture of 2 people who chose not to face the end separately. Fiorelli made more than 100 of these casts during his directorship. The 22 best preserved are now displayed in the Great Gymnasium at Pompeii, and the rest remain in the places where they were found. The dog was found chained. A dog whose owner had apparently not been able to release it before leaving, or had not thought to, or had believed there would be time later and there was not, was found by excavators still attached to the chain that attached it to a stake in its yard, contorted in its final position. The cast of the dog is one of the most visited objects at Pompeii. It is also one of the most ordinary, a domestic animal in a domestic situation, the kind of thing that happens every day in every city in the world, the routine constraint of a pet made permanent by catastrophe. The dog was doing what chained dogs do. It was simply there when the city stopped. The bread was in the oven. The 81 loaves of panis quadratus that were baking in the oven of one bakery on the morning of the 24th were found by excavators in the mid-19th century when the sealed oven was opened. They had been in there for approximately 1800 years. They were carbonized, black and compressed, but unmistakably loaves. The scoring pattern across their surfaces still visible. the division into 8 portions that allowed them to be broken by hand still clear in the carbon. They are in the National Archaeological Museum in Naples. They are still recognisably bred. The graffiti is still readable. More than 11,000 inscriptions survive on the walls of Pompeii, protected by the same ash that covered and preserved everything else. The man whose cloak was stolen at the baths, the petty thieves endorsing fatia for Edil, the declaration that a candidate provides good bread, the assertion that a certain tavern keeper waters his wine, the line about Auge and Alatinus, the I was here of Gaius Pomidius Dipolus, who noted the exact date of his visit, the running arguments and declarations of love and election endorsements, and gladiatorial statistics and shopping lists and complaints that the ash stopped mid-sentence and kept exactly as they were. When excavators opened the rooms of Pompeii in the 18th and 19th centuries and found these walls, they found a city still in the middle of its conversations. The conversations had simply been paused rather than concluded. The graffiti was still making its points to whoever was standing in front of it, 2,000 years after the person who wrote it had stopped caring about the outcome. What Pompeii gave the world when it came back was not just an archaeological site. It was a new way of thinking about the past as something that could be inhabited rather than merely studied. The city's discovery in the mid-18th century arrived at exactly the moment when European art and architecture were searching for a new vocabulary, and Pompeii provided one. The neoclassical movement that swept through painting and design and architecture in the late 18th and early 19th century drew directly from the excavated rooms of Pompeii. The vivid wall paintings that came out of the ash, their geometric borders and their illusionistic landscapes and their mythological scenes, ended up reproduced in country houses in England and parlours in France, and public buildings across the Western world. A city that had been sealed for 17 centuries shaped the aesthetics of a civilization. The excavations have never stopped. New sections of Pompeii are still being uncovered. In 2019, the contents of the Thermopylaeum in the Regio 5 area were revealed. The duck bones and the pork and the snails still in the Dolia after 2,000 years. In 2021, the room of 2 men was found, their bodies preserved in positions suggesting they died in an embrace, one older and one younger, possibly a master and a slave. In 2023, a richly decorated banquet hall was uncovered with frescoes of mythological figures still vivid on its walls. The city has been giving up its rooms for nearly 3 centuries and has not yet given up all of them. Somewhere under the ash that has not yet been moved, there are still rooms with their doors closed and their walls painted and their objects where someone left them on a morning in 79 AD. The morning that began like any other morning, the bread in the oven, the fountains running, the staircase creaking, the election endorsements drying on the walls of the Via dell'Abbondanza. There is a particular thing that Pompeii does to the people who visit it that no other archaeological site quite replicates. Other sites show you what was. Pompeii shows you what was interrupted. The difference between those two things is the difference between reading a completed sentence and reading a sentence that stops in the middle of a word and leaves you standing in the silence of what was about to come next. You walked those streets this morning. You ate bread from a bakery that was still making bread when the ash arrived. You sat in a papina and drank wine while the mountain stood where it always stood. You lay in warm water in the caldarium of the Stabian baths while the city went about its afternoon. You read the walls, you noted the tremors, you went home up a staircase that announced every step. The city was alive around you. It was alive around everyone who was ever in it, everyone who bought bread on the Via dell'Abbondanza, and voted in the forum and argued about the price of timber in Pompeii, and carried coal up 6 flights of stairs in 1st century Warsaw, and watched the glowing vials in a leaking shed, and lay in a garret in Paris with a chair piled on the blankets against the cold, and sat on a bench in a tavern in the English Midlands, listening to a fire burn low and the building settle. People have always been in the middle of their lives. The ash comes in different forms. If you're still awake, my tired dumplings, that is Pompeii. If the baths took you somewhere, and the bread brought you back and the wine at the papina sent you off again, good. That is exactly what it was supposed to do. If you have a thumb or a finger available from whatever warm situation you are currently in, a like or a subscribe helps this channel more than you might think. It is the ancient equivalent of painting a good endorsement on a city wall, and we all know how long those last. Good night.